Cultivation, when you take things to the extreme. Having crossed into the immortal cultivation world and finding himself at the very bottom, struggling to survive, Su Yang discovered he possessed a special golden finger. As long as he persisted in any single activity, he could gain the power to transform the decayed into the miraculous. Chapter 1, Su Yang. Dongting Lake, Cloud Dream Marsh, spanning over 800 li, where the smoke and waves stretch boundlessly. In the depths of late autumn, the wind turns stark and chill, with fog thickening, hinting at the coming cold. Among the reeds drifts wisps of cooking smoke from a dilapidated awning boat. At the bow, in front of the cabin door, a man wearing a conical hat and draped in a straw raincoat sits on a small stool, fiddling with the small stove before him. He appears very old, with white, withered hair peeking out from beneath his hat, his face deeply furrowed and spotted, marking the passage of time. His stooped figure is made more pronounced by the loose-fitting raincoat, exuding an air of twilight years, trembling on the brink of collapse. An old boat and a decrepit fisherman upon Dongting Lake's vast expanse are not particularly unusual sights. The old man sits at the bow, tending to the little stove, on which sits a small earthenware pot, simmering a pot of simple brown rice porridge, its inviting scent slowly wafting around. After a moment, as the porridge boils, the old man reaches for a large bowl beside him, filled with various prepped shrimps and crabs, as well as rich orange roe and tender fish flesh, piled high. The old man dumps the entire content into the pot. As the porridge roils, the dark shrimps and crabs gradually turn red, and the delicate fish flesh turns snowy white. A delicious, fishy sweetness mixed with the subtle aroma of the porridge spreads through the air. With a sprinkle of salt, it becomes truly appetizing. In such a manner, after a short while, a pot of freshwater fish porridge is ready. The old man takes a small bowl and sits at the bow, eating leisurely. Freshwater delicacies, indeed fresh, yet also genuinely fishy. To the land-dwelling peasants, it might be a rare delicacy, but for those who live on the water, it could become tasteless or even repulsive. Su Yang, however, doesn't mind and quietly savors this river-fresh porridge he has been eating for who knows how many years. As he eats, he reminisces. How long has he been in this world? 20 years? 30 years? No, it's been 40 years, 45 years and 3 months. Reincarnation, the mystery of the womb, memories of past lives. He has been in this world for a full 45 years. 45 years. Su Yang sighs softly, pouring the remaining shrimp and crab into his mouth, shells and all, and chews. He is a transmigrator, the kind who has been reborn through transmigration, having come to this world and become an utterly ordinary fisherman's son. At 18, he broke the mystery from within the womb, regained the memories of his past life, and confirmed his reincarnation. Discounting the years before his memory returned, he, as a transmigrator, has been in this world for a full 27 years. Other transmigrators might have achieved greatness or even become world-shaking figures in 27 years. They might have established dynasties or at least carved out a domain for themselves. But Su Yang still remains a fisherman. It's not that he hasn't tried, but this world is more dangerous than he imagined. The knowledge and experience of a transmigrator can bring many advantages, and even wealth, power, beauty, and companions, but they can also attract various dangers and potentially fatal threats. In this ancient world under feudalism, with an entirely rigid class structure and nearly all pathways to upward mobility blocked, an unsupported fisherman's son revealing the advantages of a transmigrator would be like a child holding gold in a bustling market. It doesn't take much to predict the outcome. So, for over 20 years, Su Yang remains a fisherman, at least on the surface. But in those long years, Su Yang has been far from idle. On the contrary, he has accumulated a great deal. Su Yang. Lifespan, 45/145. Cultivation, none. Skills. Eating, chewing, digesting, essence, strengthening, unobstructed. Sleeping, calming, nourishing life, strengthening body, seldom ill, longevity. Breathing, concealing presence, robust, energetic, life extension, longevity. Cooking, tasty, dissection, essence, freshwater delicacies. Fishing, guaranteed catch, fresh, rare. Boating, swift, unruffled by waves. Breeding, training, growth, exotic fish, fish eagles. Disguising, camouflage, voice modulation, shrinking bone, concealing presence. Knife sharpening, sharpness. Chop, Powerful. Flying stone, accurate. Swimming, like a fish in water. In those days, nearly every transmigrator had some sort of cheat, and Su Yang was no exception. He possessed an attribute panel. Though this attribute panel didn't have a point allocation function nor experience quests, it could bestow or, rather, solidify Su Yang's abilities. The process of solidification was simple, as long as Su Yang persisted in doing an activity over the years, be it trivial matters such as eating, drinking, sleeping, or breathing, the attribute panel would solidify it into a skill and generate various traits. These skill traits had the power to turn the decayed into the miraculous. Take eating as an example. Su Yang's eating skill now possessed 5 skill traits: chewing, digestion, essence, strengthening, and unobstructed. The chewing trait meant he could chew food more efficiently. With a powerful set of teeth, he could easily grind down not just the shells of shrimp and crabs but also pig and cow bones. Then, through the digestion trait, he would quickly digest and absorb the nutrients to strengthen himself. The subsequent traits, essence and strengthening, allowed him to gain more essence and nutrients from food, achieving stronger nourishing effects to bolster his body. Where others could only absorb 3 to 4/10 of the nutrients in a pound of meat, he could absorb 5 to 6, or even 7 to 8/10, and the strengthening effect from these nutrients could be exerted to its fullest, essentially doubling the efficacy. As for the last one, unobstructed, it simply meant his bowels were always clear, and he never needed to worry about constipation. Okay, that might be considered a bit useless, but setting that aside, the effects of the other 4 skill traits were still incredibly powerful. Combined with other skills such as sleep, breathing, cooking, fishing, and husbandry, Su Yang might still be an old fisherman at the bottom of society, but his physical condition far surpassed that of vigorous young men, and he could even match the legendary martial artists. Indeed, legendary. To someone like him, a commoner, every martial artist was a figure of legend, beyond reach. Apart from his robust physique, these skills also granted Su Yang longevity and various ways to earn income. Even if he didn't utilize the knowledge of a transmigrator, with the fishing and hunting skills he currently possessed, he could become a wealthy man on the 800 li of Dongting Lake. But, he hadn't done so because it was equally risky. There was a chance of skyrocketing to success, but also the possibility of ending up dead at the bottom of the lake. With the help of the attribute panel, he could easily accumulate wealth in secret, gradually expanding without taking such risks that could bring disaster and threaten his life. Therefore, after all these years, Su Yang remained a fisherman, an old fisherman at that. Due to living conditions and medical standards, the lifespan of ancient people was generally not long, especially for families living on boats. A person in their 40s or 50s was considered old, and there were hardly any in their 60s or 70s. The hard labor of battling the elements often overtaxed their lives, making it difficult for ordinary people to reach such an age. In the eyes of common folks, Su Yang was already not far from the end of his life, and it wouldn't be surprising if he passed away any day. But in reality, Su Yang had just lived through less than 1/3 of his life and was in the prime years of his life, at the peak of vitality. Even if his lifespan didn't increase further, he could live another 100 years without illness or calamity. Unfortunately, that was just theory. A fisherman over 100 years old would certainly not be considered a cherished centenarian but rather a monster, and it wouldn't even take reaching 100 years. Within a few more years, he would attract numerous suspicions and prying eyes. Time is running out. Su Yang sighed inwardly as he put the last shrimp into his mouth, chewing it into a pulp before swallowing. Soon, a warm feeling rose from his stomach and spread to his limbs, nourishing his body. A pot of river delicacy porridge, enough for 2 or 3 strong men, was completely devoured by him alone. Yet, he only felt half full. Unsatiated, Su Yang stood up and picked up a medium-sized fish basket from the side before turning back into the cabin. He lifted a wooden board in the center of the cabin to reveal a hidden net cage. Inside the cage, numerous fish swam, along with a few turtles and soft-shelled turtles. Su Yang took the scoop net and carefully selected some to fill more than half of the fish basket. The rest he released from the net cage, and then he left the cabin, pushing the awning boat towards the shore. He didn't propel the boat quickly, but steadily. The old awning boat calmly moved over the water and soon reached a dock. Standing at the bow of the boat, Su Yang looked at his reflection in the water, and saw an old fisherman with a hunched body, draped in a bamboo hat and straw raincoat, his face lined and spotted with age, staring back at himself. No problems there. Su Yang nodded inwardly, secured the boat, then carried the fish basket on his back and clumsily climbed ashore. On the shore, a minor official dressed in dark clothing was dozing on a reclining chair, idly fanning himself with a palm leaf fan until Su Yang arrived, at which point he lazily opened his eyes to glance at him. "Yo, old Su, still not dead yet. Thanks to your blessing." Su Yang, already hunched over, smiled and carefully took out a few copper coins from his chest, counted them back and forth, before finally placing them on the small table beside the official. The minor official nodded, flipped the coins into a bucket with his fan, and then paid no further attention to Su Yang. Su Yang didn't say much more either. Carrying the fish basket, he headed for the fish market. Chapter 2, Daily. Dongting Lake, though nearly 1,000 miles in size with many main tributaries and even connected to rivers flowing into the sea, ultimately could not pass through cities and prefectures, directly entering the street markets. Let alone Mansion City, even for county towns that were 20 to 30 miles away, without horses and carts, fishing families couldn't dream of selling fish in city markets. They could only set up stalls at the wharf fish market nearby, supplying local residents and merchants from the city who came to purchase. Su Yang walked into the fish market, found a spot, and before he had set down his fish basket, saw a group of people approaching. The leader was a robust man with a burly figure and coarse beard and hair. "Oh, old Su, still not dead." Accustomed to this greeting, Su Yang didn't mind. He set down his basket and, with a forced smile, said to the burly man, "All thanks to Seventh Master's blessing." "Haha." The burly man, called Seventh Master, laughed, looking at the fish basket by Su Yang's feet. "Did you catch any soft-shelled turtles?" "Thanks to your blessing, Seventh Master, I was lucky enough to catch one." Su Yang took a soft-shelled turtle tied with straw rope from the basket and handed it to a lackey beside the big man. "I always say, when it comes to catching soft-shelled turtles, no one beats old Su." The big man smiled and then asked, "How much are you selling it for?" Su Yang replied with a smile, "If Seventh Master likes it, please just take it." "Hey, in business, cash and goods should clear out evenly, that's the rule of the Goldfish Gang. Who dares not to follow it?" The big man gestured, and one of his subordinates immediately tossed a small string of copper coins to Su Yang. Then he stretched out his hand toward him and said, "The stall fee for today, plus the pocket money for the month, 30 big coins in total." Su Yang didn't say much, took the small string of copper coins, and then flipped a small bag out from his bosom, pouring out more than 10 slimy, fish-smelling copper coins. After counting them several times, he finally handed them over. Seeing this, the big man smiled again. "If everyone were as straightforward as you, old Su, then I, Seventh Master, would have a lot less to worry about." Su Yang merely replied with another forced smile. The big man didn't have more to say and waved his hand. "All right, I won't hinder your business anymore. There's a new batch of dried yellow croakers at Third Mother's place, and that's your favorite, old Su. Be sure to give it a try when you pack up later." "Yes, yes, yes." Su Yang smiled and sent off the big man and his entourage, then took out a small stool and started to hawk loudly with a slightly hoarse voice. Where there are people, there lies the martial world, and this small fish market was no exception. In addition to official clerks who collected docking fees, the market also had a fishing czar. Stall fees had to be paid, plus monthly pocket money, and on top of that, tax levies from the authorities. With both the underworld and officialdom bearing down, the common folk were practically wrung dry. For lone fishermen like Su Yang, it was one thing, but for those with families to support, the monthly squeeze, plus the daily living expenses for fuel, rice, oil, and salt, meant they could hardly hope to save, and it was a stroke of good fortune not to end up in debt. If disaster struck, or they fell on hard times, unable to catch fish or beset by severe illness, there was even the possibility of losing everything they owned and having to sell their sons and daughters. Getting rich through hard work was nothing but a delusional dream. Chen Qi was such a fishing czar, a boss of the Goldfish Gang ruling over Dongting City's fish market, throwing his weight around. Don't be fooled by his seemingly amiable demeanor. If you failed to produce the pocket money, he turned into a merciless predator, a wolf or tiger who ate men without spitting out their bones. Over the years, no one knew how many people he had driven to their deaths. Fortunately, Su Yang, being alone and a skilled fisherman, managed to get by. "Sister, look at this fish, caught last night, guaranteed fresh, only 10 big coins." "Who are you calling sister, you old bag of bones? you're old enough to be my father. My apologies, young lady, look at this fish. It's barely breathing, still you guarantee freshness, no thank you. 3 big coins, if not, I'm leaving. 3 big coins, really, that won't do. Look, 8 big coins, I'll clean and gut it for you. Fine, 8 big coins it is, but throw in that small one for me. Folks struggled to get by, and fishing families even more so. Living by the vast lake, fish sold for a pittance, a basket of fish and shrimp might not fetch much, sometimes even unsold. Fortunately, Su Yang had a stroke of luck today, he sold most of his basket of fish, and the odds and ends left over, picked through by the customers, were bundled up and sold off cheaply, earning a total of 35 won money. Su Yang secured the money and, carrying his fish basket, went to other stalls to buy daily necessities. Although fish sold for little, as a source of meat, its nutritional value wasn't lacking. A pity, one could not live on fish alone. Essentials like firewood, rice, oil, and salt were indispensable, especially salt. Without it, one would lack the strength for physical work and would fall prey to various diseases. So even with the low price of fish, fishermen had no choice but to sell them and use the money to purchase the necessities of life. This was why Su Yang reluctantly accepted the oppression of the goldfish gang. Otherwise, with his current skills, he could slip into Dongting Lake and neither the authorities nor the goldfish gang could hope to find him, let alone collect any taxes or pocket money. After buying a supply of daily necessities and spending most of the money he made from selling fish, Su Yang didn't pocket the rest and head home, but instead headed to a small tavern. "Oh, old Su. Are you here to drink a couple of bowls again today? Living alone sure is comfortable. Not like us, with families to look after. It's tough." The tavern was already filled with customers, who teased Su Yang when they saw him. Su Yang didn't mind and picked a corner near the door to settle down. Then he called over a waiter and ordered 2 bowls of dried yellow wine, a plate of fennel beans, a plate of scrambled eggs, and half a chicken. Right away. It wasn't long before the waiter brought the food and drink to his table. Su Yang cradled the bowl of wine, sipping it carefully before picking up his chopsticks to eat the side dishes and drink, appearing like a decrepit old man with a passion for wine. Did he really like wine? Not really. But he had to come. Because the owner of the tavern, Third Mother, was the mistress of the fishing czar Chen Qi from earlier. Even though as a boss of the goldfish gang, Chen Qi ruled the fish market, there were appearances to maintain. One couldn't rob or extort openly, it was necessary to squeeze money from the fishermen's hands without making it too obvious. Because the fishermen were the property of the goldfish gang, such actions would be equivalent to stealing from the gang, which would not only disturb the market but also break the rules within the gang. Chen Qi would not dare to take that risk, even if he had 10 times the courage. But just because overt methods won't work doesn't mean covered ones won't either. If you have the wisdom of Zhang Liang, I have a wall-scaling ladder, there's always a way to circumvent gang rules and extort tribute and money under various guises. Take this tavern for instance, after Su Yang sells his fish, he must spend here, blowing through the rest of his money to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, a solitary old man with savings would have long since been slaughtered like a fattened lamb. That being said, the experience is far from pleasant because the liquor here tastes like water mixed with water, the side dishes are pitifully scant, and the chicken served after being chopped clearly misses a few pieces. Even a black shop might not be this bad. However, Su Yang doesn't show much reaction, sitting in a corner and eating and drinking to himself. After all, this is still food. It's certainly better than those casinos and brothels that only take money in and never give it back. The flavorless liquor may not taste of much, but drink enough of it and it goes to your head. Soon enough, people around him started blustering and boasting, even dragging Su Yang into their conversation. "Old Su, you're 58 this year, right? My goodness, quite the elder." "Nah, he's older than old Zhang by half a decade, so probably just in his mid-50s. Honestly, I'm envious of you. Full belly for one, the whole family's not hungry unlike us. If I were you, no way would I be here drinking. I'd be off enjoying some secret delight." "Go on, get lost, why bring up such a sore point? Don't you know he injured his root in his early years? Ha ha ha, no wonder he's never spoken of matchmaking all these years. It's a shame, I was thinking of matching you with old Yu's widow. You'd actually present that old spring onion." Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed and jeered, ridiculing him in their fun. Su Yang, however, remained indifferent, paying them no mind, continuing to eat and drink alone in his corner. And so it went, drinking bowl after bowl until the afternoon, when Su Yang finally settled the bill and left, carrying his fish basket away from the fish market. Having returned to his boat and stowed the fish basket, he pushed off toward the waters of the lake, quickly reaching familiar territory. But before he could even sit down to rest, Yang! A shout came from the distance. Su Yang's gaze sharpened, his movements halted, and his body tensed under his straw raincoat. But just as quickly, he relaxed again, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the sound. In the distance, a large black awning boat approached slowly, with an old man standing at the bow, and two young men in simple clothing rowing and punting behind him. Su Yang fell silent for a moment but eventually steered his boat to meet the newcomer. The boats drew alongside one another, and the elder from the other boat made no pretense of politeness, coming straight onto Su Yang's boat. "What, don't you recognize me? It's me, Cheng. Big brother, little brother, aren't you going to call uncle?" "So it's Cheng." Su Yang looked at the old man, replying with neutral tone, then got straight to the point. "What do you want?" "Let's sit down and talk, sit down and talk." The old man grinned, pulling Su Yang toward the cabin while the two young men also jumped down, all making their way inside the cabin. Entering the cabin, the elder glanced around and then shifted back to Su Yang, chuckling, "Yang, you've gotten old, haven't you? Well, we've all reached this age, it can't be helped. I remember when..." The man started on mundane topics, and though Su Yang harbored suspicions, he didn't interrupt immediately and patiently engaged in idle chatter with him. This man was named Zhang Cheng, a distant cousin of his, but they were not close and had not been in touch for many years. Their scant emotional bond had dried up long ago. His showing up now could not possibly be for anything trivial, nobody would believe it otherwise. And sure enough, after some rambling, Zhang Cheng disclosed his motive. "Yang, before our uncle passed, he and my father said that we must find you a marriage match so the family line wouldn't end. But who could have expected? Well, never mind, let's not talk about that. Second brother." Upon finishing, he motioned for the young man behind him to come forward and pointed at him while speaking to Su Yang. "My second son will take the Su surname and call you father. He'll look after you in your old age." "This? What are you standing there for? Call him father." Su Yang frowned, about to speak, when Zhang Cheng slapped the back of the young man's head. The youth, with a simple and honest look, promptly stepped forward. Paying no heed to Su Yang's reaction, he knelt and called out, "Father." Su Yang remained silent, without a word. Zhang Cheng smiled, squinting his eyes at Su Yang and suggested, "Yang, even though this kid isn't the brightest, he's second to none when it comes to work. Let him assist you by your side, look after you as you age, and continue the family line. How about it?" Su Yang looked at him, silent for a while, but eventually nodded in agreement. "That'll do." Seeing that Su Yang had readily agreed, Zhang Cheng's expression sharpened, but then he quickly recovered, clapping his hands and saying, "That settles it then. Second brother, aren't you going to fetch your..." "Not so fast." Su Yang interrupted, "This is a serious matter. It must be witnessed by others. Let's do this tomorrow, you and I will host a table of wine and invite some elders for a proper testimony." Faced with Su Yang's seriousness, Zhang Cheng paused and then laughed, "Fine, fine, you think of everything, Yang. We'll do just that, and I'll set the table." "Good." Moments later, Su Yang stood at the bow, watching Zhang Cheng and his son depart, before he bent his back and slowly turned to go inside the cabin. Within the cabin, Su Yang sat in silence for a while, then, he reached down and slid open the floorboard under his feet. As the board moved, it revealed a hidden compartment holding a sharp dagger, as long as an arm, with frosty blade gleaming with a bone-chilling light. Su Yang took out the dagger and without a word, picked up a grinding stone and sat in the cabin, silently sharpening the blade. Chapter 3, Characteristics. Dad, why bother with so much effort and even have the second brother call him Dad? I think that old coot won't live much longer, he might not even survive this winter. Once he kicks the bucket, or better yet, we could just finish him off directly. Then we take over his possessions. You're his cousin, who could challenge our claim. Exactly, I just looked and that decrepit boat has nothing but some pots and pans, worthless junk. Even if we sold it all, it wouldn't bring in much money. The boat itself is so run down it's useless. Plus, we have to put on a whole feast. On the awning boat, two young men looked at their father with incomprehension in their eyes. You two idiots! Jiang Cheng scolded his sons as if lamenting their inadequacy. Although that dead old man has no children, he has several distant relatives. Normally, they don't mix with each other, but who would miss the chance to feast on a family with no heirs? When the time comes, a large crowd of people will definitely come rushing. How could we alone swallow this whole feast then? This. The two sons exchanged a look, beginning to understand a bit more, but still puzzled. Is it necessary? What worthwhile fortune could that old guy have? Just some broken household items and a dilapidated boat. Is it worth all this trouble? You know nothing. Jiang Cheng cursed again. In this world, a fisherman who could live to such an age invariably has some secrets tucked away. That old coot has always kept a low profile, not even taking a wife. He must surely have quite a bit saved up, even assuming he hasn't got a penny. We could. While speaking, Jiang Cheng lowered his voice. Use his identity, make those things rightfully ours to dispose of, understand? This. Got it, got it. Dad, you really are shrewd. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, both sons finally had their aha moment and began to praise him in agreement. Otherwise, how could I be the father of you two blockheads? Jiang Cheng snorted coldly before turning his gaze behind him and spoke in a quiet, eerie tone, Cousin, oh cousin, don't blame me. You've lived long enough, it's time for you to go down there and reunite with your family. Rest assured, I keep my word. In the future, my second son will surely continue your family line. That night, inside the cabin, Su Yang looked at the knife in his hand, its blade sharpened to an extreme, reflecting a chilling light. Knife sharpening, sharpness. As the name suggests, this skill sharpens blades to a keen edge. Regarding how sharp can it be? Su Yang had done experiments. Though it was not to the point of cutting through iron as if it were mud, slicing through meat, chopping bones, severing heads, or piercing hearts was still remarkably easy. Setting aside the sharp blade, Su Yang turned to look outside the cabin, where he saw only the night sky, dark and boundless. Indeed, a perfect night for murder, a perfect time to set fires. Although Su Yang did not know what Jiang Cheng and his sons were planning, their actions already posed a direct threat to his safety. Therefore, they had to die, tonight. Su Yang stood up, shedding the oversized raincoat, revealing a bent and hunched body, which seemed no different from a typical old man. But as he removed more of his clothing, that hunched body, thin and gaunt, began to straighten and fill out. A strange noise of moving bones and sinews could be heard from within. A moment later, there was no sign of the thin and frail old man in the cabin, only a tall, sturdy build with well-defined muscles, a robust, old man. And when he touched his face with water, the blotches and deep lines on the old man's face disappeared, revealing a young man with sharp and rugged features. Breathing, concealing presence, robust, vigorous, life-extending, health-enhancing. Disguise, camouflage, voice-altering, shrinking bone, concealing presence. Life-extending is a trait of the breathing skill that not only extends one's life but also slows down bodily aging. With the additional years, Su Yang was not an old man but in the prime of life. However, such abnormality could not be known to the world, so Su Yang had long practiced a skill disguise. Disguise how to disguise? Su Yang had no idea, but that didn't matter. With the attribute panel's skill solidification, whether he knew how or not, as long as he acted and practiced to a certain extent, he could cultivate a skill, develop traits, and turn the decrepit into the extraordinary. Su Yang did just that. Initially clueless about disguises and voice alterations, all he did every day was smear mud on his face, don a hat and raincoat when going out, stoop and bow as he moved, and speak in a lowered voice. Over time, Su Yang mastered the disguise skill, developing the traits of camouflage, voice altering, shrinking bone, and concealing presence. Skill traits have the power to turn decay into a miraculous state. With them, Su Yang needed only simple materials like silt from the river bottom to disguise himself as a decrepit old fisherman, concealing his true appearance and life energy. Ordinary people, and even martial artists, could not detect any signs of deceit. To confirm this, Su Yang even conducted several tests by crossing paths with members of the Goldfish Gang and other forces martial artists on Dongting Lake, none of whom noticed anything unusual, showcasing the effectiveness of disguise under the influence of skill traits. Dressed only in shorts and having restored his original appearance, Su Yang stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck, securing the sharp knife and a cloth bag around his waist. Woo! Just then, a clear cry sounded, and a dark shadow descended, settling firmly on top of the awning. It was a cormorant, an exceptionally large cormorant. Breeding, taming, growth, exotic fish, fish eagle. In this strictly hierarchical world where ascension was hard to achieve, Su Yang had been devising various ways to secure his own survival. Since martial arts were out of his reach, he decided to approach it from other angles. Therefore, Su Yang honed the skill of knife sharpening and, through throwing stones and skipping water, mastered the precise art of the flying stone. In the cover of night, he wielded his blade in secret, training a powerful slashing skill with strong traits. With the breeding skill and obtaining the taming trait, he aimed to pursue the path of beast taming, hoping to acquire a shrimp soldier or a crab general, perhaps even birds and beasts to act as bodyguards. Although subsequent developments were less than ideal, with no shrimp soldiers or crab generals, or transcendental traits emerging from spirit beast enlightenment, the combination of growth and fish eagle did procure Su Yang a formidable assistant. Growth, as the name implies, means to grow very large. Animals bred with this skill developed better effects, grew at a faster rate, and ultimately achieved sizes greater than the average. As for the fish eagle, it meant he could train fish eagles to follow commands and enhance their abilities. This large cormorant was the product of Su Yang's meticulous cultivation, named Laolio. Why call it Laolio? Because the previous Lai, Lao Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu had all perished. Laolio had just reached adulthood, it was the prime of his life as an eagle, and he would still accompany Su Yang for some time. Found it. Su Yang glanced at Laolio, who humanly nodded to him. Very good. Go. Seeing this, Su Yang didn't say anything more. With a command, the fish eagle flew up into the sky, guiding the direction with its loud cries. Su Yang also leapt from the bow of the boat, plunging into the dark and profound waters of the lake. Plop! The water of Dongting Lake in the deep autumn night had a bone-chilling coldness to it. But Su Yang felt nothing of the sort. Diving into the water, his body moved with astonishing speed as he started to swim. Swimming, like a fish in water. After experiments, Su Yang found that skill traits also ranged in hierarchy. 2 character traits were common, whereas 4 character traits were rarer, higher in level, and more potent in effect. The swimming skills like a fish in water belonged to the rarer 4 character traits. It allowed Su Yang to move in the water just like a fish, as if he were a large fish of the same size. Given Su Yang's current physical condition, a big fish of his body size would almost be considered a spirit monster in the water. So, one could imagine how Su Yang performed under the water. Even if the Zhang family's boat was more than 10 miles away, he was able to swim swiftly to the location without needing to sail on water and attract attention. Whoosh! With the cries of the fish eagle guiding him, Su Yang, like a fish, dived and swam swiftly, soon reaching the waters where the Zhang family's boat was moored. Su Yang surfaced, only to see a large black canopied boat moored in a natural harbor ahead. Not all fishermen live on their boats. Those with property and houses on land would reside ashore, taking to their boats only when necessary for fishing. It was only the truly destitute, those whose entire belongings were encapsulated in a solitary, decaying boat, that endured the torments of the wind, rain, humidity, and sickness from within their unstable abode. Su Yang was one such person, and the Zhang family was not much better off, with all 3 members living aboard that large black canopied boat. The boat was moored in the bay with a small lamp lit for illumination, to prevent collisions with other vessels. Su Yang observed the sky, estimating the time, but ultimately he dismissed the idea of boarding the boat directly. Though he was strong and had a sharp knife as his weapon, making a stealth attack highly likely to succeed, it was just that highly likely and not a guarantee. One man can hardly fight against many, the other side had 3 people, 2 of whom were fit and strong. Moreover, he had not practiced any formal martial arts. Aside from being a bit more robust, he did not have much of an advantage, and a direct ambush risked overturning his plight. So, Su Yang opened the small pouch tied to his waist, retrieving a goose egg-sized pebble. Flying stone, precision. This was another one of Su Yang's attack skills, the art of the flying stone, cultivated through throwing stones and skipping water. It currently possessed just the precision trait, ensuring extremely high hit rates within a certain range. Despite having just one trait, it was sufficient for his current offensive needs. Su Yang did not believe any of the Zhang family could withstand a blow from his flying stone to the head. Now, all that was left was to wait patiently for someone to get up during the night to relieve themselves. Of course, if the wait proved fruitless, or if they had the habit of preparing a toilet on board, Su Yang would still board the boat and forcefully take lives. Chapter 4, Crisis. Cultivating good habits is an important thing. Take getting up at night for instance. Su Yang hardly ever got up at night, and even when he occasionally did, he wouldn't rashly leave the cabin but often went about his business by opening the hatch. After all, Dongting Lake was vast and full of dangers, especially at night. Who knew what accidents might occur? It was best to stay in the cabin if possible, even to relieve oneself. Not just him, other old boatmen did the same. If there were facilities, they used a toilet, if not, a hatch would suffice. Only those young fools who knew nothing of life and death and couldn't be bothered with niceties would go outside the boat for that. Although Zhang Cheng was an old boatman who knew the rules of the water, his two sons didn't have such awareness. So, Su Yang didn't have to wait long before he saw a figure emerge from the cabin, half asleep and half awake, and make his way to the side of the boat to undo his belt. It was the elder son of Zhang Cheng, smaller in build compared to the younger one who was supposed to attend to his funeral. But Su Yang wasn't choosy. He gripped the pebble in his hand tightly and, putting strength into his arm, hurled it with force. Most techniques with hidden weapons involved using the wrist, but Su Yang didn't know any such techniques, so he relied on instinct, throwing the pebble with the strength of his arm. This method was showy and full of openings. Forget a martial artist, even an ordinary person would find it easy to dodge. But the elder of Zhang family was peeing while drowsy, in no condition to react or dodge. Plop! There was a splash followed by the sound of a heavy blow, and the elder Zhang family's brother grunted before toppling headfirst into the water, creating ripples. Elder brother! In the cabin, the lightly sleeping Zhang Cheng was also startled awake by the noise outside and hurriedly went out to look. Seeing no one at the bow, only the ripples in the water, Zhang Cheng immediately panicked, shouting, "Not good, second son, wake up! Your brother has fallen into the water, hurry and save him!" "What's wrong, Dad?" Hearing Zhang Cheng's frantic shouts, the robust second son of the Zhang family also rubbed his eyes and came out of the cabin. "Your brother's fallen in, hurry, dive in and get him out." "Oh!" The second son of Zhang family didn't sense anything amiss and immediately dove into the water, leaving Zhang Cheng by the boat's side, waiting anxiously with a lantern in hand. "This damned boy, I've said it over and over, the wind and waves are strong at night, don't leave the cabin," but he wouldn't listen, and now look what's happened. Zhang Cheng, holding the lantern, cursed under his breath by the boat's side, unaware of anything amiss. Until... glub glub! A flurry of bubble sounds came from below, indicating something was amiss underwater. Zhang Cheng's pupils contracted as he shone his lantern towards the dark depths, only to see a great deal of bubbles and blood-red water surfacing. "This... second son!" Finally realizing something, Zhang Cheng screamed, taking up an oar and thrusting it into the water, yet touching nothing. "Elder brother, second son!" This left Zhang Cheng with a panicked face, shouting helplessly. Just then, a surge of water sounded from behind, and Zhang Cheng's pupils contracted as he quickly turned around. The result? Plop! A flying stone came hurtling out of nowhere and struck him squarely in the face, bursting into a spray of blood. Zhang Cheng felt darkness before his eyes and intense pain, then his world spun, and he involuntarily toppled over at the bow. Simultaneously, a large hand grabbed onto the side of the boat and hoisted a body out of the water. The figure rushed forward with a knife straight towards Zhang Cheng. Plop! A dull thud sounded as the blade penetrated the flesh. Zhang Cheng's body twitched, tensed up, but then went limp, unresponsive. Plunk! Su Yang pulled out the dagger, looked at the body emotionlessly and plunged the knife back into the deceased's chest. Plunk! 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 After 3 stabs, Su Yang stopped, turned, and dove back into the water to drag out 2 bodies and throw them onto the deck. They were the Zhang family's brothers. Both had multiple knife wounds, their throats slit, and their hearts pierced, clearly beyond dead. 3 bodies were neatly stacked together. Su Yang then climbed back onto the boat and started searching inside the cabin. A short while later, Su Yang, with a bag tied around his waist, exited the cabin. He ignored the 3 corpses of the Zhang family, deftly pushed the boat off, and headed for the deeper waters of the lake. Rowing, swiftly, with waves, without alarm. As a fisherman, one who had lived on the water for over 40 years, old Su's boating skills need hardly be mentioned. He had honed his abilities, developed his attributes, and moved over the water both quickly and steadily. In less than the time it took to burn half an incense stick, Su Yang had steered the boat to the deep water area, then he turned around, went back into the cabin, and began to bore holes in various parts of the bottom of the boat. Glug glug! Glug glug! With the cabin bottom breached, water poured in. Su Yang made his way to the bow, tying heavy weights to each of the 3 corpses and binding them together with the hull. After doing all this, Su Yang somersaulted into the water and swiftly swam away from the area. In the vast Dongting Lake, disposing of bodies was a simple task. Once the bodies sank, the fish, soft-shelled turtles, shrimps, and crabs of the lake would take care of the rest. Eventually, only 3 skeletons unidentifiable to anyone would remain at the bottom of the lake. As for the aftermath, there was even less need to worry. For the fishermen who eked out a living on the water, every day was uncertain, full of potential mishaps such as large waves, lake monsters, or some other reason leading to shipwreck and loss of life. Such events were not unusual and happened from time to time. Therefore, Su Yang didn't need to worry that the death and disappearance of the Zhang family's father and sons would affect him. Even if they had met that day, no one would believe that an old fisherman on the brink of death could have killed all 3 members of the Zhang family. And if by some flight of fancy, someone did harbor suspicions and cast doubts upon him, having evidence or not didn't matter. As long as there was intent, as long as there were suspicions, they would inevitably act against him. After all, he was just a fisherman, an extremely lowly commoner. Whether they killed the wrong person or the right one, there were no consequences to bear. So, action could be taken without any misgivings. A mere suspicion was enough. Su Yang was aware of this, so he acted decisively, quickly ending the lives of the 3 members of the Zhang family that very night. In the middle of the night, the fish eagle landed, perched on the bow. Su Yang also emerged from the water, flipping onto the boat with swift movements, and entered the dark cabin. Once inside, he removed his sharp knife and, after wiping off the blood and the smell, he stowed it away in a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Then he calmly sat down, opened the small pouch, and began to count the spoils of his night's endeavor. As the saying goes, murder and arson bring the reward of a golden belt. Without considering risk, plundering others is the quickest way to accumulate power and wealth. Although the victims of Su Yang's raid tonight were only slightly less poor than himself, they still brought him an unexpected windfall. Su Yang emptied the contents of the bag. The most eye-catching items were several pieces of yellow and white metal. There were also quite a few copper coins and a vivid, green jade pendant. The copper coins were from Zhang Cheng's family savings. However, the plump silver ingots and shiny gold leaves, as well as the vivid green jade pendant, were clearly not the kind of wealth a fisherman would be able to accumulate. The ingots alone were estimated to be worth around 180 taels. Including the gold leaves and jade pendant, this unexpected fortune was enough for Su Yang to leave Dongting Lake, buy a mansion and beautiful servants in the city, and live a life of decadent luxury. Seeing this, Su Yang understood why Zhang Cheng and his sons had approached him. Their act of eating up one's estate was merely a distraction. Their real purpose was to use him, an old man, as a front to liquidate some of the gold and silver, inconspicuously acquired, to improve their living conditions. Don't ask why they didn't simply spend it. If they dared to flaunt such a large amount of gold and silver, the goldfish gang would ensure they ended up at the bottom of the lake. Without adequate strength, wealth and beauty could only bring about fatal disasters. So, they dared not dispose of the gold and silver openly but instead had to plot carefully, finding ways to convert it to cash. Su Yang's inheritance was one of the methods they had found for this purpose. As for the origin of this treasure, was it fished from the depths? Dug up on an island? Stolen from a murder? Who cares? Su Yang didn't dwell too much on the source of items that dead men couldn't testify about, he just collected them and bolstered his assets. Although he now had money in his hands, it was no different from being in the hands of Zhang Cheng and his sons. It couldn't be used just yet. Su Yang was a man of self-awareness. Although he possessed many skills, few were combat relevant. He had no way to confront martial artists, let alone a gang made up of many martial artists. Therefore, he couldn't use this treasure for the time being. Besides, the actions of Zhang Cheng and his sons had revealed another problem. He was too old. If he lived a few more years, not to mention those bastards waiting to prey upon his estate, the Goldfish gang might notice him and become suspicious. But if old Su died, under what identity would he buy the essentials for living? Disguise himself? Wouldn't that raise suspicions and attract unwelcome scrutiny? Su Yang frowned, pondered for a long time, and finally uttered a sigh. In the end, it all comes down to insufficient strength. Saying this, he stood up, preparing to start a fire to cook, make a midnight snack to replenish the energy he had expended earlier. However, despite planning for a snack, thoughts of future developments and directions continued to weigh on Su Yang's mind. The formal identity of old Su was about to crumble, and it was inevitable that he would need a new identity to interact with outsiders and purchase supplies. However, suddenly introducing a new individual could attract attention and trouble. The best way to deal with these problems was to increase his strength. How to increase it? Currently, the only thing he could rely on was the attribute panel, his golden finger. Su Yang reviewed his skills, most of which were auxiliary. Only a few could increase combat capabilities, but their effects were not significant. Knife sharpening, flying stone, cleaving they could only deal with ordinary people. Against martial artists possessing extraordinary powers, it would be a one-way ticket doomed. Therefore, he needed to develop new skills urgently, ones that could enhance his basic combat strength. But how to develop them? Chapter 5, Dream Butterfly. Having crossed over so many years ago, Su Yang had thoroughly familiarized himself with his golden finger. To develop a skill was simple, just one word: do. As long as one persisted, year in and year out, even the most trivial of tasks could forge a skill, create a trait, and grant one the power to turn the decrepit into the miraculous. But this doing came with requirements. One must complete all aspects of a task. Only then can one say they have done something. It was through this accumulated effort that a skill could be cultivated. Take breathing as an example. One must complete the actions of inhaling and exhaling for it to count as one breath. Therefore, only by doing can one cultivate a skill. There is no scenario where not doing also counts as doing. What does not doing mean? Continuing with the example of breathing, if breathing can generate a skill, what about not breathing? Can that generate a skill? Or not eating, not drinking water, not sleeping, not cultivating, can these reverse not doing actions generate a skill? Clearly not. Su Yang was certain of this. In order to conceal his robust qi blood and avoid suspicion, he had not married for many years, even spreading a fabricated rumor about having an injury to his manhood to avoid taking a wife, having children, and he had never once visited even the half-concealed brothels. In doing so, for these many decades, he certainly didn't develop any abstinence from visiting prostitutes type of skill. Not even a skill like celibacy had surfaced. Thus, Su Yang was sure that one couldn't cultivate a skill from not doing. One had to earnestly do something, complete it, and with continuous effort, it would crystallize into a skill on the attribute panel. And this doing had its conditions. It was not enough for one to subjectively feel they had done something, it had to be truly completed. For instance, with martial arts, when his memory first recovered, Su Yang thought to combine the knowledge from before his transmigration with the attribute panel, perhaps through Tai Chi fist, military boxing, calisthenics, etc., to see if he could cultivate any martial skills. It resulted in nothing. Su Yang guessed that this was likely because the punches he threw were not systematic. In the system's judgment, what he was doing wasn't practicing any fist skill at all, but rather flailing his limbs randomly, which naturally wouldn't generate any fist skill, but at most something like waving hands or physical exercise. Although exercise could enhance his combat ability, it was time-consuming and inefficient, far less practical than quietly swinging a sword at night, so he simply gave it up and chose to swing a sword, thus cultivating the chopping skill. But a single chopping skill clearly wasn't enough. Su Yang needed a more formidable combat ability, such as learning a legitimate martial art. Yet, Su Yang didn't have access to any martial arts now. There was no choice but to settle for less, to continue doing things with destructive power, like throwing stones, which then could forge the flying stone. From this point, extensions like flying knives, flying swords, and flying tridents could also possess some attack power and lethality. But could these things take on a martial artist? Su Yang wasn't sure. Through observation and experimentation, the skill traits generated on the attribute panel indeed had the power to turn the decrepit into the miraculous. Some could even be considered divine skills or spells, beyond the scope of mortals. Take Flying Stone as an example. If Su Yang's Flying Stone skill developed a never-miss trait, then his Flying Stone would indeed never miss, hitting the target with 100% accuracy, even if the opponent used extraordinary evasion techniques, flying to the heavens or burrowing into the earth, they couldn't escape his never-miss Flying Stone. But guaranteeing a hit was one thing, dealing damage after the hit was another matter entirely, which still depended on the effect of the skill traits. So, Su Yang was uncertain if he could cultivate skills and traits with substantial lethality to face the upcoming array of hidden dangers and threats. Thus, after much thought, he still didn't have any effective plan or solution. However, Su Yang wasn't anxious. His decades of steadfast concealment had greatly honed his patience. Although the current situation was somewhat tricky, it wasn't at the level of a true life and death crisis, and it certainly could not throw him into disarray. If no solution presented itself, then he would let be. When the time came, a path would unfold before the mountain, and the bridge would straighten out once the boat arrived. There would always be a way. Harboring this mindset, Su Yang indulged in another pot of delicious river delicacy porridge and then comfortably fell asleep fully clothed. Sleep calms the mind, nourishes life, strengthens the body, reduces illness, prolongs life. The traits of sleep need no elaboration. Calming the mind affects one's spirit, nourishing life cultivates the essence, benefiting the body. With additional benefits like strengthening the body, reducing illness, and prolonging life, Su Yang's robust physique was largely nurtured by sleep, with the other half attributed to his diet. Eat well, sleep well, and the body naturally flourishes. Beyond strengthening the body and extending life, the skill of sleep also had a hidden advantage, being able to sleep whenever desired, falling asleep the moment one closed their eyes, forever free from the troubles of insomnia. Su Yang slumbered dressed as he was, his consciousness sinking into a warm, calming ocean. In his hazy state, he saw skyscrapers, bustling traffic, as if he had crossed back again, returning to that glittering modern city to resume a monotonous life of mindless routine. Was it real or false, good or bad? Su Yang couldn't say, caught between sleep and wakefulness, his dreams inverted, lost in that hallucinatory world. In this state, after an indeterminate amount of time, every image was erased, dissolving into darkness. Then, that darkness was pierced by flickering lights, the sound of water, the wind, and the calls of fish-eagles, along with the familiar fishy scent rushing into his senses, rousing the slumbering him back to reality. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, propped up his body, sat there blankly for a while, and then summoned the attribute panel that only he could see. Above the panel, within the skill column, a line of text slowly formed, shimmering with specks of gold. Dreaming, Zhuanzhou Mendi. Zhuanzhou Mendi? Looking at those 4 characters twinkling with golden light, Su Yang was stunned. He had only developed one 4-character attribute so far, which was the swimming skill, like a fish in water. And a 4-character attribute with special light effects? That was like a maiden's first ride in a sedan chair, a first-time occurrence. Moreover, dreaming, such an event, astonishingly wasn't listed under the sleep attribute column, but had become an independent skill. What did this mean? It meant it was qualified to become an independent skill. Huge potential, promising future. And it didn't even require the future, right now, it had produced a 4-character attribute resplendent with golden light. Zhuanzhou Mendi? What effect? Su Yang carefully examined it, and his expression changed accordingly, showing shock, curiosity, and delight among other mixed feelings. After a short while, he looked outside the cabin, at the already clear sky, and instead of going out to fish, he lay back down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Darkness like a tide, then, in an instant, brightness. In a certain valley, below a cliff, amongst green grass, lay a person covered in bloodstains. It was a youth, with a pale complexion, tattered clothes, body full of wounds and bloodstains, and no longer breathing. It wouldn't be too much to call him a corpse. Suddenly, the noiseless corpse abruptly opened its eyes, filled with bewilderment, surprise, astonishment, and joy. Then, he sat up, looking at his own hands and body, before lifting his head to gaze at the cliffs and vines ahead. Memories that didn't belong to him surfaced abruptly, blending with his soul. Am I Su Yang? No, I am Li Qingshan. No, I am Zhuanzhou Mendi, the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzi. I am Su Yang, and I am also Li Qingshan. Muttering to himself a few times, regaining self-awareness, the confusion in his eyes also settled down. Su Yang propped up his body, and began to look around. Zhuanzhou Mendi, the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzi. This was the effect of the four-character attribute, allowing him to traverse into another world in a dreamlike manner, becoming another person like Zhuangzi, dreaming of a butterfly, inheriting their body, memories, and entire past life. Was it a true snatch body rebirth, traversing into another world? Or just an ephemeral, imaginary weaving of a dream journey? Su Yang couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. To him, whether this world was real or fake, whether this life was dream or reality, was completely irrelevant. What mattered was what benefits he could gain from it. According to the original host, Li Qingshan's memory, he was born in Little Yellow Village, a poor hunter from the mountain, with parents long deceased, leaving behind a younger brother and sister. Their lives were extremely difficult. As the pillar of the family, Li Qingshan had to work hard tilling the few mu of thin fields at home, and often had to venture into the mountains to hunt, collect and search for medicinal herbs, just to barely sustain the lives of his younger siblings and himself. But the wilds weren't just filled with exotic treasures, they also housed many dangers, with countless venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Every year, numerous mountain dwellers lost their lives to these perils. The original Li Qingshan suffered an accident. Coming here to gather precious herbs, he accidentally fell from a cliff, crashing to the ground and losing his life. Then, Su Yang came here through Zhuanzhou Mendi. Zhuanzhou Mendi not only allowed him to transmigrate, but the accompanying divine soul also helped him heal both internal and external injuries of this body, even alleviating much of the weakness and powerlessness caused by hunger. The power of the divine soul is the key to Zhuanzhou Mendi. Zhuanzhou Mendi requires the consumption of the power of the divine soul, which can be supplied by Su Yang's original body or accumulated independently by the transmigrated incarnation. The death of the incarnation does not lead to the death of the original body, but it does cause certain damage to the original's divine soul. For most people, damage to the divine soul is a very serious matter. At best, it may lead to headaches and lethargy, and at worst, it can result in idiocy, madness, or the dispersal of the soul. But for Su Yang, this is not a significant issue because he has the skill sleep. The soothing nature of sleep can effectively nourish the divine soul. Even if the incarnation dies and the divine soul is injured, he can recover by resting and continuing to use Zhuanzhou Mendi for transmigration. In other words, he is not afraid of dying. Beyond that, the power of the divine soul has another marvelous use. That is, Su Yang, Li Qingshan. Cultivation, none. Lifespan, 1649. Skills, none. Looking at the empty attribute panel, Su Yang did not speak, he simply willed it to change. Then, on the attribute panel, within the empty skills column, a line of text slowly emerged. Eating, chewing, digestion, essence, strengthening, smoothing. This is the marvelous use of the power of the divine soul. By consuming a certain amount of divine soul power, Su Yang's original skills can be copied and bestowed upon his incarnation. Likewise, the incarnation can also transfer the skills cultivated by itself to the original body, essentially like having a subsidiary account for power leveling. Not just skills, but if the divine soul power is sufficient, even physical items can be transported between the two worlds, facilitating exchange as needed. Unfortunately, Su Yang currently has no cultivation, and the divine soul nurtured by sleep is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. For now, he can only transfer one skill, and that's as far as he can go. This is the original body's only support. After considering for a while, Su Yang ultimately chose eating, the skill with the widest application. Why not choose breathing? Because breathing is easy to practice, and it does not require the support of the original body. In a short time, the incarnation can learn it on its own. Eating is different. According to his memory, the living conditions of the original Li Qingshan were not good, and enduring hunger was common. To cultivate the skill of eating, who knows how much time would be needed? Dreamlike transmigration, snatch body incarnation, are the basic functions of Zhuanzhou Mendi. Besides, Zhuanzhou Mendi also has a special hidden effect. That is time dilation. There is a considerable difference in the flow of time between the dream world and the real world, with different worlds having different flow rates. Currently, the ratio of the flow of time between the real world and this world is 1 to 365. In other words, for every year that passes in the incarnation's dream world, only 1 day passes in Su Yang's real world. Incarnation for power leveling plus time hack? This is Zhuanzhou Mendi. A golden legend, the forward trait, indeed extraordinary. Having received all the information and glancing once again at the precious herb growing on the cliff above, Su Yang didn't think twice. He picked up the scattered items and the backpack nearby, then turned and walked away. Climb the mountain? Sorry, I can't. And even if he could, he wouldn't while it's just an incarnation and he's not afraid of dying. Recklessness still needs to be calculated. How to take risks to gain the highest returns is a question that must be considered. Chapter 6, Mountain Household. Little Yellow Village, the sun setting in the west, smoke curling up from the kitchens, a beautiful rural scene indeed. Su Yang, carrying a basket on his back, returned to the village, guided by memory. This Kinshan. Is that Li Laoda's boy? Gone for so many days, and he didn't die. Really has a big life. Things are heating up now. Upon entering the village, he was met with many astonished gazes and peculiar stares. A tall, sturdy-looking youth came quickly towards him. Kinshan, where did you go? Su Yang glanced at him and made up an excuse on the spot. I got lost in the mountains, it took me a long time to find my way out. What's going on? Well, you have no idea. Green River and Red Jade were almost out of their minds with worry, and remembering something, the youth's expression changed again, and he grabbed Su Yang's hand. You'd better hurry home and see for yourself. A big group of people are at your place, preparing a feast, and they're talking about dividing up your family's land. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly left the youth behind and headed for home. There's a saying that fits well, a poor mountain and bad water produce a crafty people. The peasants between the fields and the wilds were actually not as simple and kind as romantic poets imagined, but more often than not, they were driven to sly and ugly acts by a life of hardship and dire poverty, calculating cruelly. Such as devouring a family's last resources. The so-called devouring of a family's last resources refers to when the head of a household dies, relatives and friends come to help with the funeral arrangements, disposing of the deceased's land, houses, and other assets, either by dividing or selling them. Then, they lay out banquet tables and feast for days or even weeks, until they have consumed all of the household's savings. As for the bereaved wife and children, ancient customs never considered women to count as much, and if there was no reliable in-law family or a son old enough to shoulder responsibilities, they would have no choice but to be at the mercy of others. Not to mention the family's savings, even their own safety was not guaranteed. Being sold off and remarried was a common occurrence. Only a few lucky widows, with their fierce personalities and clan protection, could establish themselves in the village, but that was contingent on having a male heir. Without one, and without clan protection, no matter how tough a woman was, she could not withstand the crafty harassment of local hooligans. The parents of Su Yang's incarnation had died early, and he had not yet had time to marry and have children. The household consisted only of a pair of young siblings. How could they stand against those with evil intentions, like tigers, leopards, and wolves? Therefore, Su Yang hurried home, and from afar, he saw his dilapidated courtyard alive with the sound of gongs and drums, and bustle all around. Su Yang's expression unchanged, he strode ahead, arriving at his own door to see several tables set up for a feast in the courtyard, with a crowd of people toasting and engrossed in eating and drinking. Most of them were men, but there were also many women, with children in tow, sitting in the yard, nimbly scraping bowls and snatching food. In the crowd, two stood out, a boy and a girl, both half-grown children, huddled at the inner room's doorway, looking helplessly at the people eating and drinking in the yard. When Su Yang caught sight of them, they too saw him, and tears welled up in their swollen eyes. "Brother! You're back!" The siblings ran to the door in their surprise and joy, the slightly younger girl throwing herself into Su Yang's arms, sobbing, "Brother, they took all the rice from home, the vegetables from the fields, and the meat too. I tried to stop them, but they hit me." The little girl cried in Su Yang's arms, recounting her grievances, while the slightly taller boy stood by, red-eyed and gritting his teeth, barely holding back his tears. This scene brought a sudden stiffness to the atmosphere in the yard, those gathered around the wine tables looked at Su Yang and his siblings, their expressions shifting from shock to strangeness, from strangeness to awkwardness, until they found themselves without a place to hide. Well, Qinshan, you're back. Where have you been all these days? Everyone thought something had happened to you. A few individuals attempted to justify themselves, but upon encountering Su Yang's icy gaze, their words choked in their throats. Caught between sitting and standing, they were utterly embarrassed. Just then. Hey! Isn't that Qinshan? At that moment, a loud laughter rang out. Everyone turned to look, and there, at the central and largest table, sat a man with a bare chest, thick with hair, holding a wine bowl and laughing loudly. We haven't seen you for many days, everyone thought you were dead. Here they are, at your house, helping to arrange the funeral. Brother! Seeing this, before Su Yang could react, the young boy at his side tugged at him and whispered, he took our land deeds. Su Yang looked at the boy, then turned his gaze back to the burly man. This man was Li Laoju. In terms of kinship, he was an uncle to the Su Yang siblings. In Little Yellow Village, he was a well-known layabout, always idling, sneaking about, and never doing honest work. Confronted with Su Yang's frosty stare, Li Laoju appeared unconcerned, tossing a meaty bone on the ground. A black dog immediately sprung to it, gnawing vigorously. Only then did Li Laoju scoff, Qinshan, although we are relatives, even brothers must settle their debts clearly. Everyone has been helping out at your place, and I've covered all these expenses. Now that you're back, shouldn't we settle this properly, clear and square? This. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, shocked by Li Laoju's shameless bullying but also feeling a sense of relieved justification for their discomfort. Just as Li Laoju had said, with regards to the banquet arrangements to handle everything inside and out, how could Su Yang and his siblings afford it? It was Li Laoju who had stepped forward, advanced the money, enabling everyone to enjoy such a feast. But what kind of person was Li Laoju, and how could he be so kind-hearted? He funded the feast solely to secure those few thin acres of land from Su Yang's family, effectively sealing the mouths of others with a share of money. Now that Su Yang was alive and had returned, the matter of seizing the land was definitely off the table. But since Li Laoju had spent the money and hosted the banquet, he naturally refused to let his efforts go to waste, leading to his demand to settle accounts with Su Yang. A clear-cut rogue. And he was indeed such a shameless idler. With him stepping forward, the crowd felt less awkward, looking at Su Yang, eager to see how he would resolve the situation. Would he admit his bad luck and pay off Li Laoju with some money? Or would he escalate the situation, causing a racket that would end up before the clan leader for judgment? Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Yang remained silent, simply withdrawing a hatchet used for chopping firewood from his basket and striding toward Li Laoju. Brother! This! Seeing Su Yang pull out a hatchet, everyone's expression changed, and they hurriedly stood up to get out of the way. Li Laoju's face twitched, but he quickly suppressed it and scoffed, "Oh, I see you've grown bolder in just a few days, daring to raise your hand against an elder. Do you think I, Li Laoju, grew up being scared? I've seen it all over the years. If you dare, strike me here." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang, with a cold expression, walked over, causing Li Laoju's heart to skip a beat and a sense of foreboding to wash over him. Woof! The black dog at his feet, seeing a stranger approaching, bared its teeth at Su Yang, ready to pounce. But Su Yang did not stop, and he not only didn't stop but also suddenly accelerated, charging right in front of Li Laoju. Grr! The black dog pounced, aiming to bite Su Yang. But he was caught off guard by Su Yang's quicker movements. Su Yang grabbed the hatchet with both hands and split it down on the dog. Plop! A muffled sound followed by a blood splatter. The black dog was struck in the face by Su Yang's hatchet and flipped onto the ground, letting out a pitiful whine as it twisted and convulsed. Without hesitation, Su Yang advanced and began hacking and smashing the dog on the ground. In a short while, the vicious canine was silenced. Only then did Li Laoju snap back to his senses. Looking at the mangled remains of the dead dog on the ground and then at Su Yang, who was holding the hatchet covered in blood, a chill ran up from his tailbone to the back of his head, causing his legs to uncontrollably shake. You! Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a loud noise as Su Yang moved in and violently kicked him between the legs. The unexpected kick caught Li Laoju unprepared, his vulnerable spot taking a heavy hit. His legs drew together in pain, his face streaked with tears and snot, so much in agony that he couldn't make a sound. Unsatisfied, Su Yang delivered another kick, knocking him to the ground. Then, grasping the hatchet, he turned it backward and brought the flat side down on the soft cartilage of Li Laoju's shoulder. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by wailing, while the scene instantly descended into chaos. "Qinshan, what are you doing? Murder, it's a murder! Quick, go find the clan leader! Hold him down, quickly hold him down!" The crowd was in a panic, their shrieks unceasing. Undeterred, Su Yang flipped the back of the hatchet, pressing the heavy and rough cutting edge against Li Laoju's neck. "Where's the deed?" With his lower body injured and his shoulder bones shattered, Li Laoju was in so much pain he was nearly out of his mind, but the hatchet's blade against his neck and Su Yang's cold words brought him back to his senses. He called out repeatedly, "In my jacket pocket, in my jacket pocket, don't kill me, don't kill me." Su Yang then got up and turned to his siblings, saying, "Get his clothes over here." "Oh!" The equally petrified siblings finally snapped out of it, and Li Qinghe ran to fetch Li Laoju's clothes, handing them to Su Yang. Su Yang took the clothes and rummaged through the pockets for his family's deed and a small string of copper coins, which he collected without hesitation. Then he turned to the crowd and said, "Coming for the feast is fine, but shouldn't you also hand over the banquet contribution?" Hearing this, the terrified crowd pulled themselves together, exchanging glances, uncertain and uneasy. In the end, a few elders mustered the courage to step forward. "Qinshan, about this matter." Bang! Their words were cut short as Su Yang brought the hatchet down on the table. "Will you pay or not?" A few old fellows froze in place, staring at Su Yang, whose presence exuded a sinister evil qi and who was covered in blood, and found themselves speechless. Since ancient times, the imperial power did not extend to the countryside. The villages were entirely self-governed by clans, landlords, local strongmen, and noble families. They were the emperors of the soil. Thus, regulations were extremely lax, and conflicts involving villagers wielding weapons were commonplace. The battles were about ruthlessness. The more ruthless one was, the more fearsome and powerful they became. Was Su Yang ruthless enough? Of course, he was. 4 decades on Dongting Lake, he had sent countless scoundrels like Zhang family father and son off to their deaths. Killing people was to him as ordinary as anything else. So, not only was he ruthless, but he was also swift and accurate. Now, as Xuanzhou Mendi, without the fear of life and death concerning his original body, he was like hardened flesh cut by a rolling blade. Aside from those nobles in high mansions, there was no one in the village whom he did not dare provoke or contend with. The share money, of course, it's due. A few old ghosts stuttered for a while, trembling as they brought out a few copper coins and placed them on the table, then looked back at Su Yang. Su Yang also turned his gaze to the others. At his glance, the crowd felt the hairs on their skin stand on end, and they could only fumble at their purses with shaking hands. After a brief period of scrabbling about, most of the people had paid their share and left the place as if fleeing for their lives. Only a few women, truly unable to produce any money, could only look at Su Yang with faces full of sorrow and eyes begging for mercy. "Qinshan, we get lost." Gathering the money wasn't the objective, establishing authority was. Thus, Su Yang did not waste much time bickering with these sons of turtles and drove everyone out before looking down at Li Laoju, who was quivering on the ground. "Qinshan, no, big brother Qinshan, grandpa Qinshan, I was wrong, please, don't kill me." Feeling Su Yang's gaze, Li Laoju could not care about the severe pain and kept begging for mercy. Su Yang held the short axe and looked coldly at him. After staring for a good while, he finally said, "Get lost." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Laoju, as if granted a royal pardon, struggled to his feet and ran outside as if escaping from peril. Su Yang watched him leave with cold eyes. He knew this son of a turtle would definitely not let things rest. But he had no choice. Even though imperial power did not extend to the countryside, it did not mean one could kill at will. Under the governance of clans and strongmen, there were still rules and order. It was okay to fight on regular days, but causing a death was a different matter. So, he could only let Li Laoju go. "Brother." After Li Laoju left, the once bustling courtyard became completely quiet. Li Qinghe looked at Su Yang, covered in blood, with a mix of fear and excitement, while Li Hongyu did not think too much and collected the copper coins on the nearby tables. coming to Su Yang with a face full of joy, so much money. Su Yang wiped the dog blood off his face and said to the two, go and fetch a basin of water. Oh! A moment later, a clean Su Yang was sitting by the dining table, while Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu transferred all the food and drinks from several tables over to him. Though called food and drinks, the servings were quite meager, combined, they could not muster a few meat dishes, and even the rice was coarse. Yet Su Yang was unconcerned. Holding a large bowl, he lifted his chopsticks and, seeing Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu salivating, said, eat. Oh! The two children, who had always been hungry, had never seen such a feast. Given permission by Su Yang, they immediately started to dig in with their utensils. Su Yang did not correct their manners, for his own table etiquette was not much better, scooping up food by the bowlful and eating voraciously. As the sole support for his original body at the moment, the effects of culinary skills needed no elaboration, especially for this body that had been increasingly malnourished. Eating a great deal could rapidly fill the nutritional void and strengthen the physique. Thanks to this, the food capacity of Su Yang's body experienced a remarkable increase. He consumed almost the entire table of food and drinks, astonishing Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu, who were also stuffed to the brim. Brother, you! How could you eat that much? The two looked at Su Yang with concern, feeling that their brother seemed somewhat different, even a little frightening. Su Yang glanced at them and offered no explanation, merely asking, do you trust me? This. Children of the poor mature early, and the two had a maturity beyond their years. Now hearing Su Yang speak like this, they became worried. Brother, what's wrong? Su Yang shook his head and said gravely, Li Laoju has suffered such a big loss, he won't let it go easily. I've heard that he has some connections with the Li family. If he seeks revenge, we won't be able to bear it. Then what do we do? The two became even more alarmed upon hearing this. Su Yang took out the previous land deeds and said to them, if you trust me as your elder brother, then follow me. Chapter 7, Selling Oneself. Although it is but a few meager acres, it is still the family's heritage, you truly wish to sell it. In the ancient-styled hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a robe and garb of an officer sat in a high seat, looking down at Su Yang and two others below, then at the land deed in his hand, his expression filled with a playfully complex sentiment. Su Yang nodded and said in a deep voice, not only the land, but my siblings and I, all three of us, are willing to sell ourselves into servitude to the Lu family in hope that Officer Lu will show mercy and provide us three siblings with a place to live, to shelter us from the wind and rain. Officer Lu stroked his beard and appraised Su Yang with half-closed eyes, then smiled and said, I have heard about the affairs of your family, and indeed, you have been somewhat excessive. Very well, I will take these acres. As for the three of you siblings, you will come to my house and work as a laborer, and these acres will still be under your family's care. How does that sound? Many thanks, my lord. Upon hearing this, Su Yang did not say much, simply bowing his head and expressing his gratitude. Officer Lu glanced at him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, then he passed the land deed to the steward next to him. Zhang Fu, you will handle this matter. Speak with the Li family properly, and ensure no misunderstandings arise. Yes, my lord. Steward Zhang Fu took the land deed and motioned to Su Yang and the others, follow me. Su Yang nodded, leading Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu away from the hall. Little Yellow Village was home to two prominent families with the surnames Li and Lu. Though from the same village, the relationship between the two families was not good, and disputes were frequent. Hence, Su Yang, carrying the land deed and accompanied by his siblings, resolutely sought refuge with the Lu family, even at the cost of enslaving themselves. This was a step taken out of necessity. That bastard Li Laoju had some ties to the powerful Li family of the Li clan, and Su Yang had just severely extorted those extortioners, virtually alienating all of his kin. Given this, where else could they find shelter within the Li clan? To prevent revenge from Li Laoju and avoid further troubles from the Li clan, Su Yang decisively sold himself to the Lu family. The Lu family, like the Li family, was a major household in Little Yellow Village. The two families were competitors and could be considered old rivals. Officer Lu, known far and wide as a great philanthropist, naturally did not mind taking in Su Yang, a person ostracized by the Li family. Doing so, he not only acquired a good reputation but also got one over on his old rival. On top of that, he gained a few acres of land, a case of killing three birds with one stone, a win for both honor and profit. As for the violent methods and the chaos Su Yang had caused at the Li family's expense, Officer Lu was unconcerned. It was common for mountain folk to be fierce, especially a youth with vigorous Qi blood. Seeing someone bring ruin upon his own house in a fit of passion was quite normal, and there was no need to worry about welcoming such a household slave as a potential threat, let alone that the deeds for the land and property were securely in hand, leaving no room for any waves to be made. Such a person, if tamed well, would be a loyal dog, and in a few generations, the Lu family would have more servants of clean background and unwavering loyalty, a pleasant prospect indeed. Thus, after a busy half-day, this matter finally came to a conclusion. Su Yang sold the land deeds, property, and even himself and his siblings to the Lu family and were now servants of the Lu family. The Lu family also kept their promise and resolved the matter of Li Laoju, causing the Li family to lose some face, neither too great nor too small. As a result, the grudge held by the Li family was certainly inevitable, and members of the Li clan would likely curse him behind his back and perhaps even seek trouble with him in secret. But Su Yang did not care in the slightest. As long as it wasn't an overt life-threatening action, he simply didn't give it any thought. All he needed was time, a period of stable development. Brother. That night, at home, Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu looked at their elder brother, full of confusion, having returned after selling themselves into servitude. Is it really okay to do this? That Lu family does not seem to be made of good people. Whether they are good or not isn't important. Su Yang shook his head and said with a light laugh, what's important is that they can handle the Li family, understand? This. The siblings wanted to say more, but upon meeting Su Yang's gaze, the words caught in their throats, and all they could do was nod in agreement, understood. It's good that you understand. Su Yang nodded and said solemnly, just endure for a few years, I already have plans, don't worry. No wonder Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu were worried. Su Yang's decision was indeed debatable. Although the Li family was not made of good people, the Lu family was not any better, yet Su Yang had sold his entire family to them, which seemed utterly foolish. Now, not only had the three siblings lost their land, but they had also lost their freedom. Their lives were entirely in the hands of the Lu family, alive or dead at their whim. To have come to such a juncture, it might have been better to swallow the past grudges and feign compliance with Li Laoju and others. After all, he too was a member of the Li clan, and the Li family would not go too far. The intentions of the Lu family, however, were uncertain. To forsake one's clan for a moment's arrogance and sell oneself to the Lu family was sheer stupidity. But this was merely how ordinary people saw the situation. For Su Yang, things like lands and deeds were worthless. They were not the foundation of his existence nor the crux of his fate. His foundation lay in the attribute panel and skill traits. As long as he could cultivate powerful skills and traits, nobody would be able to hold him down. Unfortunately, this attribute panel had one flaw, which was that one couldn't actively assign points. If I wanted to develop skills, I had to practice and accumulate experience until the skills formed. Therefore, Su Yang needed time, a period of stable development time, to cultivate powerful skills and traits. For this reason, he resolutely beat up Li Laoju, intimidated the others into paying their dues, and even turned against the Li clan, crafting for himself an image of a brash and butcherous character. This deterred those plotting evil schemes. Otherwise, after dealing with a Li Laoju, there would emerge a Li Laoju. It's the simple truth that if one is too kind, one will be bullied, and if a horse is too gentle, it will be ridden hard. With this deterrence in place and then binding himself to the Lu family, using them as a powerful backer, he would surely sleep soundly for years to come. Besides, selling himself and his lands had also netted him a sum of silver coins, which were perfect for seed capital. Next was to use this precious development time and the starting capital from selling himself and the land to focus on practicing skills. There was no ambition for domination, just a need to ensure a foothold in the village. With the attribute panel, as long as I could firmly establish myself in the early stages, I could grow and expand, gradually exploring this world, utilizing its various resources to change the difficult circumstances in the real world. So. It's late, go to sleep. Su Yang comforted a worried Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the real world, on a covered boat, Su Yang opened his eyes, got up efficiently, took out the coarse rice he had bought the day before, grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. In the dream of Zhuan Zhoumendi, the flow of time between the two realms was vast. He could not afford to linger too long in reality, or Li Qingsan would not just die of thirst or hunger, he would be buried alive as if dead by others. Therefore, there was no time to prepare food, he had to gulp down the rice raw, eating as quickly as possible before returning to the world of Mendi. The coarse rice was rough to begin with, and eating it raw was tough, but fortunately, Su Yang's eating skill included the trait chewing. His strong teeth effortlessly crushed the coarse grains, and swiftly, he had ingested nearly half a bag of coarse rice. After swallowing nearly half a bag of coarse rice and gulping down a few ladles of water, his previously somewhat empty stomach quickly bloated. Seeing this, Su Yang lay back down without a word and fell asleep again. His eating skill had now reached a point where one meal could last as long as 10. This single meal could sustain him for 3 to 4 days, even 5 to 6 days. In the world of Mendi, that translated to 5 to 6 years, more than enough to complete his initial development plan. In the world of Mendi, the crowing of a rooster woke up Su Yang. To say he woke up wasn't quite accurate, for he hadn't slept at all. Given the 365-fold difference in time flow, he had just finished eating in the real world, and a whole night had already passed in Mendi, barely leaving any time for sleep. But he was still full of energy. After freshening up, he said goodbye to Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu and headed to the Lu family. He planned to seek a job, as it would help him develop his skills. As for what kind of job, he had already planned it out. The Lu family, being landlords with ancestors who had been imperial scholars, had accumulated a formidable fortune over the generations, well known not just in Little Yellow Village but also for miles around. In an agricultural society, land was everything, but the income of large landlords wasn't solely derived from farming or renting out land. Growing crops and collecting rent? That would only bring in so much. For true landlords and gentry, leasing out land and exploiting tenants were just one of many revenue streams, securing the most basic income from grain. To grow and strengthen their holdings, they had to employ other means, such as renting out land, lending with high interest, seizing properties forcefully, monopolizing salt and iron, breeding slaves, trafficking people, evading taxes, and so on. In doing so, generation after generation accumulated wealth, becoming the local tycoons and even monopolists, forming the base of the ruling system, governing the world together with the royal family and noble clans. The Li and Lu families of Little Yellow Village, although not to that extent, were still considered local powerhouses, engaging in plenty of semi-legal shady dealings. For such a family business to remain stable, significant martial protection was essential, and both families maintained quite a few house guards and even hired martial instructors. Su Yang originally wanted to become a house guard, learning martial arts from the instructors along the way, but he soon dismissed this idea. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn martial arts, but he was aware of his limits. For guards like these, the most important qualities were an untainted background and unwavering loyalty, as they mostly employed homegrown sons. As an outsider with the last namely, even if he sold himself to the Lu family, he would have no right to such a position, and seeking it would be humiliating. So, Steward Zhang, I would like to seek a job as a butcher. I hope you can help. Su Yang approached Zhang Fu, the steward who had handled the paperwork for his indenture the day before, got straight to the point about his intentions, and handed over a small pouch of coins. Oh! Zhang Fu, unashamed, took the pouch and waited for a moment before looking up at Su Yang. You know how to slaughter pigs and cattle? Not really. Su Yang shook his head, smiling lightly, but I have the strength, and I've hunted animals before. It shouldn't be hard to learn. I see. All right, it just so happens we're short-staffed over there. I'll assign you as an apprentice. Zhang Fu, pondering the weight of the pouch, eventually agreed after some thought. Thank you, Steward Zhang. Chapter 8, Practice. Although the Lu family wasn't one of those top local tyrants, within 10 miles of Little Yellow Village, they were a well-known big household, monopolizing the surrounding slaughter business and even raising a group of butchers under them. On regular days, the Lu family would buy pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep from the surrounding area, slaughter them, and then sell the meat at the town market. Sometimes, they would also supply various restaurants in the county, making a fair amount of silver in the process. Su Yang spent money to get this job, firstly to acquire skills, and secondly to secure a source of meat. Slaughtering pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep should allow one to develop skills related to killing, and at the very least, one could practice their knife skills. Just like how the skill flying stone developed from skipping stones, he hoped to develop related offensive skills. As for meat, there was no hope for prime cuts, but getting some offal was not a problem, and with money, he could even buy certain amounts of meat at an internal employee rate. With a stable source of meat, along with the money from selling himself and the dietary skills supported by his original body, Su Yang could soon nourish the thin body of the young man he possessed. By then, he might not be able to handle martial instructors, but dealing with a few manor guards or a scoundrel like Li Laoju should be no problem at all. With money, as the saying goes, one can make even the devil's turn mills. With the arrangement by Zhang Fu, the chief steward, Su Yang was rather smoothly admitted as an apprentice butcher. Of course, Su Yang's own performance wasn't bad either. After all, for a job like butchering, the key was physical strength and courage. Su Yang was not lacking in either and even had quite some work experience, so getting the job was naturally not difficult. At noon, a blood-stained Su Yang returned home carrying a load of pig offal. These were not shares from slaughtering pigs. Apprentice workers just starting out had no right to compete with veteran butchers. He could only buy some at a relatively favorable price, barely qualifying as an employee benefit. "Brother!" Li Hongyu opened the door to greet him, but as soon as she approached, she was driven back by the smell emanating from Su Yang and quickly pinched her nose. "What is that smell?" "Tonight we eat meat." Su Yang smiled, not saying much, and handed the pig offal to Li Hongyu, then went into the house to pick up a bamboo basket, a small axe, and a hunting bow. His younger brother Li Qinghe approached. "Brother, it's already noon, are you still going into the mountains?" "Yes." Su Yang nodded, "I'm going to see if I can catch anything." Li Qinghe's eyes lit up, "Can I go too?" Su Yang shook his head with a smile, "Wait a few more years, then I'll take you with me." "Oh." Li Qinghe drew out the word, seemingly very disappointed. Su Yang did not say more, shouldering the bamboo basket and leaving home, ready to go hunting in the mountains. He was not only going to be a butcher but also a hunter. After all, archery was a very sharp long-range offensive method. Not to mention the transmigrator who had experienced an information explosion, anyone with a bit of vision would know the advantage long-range had over close combat, so if there was a chance to practice, he would take it. In this manner. By evening, Su Yang returned home, the bamboo basket on his back seeming quite heavy. "Brother, what did you catch?" Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu ran out and then stopped, looking at the full bamboo basket on Su Yang's back, their eyes filled with confusion. "Why did you cut so much bamboo and bring it home? Didn't you say you were going hunting?" In the face of their queries, Su Yang smiled and put down the bamboo basket. Sharpening knives does not hinder chopping wood. With that, he sat down and began to organize the bamboo he had cut. Why would he bring back a bunch of bamboo when he said he was going hunting? Simple, because he came back empty-handed. Although he had inherited the memories and identity of Li Qingshan was not any formidable hunter, and his hunting skills were quite average. It was perfectly normal for him not to catch any game. Previously, there were even plans to sell the hunting bow and permit to focus solely on farming. Now that Su Yang had transmigrated over, this situation had not changed since he only knew how to fish and not how to hunt. But lack of ability was not a problem, he would just practice. With the attribute panel, there was no skill he couldn't learn. Therefore, Su Yang cut a basket of bamboo and brought it back to practice the archery skill. He took a fresh bamboo stick, shaved off all its branches and leaves, then carved 2 grooves at both ends before bending the entire stick into a crescent shape and binding it with a vine he had also brought back. Thus, a simple and crude bamboo bow that would be considered a mere toy for children was made. Not bad. Although it wouldn't last long and its lethality was almost nil, Su Yang was still satisfied and nodded his approval of his own work. The crudeness didn't matter, and nor did the fact it would break soon. As long as it allowed him to perform the act of archery, that was enough. The key to practicing skills is the actual doing. Doing it well is certainly the icing on the cake, but even doing it poorly doesn't necessarily mean one cannot turn decay into magic. When he practiced the skill of disguise, wasn't it just smearing mud on his face, hunching his body, and lowering his voice? In the end, he still managed to develop the skill of disguise, and even acquired powerful skill traits like concealing presence and shrinking bone. Therefore, it is not key whether one does well enough but whether one does enough and for long enough. The bow was ready, but arrows were needed. Su Yang took a few thin bamboo twigs and, without bothering with fletching for balance, simply whittled the front end into a point, creating a roughly made arrow. "Brother, what are you doing? Is this a bow and arrow? What can that bow and arrow do? Ergo's slingshot from next door is more powerful than that." Looking at Su Yang's crudely made work, Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu were even more puzzled. "Don't worry about it, go cook the meal." With a smile, Su Yang sent the two youngsters on their way and continued with his grand bow-making endeavor. In ancient times, bow and arrow making was a high-precision craft, demanding great skill from the craftsmen and high-quality materials, which included the 6 materials: wood, horn, sinew, glue, silk, and lacquer. Wood was for the bow limbs, forming the main body and determining the bow's draw weight, range, and lethality. Horn and sinew, from animal horns and tendons respectively, were attached to the inner and outer sides of the bow limbs to enhance the bow's elasticity and power. Glue, silk, and lacquer were all extremely important as well, and only with the best materials could a fine bow be crafted. The bamboo bow Su Yang was making had no relation to the word fine. It was feared that after a few draws, it might break. But no matter, if quality was lacking, quantity would make up for it. If one bow failed, then make 10, if 10 failed, then 100. Since bamboo and vines cost nothing, he could freely gather and craft them without any limit, surely be able to grind out the skill. Apart from archery skills, the act of making bows and arrows might also generate a skill, providing Su Yang with another craft to generate revenue. In ancient times, craftsmen who could make bows and arrows were considered a resource for wartime readiness. Not to mention other things, making enough to support a family was definitely doable. Su Yang was quick with his hands, and since the bamboo bows and arrows didn't require fine craftsmanship, he worked rapidly, and before nightfall, he had transformed a basket of bamboo into a collection of bamboo bows and arrows. "Brother, it's time to eat." Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu had also finished preparing dinner, so Su Yang put down what he was doing, got up, and went to sit down at the dinner table. "Brother, here's yours." Li Hongyu presented him with a large bowl. Inside was steaming coarse rice, and on the table, there was also a big bowl of offal soup as a side dish, which, didn't exactly whet the appetite. The pigs raised by the rural households of the village were generally not castrated, making their scent particularly strong, and the offal was no exception. Without sufficient spices, it was no easy task to turn these ingredients into a delicious meal. Therefore, the bowl of pork offal on the table, frankly, wasn't tempting, especially to Su Yang. Even so, Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu gazed at the bowl, swallowing repeatedly at the sight of the fat floating on the soup's surface. With a smile, Su Yang picked up his bowl and chopsticks. "Let's eat." Yep. Having received approval from the head of the household, the two youngsters couldn't wait any longer and immediately started using their chopsticks. With the silver he had earned, Su Yang wasn't going to shortchange himself. Although the meat dish was just a rough serving of pork offal, they had enough coarse rice and plenty of vegetables. The meal was quite a feast for Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu. While there was no wine to enjoy, there was plenty of food, and after they cleaned up the dishes, Su Yang went back to his workstation. He picked up the simple bamboo bow and, facing the earth wall in the yard, he began practicing archery. A target? There was no target. After so many years of practicing skills, Su Yang had come up with a set of rules and insights for skill training. At the beginning of practice, it's best to aim for quantity. Once a certain level is reached or a skill is generated, then gradually focus on quality to produce high-value traits. Therefore, he didn't make a target, or rather, the earth wall served as his target, helping him complete the set of actions, drawing the bow, firing the arrow, and hitting the mark. By then, night had fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. Little Yellow Village was engulfed in quiet darkness, with only a few households like the Liu family still lit up. Lamp oil and candles were expenses, so ordinary households would save where they could. Besides, there was nothing much to do at night except for producing and raising children, so most people were asleep. Under the cold moonlight, Su Yang held the bow, stood tall, and corrected his posture and movements according to the techniques and instincts from Li Qingshan's memory. He then drew the bamboo bow and shot towards the earth wall. The result? Snap! A quiet sound, and the bamboo arrow fell to the ground, having only floated forward a few steps, not even reaching the earth wall. Su Yang didn't mind and continued to adjust his posture and actions, drawing the bamboo bow and firing another arrow. This time it was slightly better. The bamboo arrow flew 5 to 6 steps and landed at the foot of the earth wall. Su Yang smiled and continued to draw the bow. His posture and movements gradually became standardized, and he had thoroughly mastered the original archery skills of the body. And so, under the cold moonlight, a skinny young man bent his bow and shot arrow after arrow at the earth wall. The light bamboo arrows flew out, chaotically at first, then gradually hitting the wall and leaving marks, until each bamboo arrow pierced into the yellow mud, sticking out from the top of the wall. Chapter 9, 3 Years. Years flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In Little Yellow Village, at the Liu family's large estate, within the kitchen courtyard, a heavy stench of blood and foulness permeated the air, accompanied by the shrill screams that echoed. "Quick, hold it down! This beast is so strong! We've got it pinned, where's the bucket, bring it over! Kinshin, come quickly!" Several bare-chested, brawny men pressed a fat black pig onto the stone slab, but given the pig's heft and strength, they all struggled to restrain it. Amidst the chaos, the place was filled with the sounds of a pig's desperate wails. Just then, a muscular youth, also bare-chested, strode into the scene with a pointed knife in hand. With one hand, he pressed the pig's head down, and with the other, he thrust the pointed knife into the pig's throat with impeccable accuracy. The stinking pig blood spurted out, falling into the bucket below without splashing a drop on anyone. The youth pulled out the knife and turned to leave, and the men also let go of the black pig, waiting for the blood to drain before hoisting it up. The youth came back, knife in hand, and skillfully slit open the pig's belly, expertly removed the internal organs, carving out the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, then cleaved the spine in two, smoothly splitting the whole pig into 2 halves. He lifted one half, tossed it onto the cutting board, then took the knife to dissect it further, removing the spine, tenderloin, ribs, fatty layers, forelegs and hind legs, pig's knuckles, and trotters. One half of the pig was swiftly sectioned off. Like flowing clouds and streaming water, a feast for the eyes. Having finished with one half, he took up the other, and within the time it took to drink a cup of tea under the youth's skilled knife work, the hefty pig transformed into neatly separated chunks of meat. "Send these prime cuts to the kitchen, take these leg meats to the butcher's shop, this small tenderloin should go to Steward Zhang." Su Yang meticulously sorted the pieces of pork. Then he pulled out a piece of spine with a decent amount of meat on it, took up his knife, and started chopping. After he was done, he grabbed a piece of pig liver and threw them both into the bamboo basket at his feet. Only then did he put down his cleaver and told the others, "You all can divide the rest." Without waiting for the people's reactions, he picked up the basket filled with pork bones and liver and walked away. The butchers watched and did not dare to stop him, only after he left did someone comment in a hushed voice. "Kinshin is getting bolder and bolder. Isn't that the truth? That spine had at least a pound of meat on it. If Steward Zhang finds out, won't he flay a layer of skin from him? Steward Zhang, come on, you can't take much from a man whose hand you've fed, Steward Zhang won't bother with it." "Exactly, I heard Kinshin gives most of his pocket money to Steward Zhang every month, why would Zhang make it difficult for him? Not to mention how formidable Kinshin is, not only his skills in slaughtering pigs and butchering cows are brilliant, but his ability to fight and compete is also not bad. A while ago, when he was fighting over water with the Li family, those from the Li Laoju ended up bedridden, I've heard. With Kinshin's fierce spirit, what's a few extra pieces of meat? Not to mention Steward Zhang, even if the master knew, he'd probably turn a blind eye. I've heard the master values Kinshin a lot and is even preparing to transfer him to serve as a guard in the household." "Cut it out, don't spread rumors. Li Qingshan is nothing but a conscienceless butcher. Being a member of the Li family and yet so ruthless towards his own kin, how could the master ever favor him? He's lucky enough to be mixing with us." "Exactly, he takes so much meat for himself and leaves us with some stinking offal, treating us like beggars." The crowd's attitudes varied, some respected him, some feared him, and some detested him but were helpless to change anything. But none of this mattered much to Su Yang. Carrying his basket, he returned home. "Brother!" Li Hongyu, who had grown into a young lady, came out to meet him, cheerfully taking the basket from Su Yang's hands. Upon opening it, she exclaimed in delight, "So much, and with meat, too! How many pigs did you kill today?" "One, a big one." Su Yang smiled and walked into the courtyard. Li Qinghe, who had also grown quite a bit, came up to him holding a fuzzy rabbit. Brother, when I went to chop bamboo today, I ran into this critter. Look, isn't it fat? Not bad. Su Yang nodded with approval. We'll have the bones for lunch, save the rabbit for dinner. Okay. Li Hongyu nodded, took the pig bones and liver out of the basket, and soaked them in clean water to rinse away the foul smell and any blood. Such a thing would have been unthinkable a few years ago. The blood water was a vital source of nutrition for the three siblings, too precious to waste. Li Hongyu began busying herself, preparing for the day's lunch as Su Yang shifted his attention back to Li Qinghe. How's the bow holding up? More than holding up, it's a divine bow. Li Qinghe was excited, taking off the bamboo bow slung on his back. That rabbit was at least 20 steps away, and I hit it with one arrow. That's good. Su Yang nodded. After we eat, let's go into the mountain again. One rabbit won't be enough for tonight. Great. In ancient times, commoners typically ate 2 meals a day, while only the nobility and wealthy families would have 3 meals. But with Su Yang, that standard was out of the question. 3 years ago, they had already moved to 3 meals a day, and more recently, every meal included meat and was rich in fats and oils. Su Yang's robust physique and the stature of Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu were a testament to that. Dinner's ready. Wisps of cooking smoke lingered in the air, and the meals were served. Li Hongyu, as usual, heaped a full bowl of coarse rice for Su Yang, then placed a large pot of bone soup in front of him. Brother, here's yours. Su Yang nodded. Without any pretense, he picked up a piece of bone laden with meat and put it in his mouth. Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu spooned the meat soup, pouring it over their rice before they began to eat. The pork spine bones, which originally came with ample meat, had only had some removed for herself and Li Qinghe by Li Hongyu. The rest, with all its meat, was left on the bones for Su Yang. But Su Yang didn't distinguish between meat and bone. He chewed the whole bone as soon as he put it into his mouth, crunching the meat, bone, and marrow together before swallowing. Soon, the lunch was over. Li Hongyu cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, while Su Yang stood up and said to Li Qinghe, "Come, let's digest the meal with our usual routine. If you can find me, I'll make you an even better bow." Ah! Hearing his words, Li Qinghe's face turned bitter. Do we have to, brother? We're too old for children's games. Besides, when have we ever found you? Aren't you tired of always hiding like this? I'm not tired, come on. Su Yang dismissed his complaints and stubbornly left the house. Helplessly, Li Qinghe could only turn his pleading eyes towards his sister, Li Hongyu. Li Hongyu laughed. Why are you looking at me? I still have cleaning up to do. You take your time searching. Oh Lord! Li Qinghe looked like he wanted to cry but found no tears, and with no other choice, he had to get up and walk outside. He was about to play a game with Su Yang, a game they had played daily for 3 years, a game of hide and seek. One day 3 years ago, for reasons unknown, his older brother suddenly grabbed the two of them and started playing this game. After that, he became addicted to it, insisting on playing several times each day after meals, and now it had been 3 full years. Li Qinghe didn't know whether his older brother retained a childlike heart or had simply lost his mind, but he and Li Hongyu were seriously tormented by this. Every day Su Yang insisted on playing hide and seek. In the beginning, it was still fun, with a hint of childhood playfulness between siblings. But as time went on, Su Yang became increasingly difficult to find, and the game grew more and more boring. By now, it had turned into torture. They never managed to find him. Each search was a futile effort until the game ended and Su Yang appeared on his own, which was utterly uninteresting to the extreme. Yet Su Yang never seemed to tire of it, dragging them into playing every day and even offering various rewards to tempt them. But those were always just empty promises, unreachable rewards that left them with a psychological shadow over the game of hide and seek. Today was no different. Li Qinghe, mustering all his energy, searched inside and outside the house for a long time and still couldn't find Su Yang. It wasn't until noon, the predetermined time to head to the mountains, that Su Yang, hiding who knows where, finally drifted into view, ending this exceedingly boring game. Brother, where on earth were you hiding just now? You didn't go off somewhere else, did you? No, I didn't leave the yard. Then how come I searched everywhere and still couldn't find you? You weren't thorough enough. Pay more attention next time, and you'll definitely be able to find me. Really? Really? After ending the tedious game of hide and seek, Su Yang entered the house and took down a bamboo bough from the wall. This bamboo bough was light yellow in color, the result of being roasted by flames. Its curved limbs were wrapped with cow horn and sinew, enhancing its elasticity and toughness. Combined with the tightly strung cow sinew string, it exuded a powerful sense of strength. This bow, a proud creation of Su Yang's recent days, exceeded the range of a hunting bow and stepped into the realm of military weaponry. It was valuable, and its power was formidable. Such a bow was admittedly overkill for hunting. So, Su Yang hung it back up and took down another bamboo bough that was slightly inferior. At that moment, Li Qinghe, with his bamboo basket on his back and a bamboo bough in hand, walked in, full of excitement, and said to Su Yang, "Everything's ready, shall we go?" Su Yang nodded, carried his bamboo bough along with his brother, and they left for Little Yellow Mountain. That evening, under the envious eyes of the neighbors, the two brothers brought back a sizable haul of game. The Li brothers have gone to the mountains again. Gosh, they caught so much stuff again, could that be a roe deer in the basket? How come whenever they go to the mountain, it's like they're stocking up? My old man can't even hit a wild chicken. Nonsense, can your man compare to Li Qingshan? Exactly, you haven't seen his archery. That bear that came out of the mountain last time was taken down by his team. He shot 3 arrows, directly piercing the bear's eyeballs and skull. Comparisons really do kill people, and stuff should just be thrown out. Those heartless brats, their lives are going well now, while we're suffering. Exactly, remember the last dispute over water rights? He didn't consider any kinship at all and beat our Li family people to such a state. I heard Li Laoju and the others can't even get out of bed and walk around till now. That heartless thing, abandoning his ancestors to work as a domestic servant for the Lu family, being their lapdog. How will he face their parents and the ancestors of the Li family after he dies? Whose fault is that? You were the ones who did wrong first, bullying others. You provoked this, so you can't complain about the consequences. Exactly, so what if he's a domestic servant? His life is good. He not only gets pocket money from the master every month but also brings home meat regularly. The rent isn't too high, and even the hunting tax is less and easier to handle compared to other hunters. Look how much those 3 siblings have grown in the past few days. Having a patron is great. If I knew, I would have sold myself to the Lu family too. Humph, what are you daydreaming about? Li Qingshan is doing well because he's skilled. Not only is he excellent at butchering pigs and cattle, but his hunting skills are unparalleled, which is why he's so highly regarded by the Lu family and receives so much care. Do you have those skills? I heard Officer Lu is even planning to accept him as a son-in-law. Chapter 10, Results. Late at night, the sky was clear with sparse stars, all serene. In the courtyard, Su Yang stood alone, bow in hand. On the dirt wall ahead, a charcoal-drawn target bristled with densely packed arrows. Another night's practice results. Thump. Su Yang drew his bamboo bow, loosed his final arrow, and the bamboo shaft, with great force, pierced the earthy wall, dislodging the arrows already lodged in the target by the impact of its strength. Impressive power. Su Yang was very satisfied with this and opened his attribute panel. Su Yang, Li Qingshan. Cultivation, none. Lifespan, 1988. Skills. Eating, chewing, digesting, essence, strengthening, unblocking, healing diet. Sleeping, deep sleep, calming the mind, health preservation, body strengthening. Breathing, turtle breathing, empowerment, revitalizing, essence nourishment. Butchering, evil chi, unsheathing the knife, preservation. Hunting, mountain dweller, chasing the wind, acuity. Artisan, bow making, leather working, toughness, durability, bamboo crafts. Archery, hit a willow branch at 100 yards, 3 stars connected beads, running shot. Walking, swift as flying, traversing mountains and ridges. Hiding, concealment, concealing presence. Theft, night infiltration, lock picking. Reading, night reading, deciphering, never forget after reading. Knife sharpening, unparalleled sharpness. Chopping, overwhelming force. Su Yang noticed something. The difficulty of training skills in this world was much lower than in the real world. Merely 3 years of practice had yielded a collection of skills that matched the bulk of his 27 years of hard work in reality. In addition, many high-quality 4-character skill phrases had emerged. Keep in mind, he had trained tirelessly for 27 years in the real world, acquiring many skills and traits, yet only had 2 4-character phrases, which were like a fish in water for swimming and Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly for dreaming. Yet in this world, in just 3 years, he had developed 6 or 7 4-character phrases. Although none was as special as Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly with its own effects, they surpassed like a fish in water in quality. Why was this the case? Su Yang did not know, nor did he dwell on it too much. Without solid evidence to theorize, speculating further was meaningless. It was better to consider more practical matters. What practical matters? Of course, the significance of the newly added traits. As the only skill supporting his main body, eating had gained just one new trait: healing diet. Healing diet, as the name suggests, meant he could heal his body through diet. No matter if it was internal or external injuries or severe illnesses and toxins, as long as he ate enough of the right foods, he could eventually return to his original state, making it a powerful healing tool. Breathing, sleeping, and other skills remained mostly unchanged, their traits related mainly to strengthening the body and invigorating the blood and vitality. Paired with the eating skill, in just 3 years, these had nurtured and trained Su Yang's once frail youthful body into robust manliness. In addition, skills like butchering, hunting, bow-making, and archery, which he had developed anew, also achieved excellent effects, helping Su Yang gain a foothold in the village, even garnering attention from the Lu family, and greatly improving his standard of living. Now that he had a firm footing, it was time to plan for growth and to build and strengthen his position. After finishing tonight's practice, Su Yang turned and returned to his room, hanging the bow and arrow back on the wall, then pulled out a large box from under the bed. He opened the box, filled with garments, and went straight to the bottom, drawing out a set of black clothing for night travel. Su Yang changed into the night attire, took out a dagger as well, securing it at his waist, and fully equipped, he then silently opened the door and left home. Walking, swift as flying, traversing mountains and ridges. Hiding, concealment, concealing presence. Theft, night infiltration, lock-picking. Over 3 years, through playing with his younger siblings and daily activities, Su Yang had developed 3 more skills. The combined effect of these 3 skills gave him a tremendous advantage in his nighttime operations. Under the velvety darkness of night, Su Yang, dressed in black from head to toe, became like a fish taking to water, completely concealing his shape, footsteps, and breath. Ordinary villagers, afflicted with night blindness, let alone a martial artist with minor accomplishments and sharp senses, would find it extremely difficult to detect his presence and movements. This was the combined effect of concealment, concealing presence, and night infiltration. A powerful ability to stay hidden. Under the cover of night, Su Yang moved as if flying, walking briskly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the Lu family estate. By then, it was late, the Lu family's gates were shut tight, and guards with dogs were on night patrol. Although not impenetrable, the defenses were more than enough to deter ordinary thieves from sneaking in. However, Su Yang had no trouble at all. He approached a corner of the wall, leaped up with a step on the bricks, and scaled the wall. Qinggong? No, Su Yang didn't know any Qinggong. It was all the effect of the walking skill traits. Swift as flying, traversing mountains and ridges, the former greatly increased walking speed while the latter allowed overcoming a variety of terrains and obstacles. Not just the walls of a wealthy family's estate, even cliffs, steep mountains, and high ridges were as flat ground to Su Yang. Having scaled the wall, Su Yang wasted no time and headed straight for the study. As they say, no matter how vigilant you are, you cannot guard against a thief from within. After all these years, Su Yang knew the Lu family's terrain, layout, and building distribution by heart. Soon, he arrived at the study. Using the lock-picking trait of the theft skill, he silently unlocked the door, slipped inside, and in a short while, emerged with a backpack. Afterwards, Su Yang did not linger, carrying the backpack, he quickly left the Lu family's residence. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang returned home, set down the backpack, removed his night attire, and lit a candle. In the dim candlelight, Su Yang opened the backpack, but inside were not gold or silver treasures, but bound volumes of books. Su Yang picked up a Dream Talks and flipped through it skillfully, as if it was not his first time doing such a thing. Indeed, it was not the first time. Since over a year ago, by playing games like hide and seek, he obtained skills such as hiding and thievery, Su Yang began to frequent the Liu family's study. Books are the ladder of human progress and also an important way for Su Yang to understand this world. But there was a problem with reading, and that was the necessity of recognizing characters. Su Yang was illiterate, or to be precise, he did not recognize the characters of this world. Whether it was he, who arrived through the Zhuanzhou Mendi, or Li Qingshan, the village youth, both were illiterate. Fortunately, Su Yang had an attribute panel and a transmigrator's base of information. He could make educated guesses as he decoded the text, eventually mastering the skill of reading and developing the special traits of night reading, decoding, and never forget after reading. He could easily understand even the most challenging texts and hidden meanings. Thus, Su Yang visited the Liu family's study more than a dozen times, stealing the books in batches to read, absorbing the knowledge and information within like a sponge. Although the Liu family was merely rural gentry, their ancestors had passed the imperial examinations and had produced a scholar, so their collection of books was passably extensive. Apart from the 4 books and the 5 classics, which were basic texts, there were also various miscellaneous and strange tales, and even martial arts manuals that Su Yang so eagerly sought. With these, Su Yang finally had a rough understanding of this world. First and foremost, it could be confirmed that this was a normal world. Why normal? Because the world in which Su Yang's original self resided was a bit abnormal. Let's just speak of governance. Under normal circumstances, in ancient feudal rule, a dynasty would last at most 200 or 300 years before it would succumb to historical cycles of events such as land annexation and corruption in governance, leading to its downfall and destruction. Thus, a dynasty rises and falls, and upon creating a new kingdom, there would be a brief period of clarity. However, after 200 or 300 years, it would fall into such a cycle again. This was the normal historical cycle that had been unwavering from ancient times until the present. However, the reality in which Su Yang's original self resided was the exception. The dynasty known as Great Liang had sustained its rule for over 1,000 years, withstanding all adversities and yet to fall. This was not normal, absolutely not normal. Historical cycles are an inevitability of human nature. A dynasty ruling for 200 to 300 years would inevitably succumb as various interest groups become too bloated, acting as parasites for their own benefit and eating away at the nation until it crumbles in almost unalterable course of development. There were only 2 possibilities for a dynasty to endure 1,000 years of tribulations and still maintain its governing framework. The first was the advancement of the era and technological progression that could, while maintaining the interests of the upper class, ensure the livelihood of the lower class. Perhaps such a dynasty could last for a millennium without external enemies, wars, or natural disasters. The second was simple, pure suppression by absolute power. Possessing absolute power, regardless of the instability of the lower class or the sly intentions of various parties, no force could oppose such might. Only then could a dynasty be sustained for 1,000 years without falling. Which one is the Great Liang dynasty, 1 or 2? Naturally, it is the second. Su Yang had been fishing at Dongting Lake for decades and did not believe that the technological level under Great Liang had improved at all. On the contrary, symptoms of land annexation and regional strongholds that typically marked the end of a dynasty had already been present for many years. If Great Liang could still maintain its rule in such a situation, no one would believe there were no issues. Therefore, Su Yang always kept a low profile in the real world, preferring to be a fisherman on Dongting Lake who could be bullied by anyone, rather than using his attribute panel, skill traits, and the transmigrator's advantages to struggle and strive to dominate a territory. He had a premonition, an intuition that there was more than meets the eye behind Great Liang, and if he revealed his peculiar abilities, it would inevitably attract endless troubles. It was best to remain hidden, accumulate power, and bide his time until he could reverse the situation. This was the reality Su Yang found himself in, a world where extraordinary powers existed, and one could not act rashly. By contrast, this world of Zhuanzhou Mendi's dream was much more normal, with a historical process that followed a cyclical pattern. Since ancient times, the lifespan of each dynasty did not exceed 200 or 300 years. There was no trans-era technological development, nor were there any powers beyond the ordinary. This is a normal world, or, in other words, a world with lower levels of power. There was also martial arts in this world, but according to the secret martial arts manuscripts in the Liu family's collection, and from what Su Yang had seen and heard in recent years, the level of martial arts was quite low in this world. The practice of martial arts was basically about conditioning the body and cultivating one's qi blood. Although there were concepts of inner strength and even true qi, their effects were ordinary at best. It was impossible for one person to be an army, charge through enemy lines 7 times, and come back unscathed. Even for grandmasters who had refined true qi, they wouldn't be able to withstand strong bows and crossbows. A battalion of soldiers could easily surround and kill them. And such grandmasters who had refined true qi were rare in the world, usually the towering figures or venerable heads of major sects in the martial world. The top-notch experts in the martial world could only cultivate inner strength, and even that had very limited effects, mainly fortifying the body. The notion of internal force emission or plucking leaves and flying flowers was nothing but a fool's dream. This was also the reason why Su Yang had become increasingly bold in his actions in recent years. With his exceptional archery skills, capable of hitting a willow branch at 100 yards and the 3 stars connected beads technique, his martial prowess was already not low in this world. With a bow in hand, the house guards and protectors of the Li and Lu families were nothing but live targets to him, 1 shot, 1 kill. The only threats were a few martial instructors, but even these threats were not significant, as they only knew some boxing and kicking techniques and hadn't even cultivated any inner strength. They were all easy targets for his arrows. With such archery skills, not to mention Su Yang simply taking a few more bones while slaughtering pigs, even if he openly took some of the meat to sell for money, the Lu family would not say a thing. They wouldn't just keep silent, but they'd also offer him benefits to win him over. Recently, Zhang Fu, the chief steward of the Lu family, had intentionally mentioned a marriage proposal to him, offering a female member of the Lu clan to marry him, aiming to tie him firmly to the Lu family's battleship. However, Su Yang had declined. If things kept progressing this way, becoming more prominent, or even ruling like a king, would not be a problem in the future. But that was not Su Yang's pursuit. Zhuangzhoumendi was still Zhuangzhoumendi after all, where his main body resided was his true base. He had to use the resources of this world to enhance the strength of his main body and resolve his increasingly dire predicament. How to use it, though? Su Yang set aside the volumes of strange tales and turned his attention to the few martial arts manuals he had pilfered this time. Although these were referred to as secret martial arts texts, they were actually just a few superficial skills in boxing, kicking, and weaponry techniques such as black tiger fist, ground knife, and 8 trigram stick, none of which were anything to show off. There was not a single internal cultivation technique that could lead to the cultivation of inner strength or true qi. Understandable, as after all, the Lu family was just a rural wealthy clan, not a major sect of the martial world that would possess such profound martial arts secrets. Of course, a low level was not a problem for Su Yang, who had an attribute panel and the ability to develop skills. Even shooting, a basic skill, could produce powerful skill traits like hit a willow branch at 100 yards and 3 stars connected beads, so these crude martial arts could naturally be transformed from decayed to magical. In fact, Su Yang had already started practicing, but since the time was short and the skill was not yet fully refined, no skill traits had been formed. Once the skill was perfected and the traits emerged, his strength would grow once more. At that time, he could plan to pursue more profound martial arts. Even though the profound martial arts of this world might only be commonplace in his extraordinary reality, having them was better than not. Su Yang, who severely lacked a sense of security, did not reject any means to enhance his strength. Of course, that was a plan for the future. His main task at the moment was to first cultivate martial arts skills and the corresponding skill traits to further strengthen his abilities. Chapter 11, Sudden Turn. The next morning, Su Yang, carrying a bamboo basket, arrived once more at the Lu family's grand mansion. By then, the slaughterhouse in the backyard was already a hubbub of noise. "Qinshan! Brother Qinshan! You're here! So early today!" The butchers greeted him one after another, and Su Yang nodded in response to each, then turned his attention to the pigs and dogs in the pen. "Why did we collect so many this time? Is there an order from the city, or is a family hosting an event? Don't you know, Qinshan? Not long ago, the second miss sent a message. She's returning from the 100 Sword sect today. Heard she's bringing back a new brother-in-law too, a talented young man, truly exceptional. The master is so pleased that he wants to throw a big banquet, specially ordered these animals to be gathered. I heard they even brought back a big yellow ox. Look, here comes the ox." Wow, that's a huge ox, must have cost a lot of silver. Didn't the authorities prohibit the slaughtering of oxen? Isn't the master going to get in trouble with the law this time? Stop spouting nonsense. What slaughtering? This ox died from a fall, and it's already been reported and recorded. The crowd was abuzz with their conversations and arguments. Su Yang frowned, looking at the yellow ox, but remained silent. An older butcher approached. Such a big ox, it's still best if you handle the knife, Kinshan. Su Yang nodded, turned to get his knife, and began sharpening it. The butchers took out ropes, tied up the yellow ox's hooves, and pulled together, directly toppling it to the ground. Moo! Perhaps sensing its predicament, the fallen ox bellowed out loud, but to no avail. With its hooves tied and its body on the ground, it couldn't struggle. It could only provoke a desolate scene. Compared to pigs and sheep, oxen and dogs have more spirit. Although the butchers rely on them for food, there's still a bit of taboo in their hearts. They now turned their gaze to Su Yang. Kinshan, make it quick for this one. Su Yang said little, carrying his bright, sharp knife to the side of the yellow ox and pressing down on its head. Moo! Confronted by Su Yang, the yellow ox, which had been crying pitifully, suddenly twitched, its eyes widened in terror, and it became rigid on the spot. At that moment, Su Yang plunged the sharp knife into the yellow ox's neck, causing its body to shudder and then become motionless on the ground. 3 years as a butcher had allowed Su Yang to master the butchering skill, and he developed 3 distinct traits: evil qi, unsheathing the knife, and freshness preservation. The days of the yellow ox just now was the result of evil qi. Each time he slaughtered, more evil qi accumulated. Evil qi, the essence of malevolence, brings ill fortune, having a certain intimidating effect on the minds and spirits of living beings, and it can even harm the soul. The yellow ox had been stunned by the evil qi emanating from Su Yang, which caused it to lose its senses temporarily, allowing the sharp knife to pierce its vital parts and end its life. It was a painless death. After all, Su Yang's butchering skill not only included evil qi but also the traits unsheathing the knife and freshness preservation. The latter, obviously, extends the shelf life and freshness of meat. As for unsheathing the knife, it enhances the skills of slaughter and dissection, allowing Su Yang to discern the animal's bodily structure and vital points, then precisely handle the blade to slaughter and carve the meat. Thus, the death of the yellow ox was relatively swift. Withdrawing the sharp knife, blood gushed forth like a spring. Su Yang turned and left, waiting for the blood to drain completely before returning to begin skinning and butchering. Skinning an ox is different from skinning a pig. One can't simply start cutting and separating the bones and meat. One must first skin the ox, and it must be done completely because in ancient times, ox hides were very useful and valuable, for making bows, armor, and other fine materials. The more intact the ox hide, the higher the butcher's skill, and the greater the value of the hide. Su Yang started the cut from the base, the bright blade slicing beneath the hide, separating skin from flesh without a drop of blood. With nothing but the smooth separation of white fat and red muscle visible in a blink, a complete ox hide was peeled off by him. Brother Kinshan, what skill! That knife work is incredible. The butchers around him couldn't help but voice their admiration. Su Yang remained silent, putting down the hide and starting to dismantle the flesh and bones. He crouched and leaned over, the sharp knife in his hand moving rhythmically through the meat, swiftly removing the internal organs, then the tendons and bones, all with grace. The slender blade of the sharp knife effortlessly parted sinew and bone, without the rough, forceful hacking and hewing of ordinary butchers. It flowed like water through the crevices of limbs and the connections of muscles, to finally, with a clatter, separate the flesh and bones. The other butchers were spellbound, staring in silence, forgetting the wailing pigs and dogs around them, with eyes fixed only on Su Yang and the swiftly dismantled yellow ox. In such a manner, after a short while, the yellow ox was completely disassembled. Su Yang stood up, sharp knife in hand, and surveyed his surroundings. The butcher's eyes met his, goosebumps rose, and they were all struck with horror, involuntarily stepping back several paces, fearfully watching Su Yang. Su Yang, with a sharp knife in hand, scanned over the crowd before finally shifting his gaze to a black pig waiting to be slaughtered. Next. Oh, right. The crowd seemed to snap out of a trance, their faces turning pale as they hastily pulled the black pig forward for Su Yang to slaughter. Su Yang paid no mind to their expressions, immersed in the second round of butchering. The other butchers continued to watch from a distance, but now they kept much further away, struggling to hide their lingering fear. Brother Kinchen's gaze just now, it was terrifying, wasn't it? He's not addicted to slaughtering, thinking of killing people now, is he? When he looked at us, it was like he wasn't seeing people but rather pigs, dogs, cattle and sheep waiting to be butchered, pondering how to cut, how to skin, how to dissect. Damn, this guy really is a madman, better to stay away from him in the future. A whole cow, butchered in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. If butchering a cow is this easy, wouldn't killing a person be a breeze? The crowd was shocked, murmuring quietly among themselves. But Su Yang was indifferent, focused on the dissection, and in a short while had neatly butchered an entire pig. Another. Oh. Another. 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 This. Brother, there's none left. Seeing Su Yang immersed, resembling a mad demon as he slaughtered the livestock one by one, the crowd was even more terrified, yet they had to steel themselves and speak up as a reminder. Hearing this, Su Yang came back to his senses, standing amid the bloodbath holding a sharp knife, looking bewildered yet thrilled. In the attribute panel, under the skills column, the butchery skill was glowing red, and the words unsheathing the knife gradually blurred and transformed into 4 characters that emerged: Butcher's Technique. To meet the divine not with sight but with spirit, to stop at what is known and let the spirit move. In that moment, an epiphany dawned on him, allowing Su Yang to instantly comprehend the function of the Butcher's Technique. Butcher's Technique, a 4-character trait, red symbolizing bloodshed. Following Zhuanzhou Mendi, another skill with its own special effects. The core of it lies in the word's dissection, an upgraded version of unsheathing the knife. Unsheathing the knife hinged on the word unsheath, accumulating experience to become familiar with the target's body structure and mechanical properties, thus locking onto vital points during dissection for a precise and quick butchery. As an upgrade of unsheathing the knife, Butcher's Technique was much more powerful. It didn't even require accumulated experience. Simply by observing the target, one could penetrate its essence, automatically visualizing its anatomical structure and mechanical traits in the mind, even predicting its movement in advance. The enemy won't move before I already know. Just as the Butcher's Technique states, to meet the divine not with sight but with spirit, to stop at what is known and let the spirit move. Now, whether it was a cow, a pig, or a human, as long as they stood before Su Yang, he could discern their body structure, predict their movement, and lock onto their direction and vital points. As long as the opponent's physical speed didn't surpass the limits of his mental reaction, then all their moves and actions couldn't escape his perception, his prediction. This means, he could see through all moves, regardless of swordsmanship or fist skills. As long as it was a move, he could perceive it. While seeing through doesn't equate to cracking, if there was too great a disparity in physical prowess, seeing through moves wouldn't help to avoid them. But if the strengths were comparable, this skill virtually guaranteed an unbeatable position from the start. That is the power of Butcher's Technique, knowing before the enemy moves, seizing the advantage and predicting the enemy's vulnerabilities and moves flaws for a preemptive strike, a fatal blow. Indeed, a 4-character trait with its own special effects, just one word to describe it: strong. With this ability, even without a bow and arrow, Su Yang was confident he could kill the martial instructors from the Li and Lu families. In other words, he now possessed the strongest martial force in Little Yellow Village. Having snapped out of his trance, Su Yang looked at the bloody scene and the astonished crowd around him. His mood lifted. Clean up here, send the meat to the kitchen, and the heads of these animals need to go to the ancestral hall for offerings. The rest, you can divide among yourselves. With that, he threw a large chunk of beef tenderloin and a well-partitioned rib bone with meat into his bamboo basket. The crowd was silent. Because pork was fishy, and dog meat was looked down upon, beef and mutton had become the main meat source for the rich and powerful. Moreover, with the government's strict ban on private slaughtering of cattle, the price of beef was much higher. Thus, on the days when the Lu family slaughtered cattle, these butchers didn't dare to take any for themselves, not even at an employee discount. All the meat was supplied to the meat shops or restaurants. But now, Su Yang had nonchalantly taken a large chunk of beef tenderloin and a meaty rib bone, the combined weight of the beef amounting to no less than 10 pounds. Such audacity was breathtaking. The crowd was filled with envy, but recalling the way Su Yang had looked at them as if they were no better than pigs or dogs, and the smooth and decisive butchery, they dared not express any objections, remaining silent. Su Yang didn't care about their reactions, picked up his basket, and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly. "What are you doing, standing around like that? Don't you have work to do? A party walked into the courtyard and began to scold the crowd as soon as they arrived. Su Yang looked up to see a richly dressed young man and a sharp-faced manservant, followed by 2 burly guards. Third young master. Steward Zhang. Seeing this, everyone quickly bowed their heads, and an old butcher even stepped forward with a flattering smile. What brings you here? What, does the third young master need to report to you before he comes over? The sharp-faced steward Zhang was not swayed by this and berated them. What are you standing around dumbfounded for? Don't you know that the Lord is hosting a banquet today? If you mess up his big event, who can afford it? You. Dare not, dare not. The old butcher didn't dare argue and could only say with agreement, Steward Zhang, we've already slaughtered and divided the meat, and we're just about to send it to the kitchen. So soon. Hearing this, Steward Zhang was also somewhat surprised. With a fawning laugh, the old butcher said, yes, all thanks to Qinshan. His skills have significantly improved. It was then that Steward Zhang turned his head and focused his attention on Su Yang standing to the side, smiling, it's Qinshan, eh? No wonder he has such skills. Steward Zhang, I have things to take care of at home. I'll be leaving now. Su Yang nodded, then, carrying his bamboo basket, prepared to leave. This man was the son of the chief steward, Zhang Fu, and the second steward of the Lu family, Zhang Wang. Su Yang had encountered him a few times, their relationship neither good nor bad. The young man in the brocade clothes was the third young master of the Lu family, Lu Ming. Why had these two suddenly come to the stinking bloody butchery? Su Yang didn't know, nor was he interested in finding out. All he wanted now was to go home and thoroughly experience the effects of the butcher's technique. However, stop right there. A cold voice blocked his way. Su Yang halted in his steps, turned around, and looked at the brocade-clad young man who had called out to him, Third young master, is there something else? That teenager, Lu Ming, was in his adolescence, with a face full of freckles and pimple marks, making him look somewhat embarrassing, yet his demeanor remained exceptionally haughty, as he coldly stared at Su Yang, what's in that basket of yours? The butchers, upon hearing this, all felt a jolt of surprise and suspicion in their hearts. Su Yang's eyes were a bit vague, and without saying anything, he looked at Lu Ming and Zhang Wang for a while before finally speaking, some pieces of meat and bones. Some pieces of meat. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming scoffed, who allowed you to take them? Who allowed you to divide them? You, a mere servant, dare to take from the master's share, where do you get the gall? This. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, their faces a picture of bewilderment. Su Yang's brow also furrowed, but he showed no fear as he spoke calmly, these are the rules of the butchery. Rules, whose rules? Lu Ming persisted, unyielding, are they your rules, or the Lu family's rules? You dog of a servant, you dare to take the master's property and talk to the master about rules? Do you even know your place? Come on, empty that basket, I want to see how much this dog of a servant has taken. As he spoke, he motioned for 2 guards to step forward, each trying to flank Su Yang. In response to this, Su Yang made no move but gave the 2 guards a glance, his eyes cold and full of menace, enough to make them freeze in place. What are you standing around for? Seeing the 2 guards motionless, Lu Ming became furiously impatient and shouted, take action, now. There's no need for the trouble. Before the words finished, Su Yang threw down his basket, scattering a heap of cow bones and meat, his eyes fixed coldly on Lu Ming. I, a lowly person, do not understand the rules. I ask for the third young master's forgiveness and hope you will not take offense. You. This demeanor was anything but a submissive acknowledgement of a mistake. Lu Ming was about to scold him, but as he met Su Yang's gaze, he felt a sudden leap in his heart and a nameless terror, standing frozen, unable to utter half a word. Seeing this, Su Yang did not press further and bowed before turning to leave. It was only after he had left that everyone seemed to awaken from a trance, and Lu Ming regained his senses as well, his face alternating between white and green with rage. He bellowed, insolent dog of a servant, the world is turned upside down. And you 2 worthless fools, what were you doing just standing there, letting him walk away? What do I keep you for, you useless things? Watching a furious Lu Ming vent his anger, all the butchers in the courtyard looked at each other, somewhat puzzled by the situation. Chapter 12, Origin. On the other side, Su Yang, having left the Lu family, didn't pause for a moment and rushed back home at full speed. Open the door. Brother. Li Hongyu opened the door and, seeing Su Yang returning with both hands empty and in a hurry, was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? No pigs to slaughter today. Close the door. Without offering an explanation, Su Yang dropped this single line and headed straight for the inner room. Seeing this, Li Hongyu also realized something and quickly shut the door, following him into the house. Inside the house, Su Yang took off his bloody and dirty clothes and threw them aside, then took out new clothes from the wardrobe to change into, after which he put on a shoulder-protected leather armor vest. Noticing Su Yang donning armor, Li Hongyu grew even more anxious. Brother, what's going on? Where's King He? Su Yang did not explain. Instead, he took down a bow and arrows from the wall and slung 2 quivers around his waist. Brother. Li Qinghe ran into the room and, witnessing Su Yang with bow and arrows in hand, changed his expression. What happened? Su Yang, still without elaboration, pulled a long case from under the bed and opened it. Inside was a 9-ring broad blade, thick-backed and heavy. Put on the armor, take the bow and arrows, and bring everything we've practiced with. After saying this, he inserted the broad blade into its back scabbard and, with bow in hand, walked outside. Go where? To the Lu family? Just because of the recent conflict? Of course not. Although Su Yang was decisive and ruthlessly efficient against his enemies, he was not the kind of person consumed by madness. He would never seek to annihilate a whole family over a minor verbal spat, and besides, regarding the earlier incident, he wasn't in the right. A servant hiding profits warrants punishment from their master, it's only fair and square. If it were merely this trivial issue, Su Yang would bow his head and tolerate it. But the present situation was no small matter, or rather to say, behind this minor conflict lurked a greater cause. Dividing up the meat among butchers was an unspoken rule tacitly permitted. No one would expose it without cause, as that would only embarrass everyone, and the master's family wouldn't be able to save face. Su Yang was no exception. Did the old master of the Lu family truly not know about his doings? He did, but he merely turned a blind eye, silently consenting. After all, with Su Yang's current proficiency, taking a little advantage of his position was justified. He would be worried if Su Yang didn't take it. So why did Lu Ming find fault with Su Yang now, making things difficult for him? Could it be that the third young master of the Lu family had nothing better to do? Certainly not, at least Su Yang didn't think so. There must be a reason for this occurrence. Given Su Yang's current capabilities, the Lu family would never unreasonably cause him trouble or create rifts. The fact that Lu Ming came to find fault with him definitely had a reason behind it. What reason? Su Yang didn't know, but he was aware that the Lu family's attitude towards him had changed. And this reason for the Lu family's shift in attitude and difficulty had to be out of the ordinary, otherwise, they wouldn't so abruptly turn against him. Seeing the bigger picture from a small clue, Su Yang didn't think the Lu family would continue to get along with him amicably. So, to strike first is stronger, to strike later is to suffer. Su Yang was not the kind of person who, knowing fully well the enemy's intent, would wait for them to strike first. Brother! Are you all ready? Ready. Soon enough, Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu, also dressed in leather armor for protection and each carrying a large bamboo basket, appeared in front of Su Yang. It was clear that they had practiced before. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Su Yang pushed open the door, leading the two of them towards Little Yellow Mountain. Even though he was taking preemptive action, he wasn't foolhardy enough to drag Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu into a death match with the Lu family. His plan was to lead the two of them into the mountains first, to hide in a covered base they had previously established, then he would return to resolve the issue. But unexpectedly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Not long after the three had left, they saw a group of people approaching them head-on, with the limping Li Laoju at the forefront. Li Qinshan. Su Yang saw Li Laoju, and Li Laoju also spotted the three of them. He excitedly shouted, "You also have today, attack, grab these ingrates." Swoosh! Before the words were finished, a sharp arrow pierced the air, flying towards them. Thud! Li Laoju didn't know what happened when suddenly a warm splash hit his face. He turned in shock to see a person next to him stumbling back, an arrow piercing through their right eye and into the brain, then collapsing to the ground. Murder! Someone's been killed! Murder! Murder! The others finally came to, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, 100 steps away, Su Yang, regardless of the commotion, drew his bow and let loose another arrow, downing another of the Li family house guards near Li Laoju. Craftsman, bow crafting, leatherwork, durability, endurance, bamboo craftsmanship. Archery, hit a willow branch at 100 yards, 3 stars connected beads, rapid shooting. The sturdy and finely crafted bamboo bow, coupled with the archery skill to hit a willow branch at 100 yards, meant that not just any ordinary servant, but even ferocious beasts in the mountains or a martial artist with some level of cultivation, would not dare to face Su Yang's arrowhead directly. Ah! Quick, run! That's when Li Laoju and the others finally came to their senses in horror, screamed, and turned to flee. However, Su Yang pursued them with long strides, drawing his bow and shooting vigorously, and in the blink of an eye, he had shot several men to the ground. Thud! Li Laoju fled with his back turned, but his speed was severely slowed down by his limp leg, which had not yet healed. He had not gone far before he was knocked to the ground by a surge of intense pain. An arrow had pierced his uninjured right leg, the iron-tipped bamboo shaft had gone through flesh and bone, and blood was oozing out gruesomely. Ah! Li Laoju let out a mournful howl, clutching his right leg in spasms. Before he had a chance to call for help, he saw a terrifying shadow looming over him. Qinshan, it's not my fault, spare me, spare me. Looking at the tall and mighty Su Yang, with a physique as strong as a tiger's, Li Laoju finally realized the truth and began to plead incoherently for mercy. But Su Yang didn't care at all, and grabbed his shoulder in one go, lifting him up as easily as one would pick up a chick. And so, Su Yang carried the wailing Li Laoju, along with the panicked Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu, toward Little Yellow Mountain outside the village. There were no further obstructions along the way, and the villagers nearby all hid in terror at this sight. There was no sign of the large contingent of men from the Li family and the Lu family, as if they had not yet realized what was happening, allowing Su Yang and the others to leave the village smoothly. After leaving the village and entering the wilderness, Su Yang finally stopped and threw the hoarse-voiced Li Laoju to the ground, then pulled out the 9-ring broad blade strapped to his back with a reverse grip. No, don't kill me! Li Laoju's face had already turned pale, his consciousness dimming from the shouting and loss of blood from his wound, but faced with the terrifyingly sharp broad blade in Su Yang's hand, he immediately woke up. It's not my fault, it's the Li family, Li Qingyuan, he came back, he wants you dead, it's not my fault. Li Laoju frantically tried to defend himself, but Su Yang did not care for such talk, and placed the 9-ring broad blade, purchased at a high price from the Mansion City's blacksmith, directly on his neck. Speak, what's going on? The cold blade edge and the sharp pain shocked Li Laoju, making him tremble like chaff, as he quickly said, it's Li Qingyuan, the second young master of the Li family, he came back from the 100 Sword sect, and he's gotten together with the second daughter of the Lu family. The Li and Lu families want to unite through marriage. Li Qingyuan, 100 Sword sect. Su Yang frowned and continued to press for answers. How did the Li and Lu families suddenly decide to unite through marriage? Li Laoju swallowed with difficulty. I don't know, I really don't know, it's not my fault. Hi! Su Yang's eyes sharpened, and he pressed the blade even harder. A sharp pain shot through the neck, causing Li Laoju to shudder and cry out, I heard, the eldest young master of the Li family made connections with some influential person in Mansion City, and the Lu family got wind of it. Knowing that the Li family was going to prosper, they sent a message to the second daughter at the 100 Sword sect, urging her to seduce Li Qingyuan, who was also studying there. Before long, they got involved, and the Lu family proposed a marriage. An influential person. Su Yang's brow furrowed. What influential person? I don't know, I really don't know. Li Laoju cried profusely. Qinshan, I was wrong, it's my fault, I deserve to die, let me go, for the sake of our shared clan and bloodline. Thud. His words were cut off by a thud, followed by a horrifying splash of crimson blood mixed with the glint of the blade, and a head rolled to the ground. This scene turned Li Hongyu's face deathly pale, her hands covering her mouth tightly. On the other side, Li Qinghe wasn't doing much better, clenching his teeth in an effort to stop himself from vomiting. Let's go. Su Yang didn't care for any of that, sheathed his blade, and led the two of them deeper into the mountains. Things were clear now. The Lu family had sold him out. Over the years, in order to gain more resources and ensure their own development, he had been taking the lead in the Lu family's battles, serving as a pawn against the Li family, and with his growing strength, he had made the Li family suffer a great deal. Originally, this mutual development had been beneficial for both sides. The Lu family was very happy to use him, a traitor of the Li clan, to strike a blow against the Li family, and therefore their relationship with him had always been good. Old Master Lu had become increasingly appreciative of him, repeatedly showing goodwill and wanting to thoroughly win him over, to bring him under his control. However, luck and misfortune come unexpectedly. The Li family, somehow, had managed to curry favor with someone influential in Mansion City, and it seemed they were on the verge of rapidly rising in status and fortune. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the Lu family quickly sought to ease their relations with the Li family, not only arranging a marriage between their children but also casting him away like a sacrificial pawn. What happened earlier at the Lu family mansion, with Lu Ming's actions, were spurred by these developments, seeking to publicly sever ties with him, pin the blame of betrayal on him, and thus kick him out. In doing so, they not only showed goodwill to the Li family but also maintained their own dignity, a clever move indeed. The key to it all was the influential person that the Li family had attached themselves to in Mansion City. Who was that influential person? Su Yang didn't know, nor did he have any interest in knowing. He only needed to know one thing, that the Li and Lu families had made their break with him official. So, wait here for my return. If after 3 days I still haven't come back, do as I previously instructed. Su Yang, having led the two through twists and turns in the mountain forest, quickly arrived at a secluded bamboo house. This was his secret stronghold in the mountains, built for exactly this day. Brother! Seeing Su Yang about to leave on his own, Li Qinghe grew anxious. Must you really go? Li Hongyu was even more worried. Right, we can't confront them, but can't we just hide? Let's just stay hidden in these mountains, they can't possibly catch us, right? A man of honor in this world can tolerate certain matters, but some things must be fought for. Su Yang shook his head, leaving two people behind who couldn't understand his words. Wait for my return. With that, he ignored their reactions and turned to leave the bamboo house. Chapter 13, Archery. That night, the Lu family mansion. Despite an unexpected turn of events, the welcoming banquet still commenced, only now the courtyards were filled with many tense-faced guards, armed and vigilant. As such, after the banquet concluded and guests dispersed with satisfaction, the Lu family patriarch, Lu Guan, went to his study with his third son, Lu Ming. Father. Upon entering the study, Lu Ming hurriedly closed the door and asked his father, Lu Guan, with a tense expression, is that Li Qingshan really going to come back? What do you think? Lu Guan glared fiercely at his son, speaking with frustration, I have long told you, to beat a snake and not kill it is to invite disaster. Today, since we have revealed our enmity, we should not have let him leave alive. Now that the tiger has returned to the mountain, there will be endless troubles. How can we sleep peacefully after this? Hearing this, Lu Ming also felt aggrieved. I was just thinking about giving the Li family some face, letting them take action to vent their anger, and ease the relations between our two families. How could I have known that man would act so ruthlessly, committing murder over a disagreement? Li Qingshan, sigh. Lu Guan also let out a sigh. I recognized long ago that he was not an ordinary person. He knows how to be patient, when to advance or retreat, and he has his methods. If it weren't for the Li family gaining the support of an influential person in Mansion City and the deep-seated grudge between our families, I would have never crossed him. Alas, alas! Enough regrets, father! Lu Ming interrupted, I heard that the Li family has found that Li Laoju's corpse, decapitated, eyes wide open in death. Also, several of the Li family's guards were all killed with his arrows. If such a person were to come back for revenge, what are we going to do? We surely can't keep guarding like this forever, can we? Don't worry. Lu Guan waved his hand, reassuringly saying, your father already has a plan. In a moment, go to the storeroom and prepare some gold and silver with Zhang Fu. Tomorrow, send someone to Qingfeng's stronghold to enlist their help in searching for those 3 people. We will then join forces with the Li family, and search the mountains together. With our combined forces inside and out, we will definitely... Pfft! Before he could finish his sentence, a blunt sound was heard. Lu Guan's body trembled, and as he looked down, he saw a bloody blade piercing through his chest. Realizing what was happening, he struggled to turn his head. You. Pft. Again, before he could finish his words or turn his head, the blade in his chest was forcefully twisted, tearing through his torso and parting flesh from bone, splattering blood everywhere. Father! Lu Ming stood frozen in place, his face smeared with blood, still unaware of what had happened, when he saw his father's body collapse to the floor, revealing the person behind him, who looked like an Asura or an evil ghost. You! Meeting the cold gaze of the other person, and seeing the bloodied blade, Lu Ming finally came to his senses, his pupils shrinking, as he was about to scream. However, pfft! Before he could let out a shriek, a flash of steel cut through the air, knocking him heavily to the ground. After a few spasms, the study returned to silence. Su Yang sheathed his blade in his back scabbard, seemingly unconcerned with the two corpses on the floor. He started searching the bookshelves. Although he had been sneaking into the Lu family's study to read their books for years, stealing was still stealing. Certain valuable books and regularly read texts could not be casually disturbed. Now that all pretense had been shed, there was no need for concern. He directly packed up all the useful books to take with him. Thus, moments later, Su Yang left the study carrying a bundle, and soon after, flames began to spread. On a night dark as ink, perfect for murder, and a wind ripe for spreading fire. Elsewhere, the Lu family's west compound. There's a leak, there's a leak. Someone, quick, put out the fire. What's going on? Shrill cries resonated as lights were ignited in every house. In a western chamber, two figures dashed out, one male and one female, both youths. What's all the fuss about? What happened? The two of them, each wielding a long sword, furrowed their brows and stopped a maid to inquire about the situation. Miss, young master. The maid appeared panicked. I don't know, it seems like there's a leak somewhere. A leak? The pair exchanged a look, then let go of the maid. Let's go see what's happened. Yes. The maid hurried off, leaving the two of them uncertain and anxious. How could there be a leak all of a sudden? Could it be the carelessness of a servant? Shall we dress and go have a look? Yes. After a brief conversation, they were about to return to their room to dress. But unexpectedly. Whoosh! A sound broke the silence, and an arrow split the air. The male abruptly paused, swiftly drawing his sword to deflect the incoming arrow with a flick of his blade. Who goes there? After parrying the arrow, the man shouted loudly, searching for the direction of the attacker. Whoosh! 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 In response, the sound of piercing arrows filled the air. 3 death-dealing arrows, hidden in the darkness of the night, roared toward them. The male concentrated his gaze and swept his sword, cleaving one of the arrows, but as the attacker fired 3 consecutive shots, he could only just keep up by deflecting the second arrow. Then, pfft! The third arrow followed immediately. With no time to parry or dodge, he twisted his body desperately, but was still struck by the arrow in his left shoulder, which went through his collarbone. Qing Yun! Seeing her lover hit, the female rushed to his aid, hurrying to his side. On the roof. Be careful! The man noticed where the archer was and screamed a warning to the female. Her eyes narrowed as she looked up, only to see a figure standing atop the roof to the left. The person was dressed in black, donning armor, and was robust with a build suggesting the ferocity and agility of a tiger or panther. He held a tightly strung large bow, already knocked with another arrow, ready to release a full draw. Li Qingshan. Though they did not know each other and had never met, a name still leaped out from both of their mouths. But this did not hinder Su Yang's actions. The bowstring was fully drawn, the arrows shot out with great force, and 3 arrows pierced the air, directly heading towards the two of them. The two of them also snapped back to their senses in shock and hurriedly swung their swords to defend, joining forces to deflect the 3 arrows. Seeing this, Su Yang did not mind, and he drew 3 bamboo arrows from his quiver, knocking them to the bowstring once more. These two were none other than the second young master of the Li family, Li Qingyun, and the second young miss of the Lu family, Lu Ying. They were not yet married but had already hooked up together, cohabiting in the western courtyard of the Lu family estate, which allowed him to catch them in the act. Both were born into powerful and influential families and had trained in the 100 Sword sect for many years. Although they had not mastered true qi, they also had some foundation in inner strength, ranking as second-tier experts in the martial world. Otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand his strong bow and powerful arrows. Now that the two of them were joining forces, even from his higher vantage point, with his ability to hit a willow branch at 100 yards, sending out 3 consecutive arrows, it was still very difficult to shoot them dead. But his skills were not limited to archery. Run quickly! Seeing Su Yang knock another arrow, Li Qingyun and Lu Ying did not dare to meet the attack head-on, let alone charge forward against the sharp arrows, and could only retreat towards the outside of the courtyard. Whoosh! But just as they moved, they saw the powerful arrows piercing through the air, flying towards them. Luckily, the two of them had already regained their composure, both acting in unison, weaving their swords like a net, and once again managed to block the arrows. But as 3 arrows were deflected, another arrow broke through, following them at the moment when their strength was exhausted, and there was no evading, no blocking. Butcher's technique. Though it was just the technique of butchering, with the Great Way being vast, where different paths lead to the same destination, the philosophy behind it was interconnected, not confined to form, applicable to butchering as well as to handling humans. Whether wielded with a knife or an arrow, as long as the essence was grasped, it was applicable. What essence? Discerning the target, breaking it down piece by piece. Anticipating movements, striking straight at the vital points. Therefore, this 4th arrow was unblockable by the two of them, because their movements, techniques, bodily reactions, all fell within Su Yang's anticipations. This arrow struck at the juncture they were unable to dodge, unable to block, even unable to react to. Thud! Lu Ying didn't have time to react when an arrow struck her shoulder, her body staggered, and her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. Run quickly! With his beloved injured by an arrow, Li Qingyun did not dare to tend to her, already chilled with fear, and now only wanted to escape the range of the opposing arrows, shouting as he fled outwards. At that moment, ha! Under the cold moon and atop the roof eaves, the demonic archer, like a ghost reaping lives, took a deep breath and then slowly closed his eyes. His eyes were closed, but his hands kept moving, drawing arrows like lightning, shooting them like a downpour, pushing his body and the bow to their limits, unleashing a storm of arrows with the power of a single man. Encountering spirit without sight, the official knows to stop and the spirit wants to go. The arrows poured down like rain, the flying arrows swarmed like locusts, enveloping the two in the courtyard. Attacking where they were bound to move and defending where they were bound to salvage, blocking all paths of escape, forbidding any glimpse of life, and ultimately... Thud! The final muffled sound ended the violent tempest, the thorough outpour. Su Yang opened his eyes, ignored the pain and numbness in his shoulder and arm, and looked towards the two people in the courtyard. In the courtyard, arrows littered the ground, blood flowed freely, and the two lay in a pool of blood. Their shoulders, arms, waists, knees, as well as vital areas like their hearts, throats, eye sockets, mouths, and noses were all pierced by sharp arrows. From the shock and despair frozen on their faces, one could imagine the hopelessness they faced moments before. This was the power of the butcher's technique. Discerning the target, unraveling everything, by taking the initiative, certainly unbeatable in battle. To counter this, no other way existed but to overpower with brute force. With Su Yang's current physique and archery skills, this brute strength threshold was at least that of a true chi master, who could use their superior reaction and speed to dodge or counter his butcher's technique with arrows. But clearly, Li Qingyun and Lu Ying lacked this brute strength. Having not yet converted their inner strength into true chi, they could not withstand Su Yang's sudden assault and ambush. Their fate had been sealed from the start. Twisting his sore, numb, and now swollen arm, and glancing at the finely made bamboo bow in his hand, which showed obvious cracks, Su Yang shook his head, then leaped forward, jumping into the courtyard and walking towards the bodies of the two. Although his physique was robust and his archery powerful, he had after all not trained in martial arts, so such a burst of activity was a significant strain and damage to both his body and his weapon, and he would be unable to use it again for a while. Luckily, the only people from the Li and Lu families who posed a direct threat to him were Li Qingyun and Lu Ying, the two skilled practitioners who had returned from the 100 Sword sect. The various other martial instructors, household guards, and protectors were not his match at all. Therefore, a few moments later, at the Lu family mansion, flames reached for the sky amidst utter chaos. Some were fighting the fire, some were fleeing in all directions, some were taking advantage of the confusion to make off with valuables. Amidst the turmoil, Su Yang, carrying a large bundle, advanced toward the Li family residence under the cover of darkness. There are some things that you either never start, or you must follow through to the end, or else a wounded snake will bring endless trouble. Late at night, in the mountains, the continuous howling of wolves and screeches of monkeys could be heard. Within a hidden bamboo house, Li Hongyu clutched a dagger and crouched in a corner, her eyes filled with anxiety. Li Qinghe held a knife in one hand and a bow in the other, sitting beside the bed and staring fixedly at the closed bamboo door, his lips unconsciously bitten until they bled, betraying his inner tension. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled them both before they could react. They heard a voice from outside, "It's me, I'm back, open the door." "Brother." Recognizing the familiar voice, they finally relaxed and hurried forward to open the door. Phew! As the door opened, a strong stench of blood rushed in with the night wind, causing them to stand still involuntarily. They saw Su Yang with a knife on his back and a bow in hand, holding two large bundles, emanating a strong scent of blood, his armor bearing several fresh red marks. "Brother! What happened to you?" This sight alarmingly startled the siblings, prompting them to ask anxiously. "I'm fine. Close the door." Without further explanation, Su Yang, carrying the two bundles, came to the table and removed his armor and clothing, revealing his muscular torso and swollen shoulders. He then opened the bundles and applied several bottles of medicinal powder to his wounds. Li Qinghe and Li Hongyu stood by, yearning to ask questions but too afraid to speak. Su Yang didn't explain much to them either. After applying the medicine that promoted blood circulation and reduced bruising, the matter is settled, but we'll need to live here for a while. We have to manage these provisions well, otherwise, we'll need to go down the mountain to resupply. With that, he opened the two bundles, revealing some gold and silver amidst the jars of salt and bottles of oil, along with a stack of books. "Get some food." "Oh, okay." Li Hongyu complied and handed Su Yang a jar of pickled pork hock. Su Yang took the pork hock, bit into it, and then picked up a book. "You both have kept watch all night and must be tired. Go to sleep, I'll keep watch." Although they had many questions, since Su Yang said so, they did not insist and quietly lay on the bed, still staring at him. But they couldn't stay awake for long. Soon, the pull of sleep was too strong, and they quickly fell asleep on their pallets. At this time, Su Yang had already devoured the pork hock and was now intently reading the martial arts manual he had scavenged from the Li family's house, 3 Yang Steaks. It was a manual of inner strength, a technique common and widespread, even considered pedestrian within the martial world. But what was commonplace to the sects of the martial world was precious knowledge and power beyond reach for commoners like him in the countryside. Beyond the 3 Yang Steaks, Su Yang had packed an assortment of unread books, many of which were martial arts manuals, but mostly common techniques like the Mandarin duck blades, subduing tiger fist, arhat stick, and grass flight, all widely known and practiced martial arts. However, he didn't mind. He read through each one thoroughly, like a parched sponge soaking up every bit of moisture, striving to fill his mind to the brim. Lack of depth in a wide array of skills? Greed for more knowledge without mastering it? To him, these were not problems at all. With the ability to traverse between worlds, as Zhuangzhou Mendi, and the vast differences in the flow of time coupled with the special effects of the attribute panel, he could master a plethora of skills, fill in all gaps, and even delve into numerous fields to blossom in all of them. Knowledge is power. Information is wealth. With ample time and a long life ahead, as long as he made good use of everything, he was sure to live a resplendent life. Chapter 14, 5 Years. 5 years later, Little Yellow Mountain. In the cold winter, a group of people hurried through the freezing forest. There were 3 people in the group, led by a tall and thin man with a sallow complexion. He carried a woodcutter's hatchet and walked in the front, followed by a frail woman and a stout-hearted young boy. "Dear, can this really work?" The woman, holding the young boy's hand, followed closely behind the man, her coarse face full of worry. "Yes, it definitely can. As long as we find Qingfeng's stronghold, there will surely be a way." The man also looked a bit flustered but managed to keep a strong front in front of his wife and child, stubbornly moving forward. However, the woman was still not at ease. "I've heard that Qingfeng's stronghold is filled with bandits. If we were caught by the officials? So what if they're bandits?" Before he could finish, the man was interrupted, his teeth clenched. "The Zhang family has clearly driven us toward a dead end. Instead of being pushed to death by them, it's better to join Qingfeng's stronghold, at least, there's a chance to live." "That's right, Dad is right. Upon hearing this, the stout-hearted young boy next to the woman raised his head, speaking excitedly, if that Li Qingshan could do it back then, I, Zhou Xiaoshan, can do it too. Once we arrive at Qingfeng's stronghold, we will surely live a good life. After speaking, the boy then looked up at the man in front, his eyes filled with curiosity. Dad, do you really know that Li Qingshan? Of course. The man smiled, standing up straight. Your dad and your uncle Qingshan grew up together as close as brothers, naked as the day we were born. If it hadn't been for. In any case, as long as we get to Qingfeng's stronghold, there will be good times for our family. Stop right there. No sooner had he finished speaking than a stern shout came from the woods, startling the three people into halting their steps. Immediately, two men dressed as hunters emerged from the woods, their bows and arrows aimed at the trio. Who are you? The man hastily shielded his wife and child behind him. Big brothers, we're from Little Yellow Village. We came into the mountains to chop firewood, we're not bad folks. Chopping firewood. Looking at the three people laden with large and small bundles, the two hunters clearly didn't believe them. You're carrying so much stuff just to chop firewood? You're trying to fool a ghost. Spit it out, what are you really up to? This. The man's face reddened, too anxious to speak, while the woman and boy behind him became even more panicked. Just then. Hold it! A severe shout rang out, and the man looked toward the sound to see a line of people stepping out from the woods, led by a tall young man. Deputy leader. The two hunters turned around and revealed the identity of the young man. However, the young man did not dwell on that, and quickly approached the man's family. Are you from Little Yellow Village? Yes, yes, yes. The man came to his senses and, looking at the young man in casual clothes, replied in rapid succession, yes, we're all from Little Yellow Village, oh, brave hero. As he spoke, he instinctively sized up the young man, and then, in a flash of realization, you are King He, you're Li King He. You know me. Li King He looked at the man in astonishment. Which family are you from? I'm De Niu. The man also became excited, repeatedly saying, I'm Zhou De Niu who lives at the entrance of the village. Don't you recognize me? Back then, I and Qingshan. Zhou De Niu. Brother De Niu. With that, Li King He also began to remember, his eyes wide with astonishment looking at the man who'd grown old and sallow. Your brother De Niu? What brought you to this state? Seeing that the other party recognized him, Zhou De Niu was mixed with joy and sorrow, choking up. It was all because of the Zhang family pushing us. Ah yes, this is my wife, and this, my son. Quickly, quickly, say hello, this is your uncle King He. Brother King He. Uncle King He. The woman, hugging the young boy, began to greet him deferentially. Sister-in-law. Li King He nodded, then turned back to Zhou De Niu and asked, Brother De Niu, what's? We have nowhere else to turn. Zhou De Niu's expression was bitter as he explained the situation. At the beginning of the year, my wife fell ill. Not having money for medicine, we could only borrow silver from the Zhang family. With interest compounding, even offering our land wasn't enough, we were pushed with no choice but to flee into the mountains. So that's how it is. Having grown up in a family from the hills, Li King He understood Zhou De Niu's plight and immediately began to reassure him, don't worry. Qingfeng's stronghold is now under my big brother's control. I can't promise anything else, but there will definitely be food for you. Come with me. That's wonderful, thank you so much. Come on, Xiaoshan, kowtow to your uncle King He. Finding relief in a desperate situation, Zhou De Niu didn't know how to respond and could only pull his wife and child along, thanking Li King He incoherently. Looking at the confused and relieved Zhou De Niu, Li King He felt a complex emotion in his heart. If his big brother hadn't led them to find a way out back then, would he have ended up as desolate as the man before him? Meanwhile, in Qingfeng's stronghold, at the training ground. 1. Ha. 2. Ha. 3. Upon the training ground, shouts continued without pause as nearly 100 bare-chested, well-built men were practicing martial arts. A tall youth with a powerful build like that of a tiger or leopard stood among them, eyeing the ranks detachment, correcting the practitioner's movements with a short stick. Just then. Brother. Wearing red, with a neat and efficient outfit, Li Hongyu approached the ground, addressing Su Yang who was directing the training of the group. someone from 100 Broken Mountains has come. Su Yang responded without looking back, take them to the hall. I'll be there shortly. Understood. Li Hongyu nodded and turned to leave. What are you looking at, keep training. Su Yang also turned back around, as if nothing had happened, and continued to chide the others. 5 years, neither long, nor short. In these 5 years, Su Yang primarily did 2 things, first, practice martial arts, and second, teach others to practice martial arts. 5 years ago, he had started practicing martial arts with the secret manuals plundered from the Li and the Zhang families, ranging from internal strength mantras to external strength training, fist and foot techniques, and light body skills. He embarked on all the martial arts he could practice. Thus, 2 years later, he had developed inner strength, and his archery skills had greatly improved. He decided to leave his inconvenient bamboo hut, shouldering his blade and bow, and, just as he had wiped out the Li and Zhang families, he annihilated the bandits of Qingfeng stronghold, which loomed within the mountains, and claimed it as his base. Over the next 3 years, using Qingfeng stronghold as a foundation, he constantly recruited refugees from the mountains, taught them martial arts and archery, expanded the stronghold, and strengthened himself. Now, he could be considered dominant in his realm. Why expand the stronghold when he could devote that time and energy to diligently cultivating in peace? Not good enough. After many years of exploration and investigation, Su Yang was quite certain that this was a low martial world, devoid of excessively high-level forces. There were no invincible warriors who could become an army unto themselves, and no immortals with eternal life and everlasting youth. The path of the martial arts here ends with the cultivation of true qi. In such a world, the power of an individual pales in comparison to that of a group, and Su Yang had to build a powerful group to serve him. Only then could some of his ideas and plans become reality. So, he began to manage the stronghold and develop his power. And the achievements of these years of management. Su Yang, Li Qingshan. Cultivation, Inner Strength Realm. Lifespan, 26/159. Skills. Eating, daily devour 1 ox, strengthen body and health, gluttonous recovery, absorb qi to fast, extend life. Sleeping, soothe spirit and nourish soul, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, heal blood and rejuvenate, vigorous as dragons and tigers, extend life. Breathing, strengthen body and health, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, qi blood like tides, fierce as thunder and fire, circulation of breath like an infant. Butchering, butcher's technique, evil qi like a tiger, fresh tastes delicious. Hunting, alone in the forest, discern by sound, pursue for thousands of miles. Craftsmanship, powerful bow, strong arrows, durable hide armor, bamboo craftsmanship. Archery, hit a willow branch at 100 yards, 4 stars in a row, shooting rush like a tiger, arrow flies like lightning. Walking, swift as flying, over mountains and across ridges, strengthen body and health. Hiding, silence and invisibility, leave no trace. Theft, shadowy night movement, silent, lock-picking. Reading, never forget after reading, think from one to the next, innovate from the old. Knife sharpening, unimaginably sharp, cut through iron like mud. Martial practice, crazy with blade, obsessed with archery, rise with rooster's crow, diligence makes up for dullness, strengthen body and health, extend life, integrate and master skills. Teaching, instruct with patience, teach and learn together, lead by example. Martial arts, 3 yang stakes, mandarin duck blades, bagua palm, zing ai fist, 5 animal play, grass flight, iron shirt, golden bell shield, divine arm skill, dragon claw hand, pursuit wind swordsmanship, sun piercing fist technique, iron staff spear technique. After 5 years of arduous training, Su Yang reconfirmed one thing, that is, the difficulty of training skills and earning traits in this world is really much lower than in the real world. In these 5 years, he primarily did 2 things, that is, practicing martial arts and teaching disciples, hence he developed skills in martial arts and teaching. Among these, his progress in martial arts was the most noticeable. Out of the 7 traits, 5 were 4 character traits. The teaching was slightly inferior, but it also had 3-4 character traits that could assist in development and complement each other: earnest instruction, mutual learning, and leading by example. The efficiency of skill training far exceeded that of the real world. Beyond the 2 main skills of martial arts practice and teaching, his other skills also improved significantly, having all advanced to the 4 character trait level, with various effects greatly enhanced. The original independent skill of chopping had even integrated into martial arts practice, evolving into the more powerful trait Sword Mania. Furthermore, the management and development of the stronghold. Greetings to Chief Li. In the Hall of Righteous Gathering, Su Yang sat high on the main seat, looking down at a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar. Facing his substantive gaze, filled with hidden evil chi, the middle-aged scholar felt some pressure, but still managed to say, Chief Li is known to adore martial arts and has long been eagerly collecting profound martial art manuals from all over the world. These 3 secret tomes are superior martial arts from famous sects, they are a special gift from Heavenly King Liang to Chief Li. Having said that, he commanded his subordinates to present a wooden box. 6 Yang Skill. Heart Crushing Palm. Song Mountain Sword Skill. That's thoughtful. Looking at the 3 secret tomes in the box, Su Yang smiled and looked at the visitor. Heavenly King Liang sends such a generous gift, what does he want in return, The question came off as rather impolite. The middle-aged scholar's eyebrows furrowed, then relaxed as he said, Chief Li is a young hero, our Heavenly King wishes to form an alliance between our 2 households, hence these secret tomes as a gift. Moreover, we've heard that Chief Li has a young unmarried sister, while our Heavenly King's 3rd son is also a bachelor. If our 2 families enter into a marriage alliance? Impossible. Before he could finish, he was interrupted, with Li Hongyu beside Su Yang glaring with round almond eyes, angrily saying, I will not marry. Facing the angry Li Hongyu, the middle-aged scholar had no words, only turning his gaze to Su Yang, I wonder what Chief Li's thoughts are. Su Yang smiled, non-committal, is that all? This. Sensing some unease in the middle-aged scholar, but unable to do anything about it, he could only continue firmly, Chief Li, our Heavenly King is one of the leaders of 70 provinces, spanning north and south, seated upon 100 broken mountains Heavenly King Peak. Heroes and brave men from all the greenwoods obey his commands. Su Yang remained composed, cutting in to ask, so what? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged scholar continued, if our 2 families enter into a marriage alliance, in the future, Qingfeng Stronghold and Heavenly King Peak would be one family. The salt, soap, and glass trades of Chief Li could then flow unimpeded through the 13 northern and southern provinces, and surely lead to vast wealth. Our 2 households. I understand. Before he could finish, he was again interrupted. Su Yang, seated high on the main seat, spoke indifferently, go back and tell Liang Sanjiang to prepare his coffin, in 3 days, I will go to Heavenly King Peak to claim his head. This. The middle-aged scholar looked utterly astonished, not expecting Su Yang to be so direct. As he opened his mouth to speak again, he was interrupted by Su Yang's dismissive gesture. Begone. Chapter 15, The Foundation. What? Damn it! Who gave him the courage of a bear and a leopard? In the 100 broken mountains, atop Heavenly King Peak, inside the Hall of Righteous Gathering, a series of table-slapping sounds erupted as leaders sitting to the left and right stared angrily, eyes wide and round. Only the middle-aged man in the central seat, the master of the main seat, remained composed, his cold eyes fixed on the middle-aged scholar reporting below, did he really say that? Indeed. The middle-aged scholar nodded and said, Heavenly King, this Li Qingshan is truly unbridled and audacious to the extreme. Humph. From the main seat, one of the 5 chief leaders of the 63 provinces north of the 7 south, Heavenly King Liang Sanjiang of the 100 broken mountains, let out a cold snort, this man indeed has some skills, but to provoke my 100 broken mountains is far too audacious. Big brother is right. This kid doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. If he doesn't drink a toast, then let him drink a penalty wine. Tomorrow, we'll obliterate his Qingfeng stronghold. Big brother, give me 200 brothers, and I will pluck his head for you right away. There's no need to trouble third brother with such a trifle, the 2 of us are enough to handle a small Qingfeng stronghold. Seeing Liang Sanjiang's stance, the leaders on either side were even more eager to fight. No rush. Seeing his subordinates vying to fight, Liang Sanjiang was very satisfied internally, but shook his head on the surface, although this man is arrogant, he has some skills, and is not to be underestimated. He must be approached with caution. Strategist, what do you think? Heavenly King's words are very true. Realizing Liang Sanjiang was asking for his input, the middle-aged scholar didn't dare to delay and quickly responded, although Li Qingshan is arrogant, he's not one to shoot without aim. I heard that he was once just a small mountain resident of Little Yellow Village, orphaned early and often bullied, almost driven to extinction by his clan members. Yet, with great daring, he sold himself to the Liu family to confront the Li family, driving away wolves and devouring tigers, and took advantage of the situation to rise in power within the Liu family in just a few years, becoming very influential. He also mastered archery well enough to hit a willow branch at 100 yards. Later, when the Li family encountered a patron, and the Liu family wanted to make peace, intending to sacrifice him, he struck first and eradicated both Li and Liu families overnight. He then fled into the forest with his siblings, where his prowess grew uncontrollably, like a dragon entering the sea. In just 5 years, he destroyed Qingfeng's stronghold, took over Little Yellow Mountain, recruited refugees from the mountains, expanded the stronghold's power, and even widely taught martial arts without reservation in food, clothing, gold, and silver. Not just the mountain refugees but also people from nearby villages and even towns and Mansion City know of his righteousness and extraordinary magnanimity. He is considered a hero by many. Moreover, he's adept in various unique techniques, not only in making refined snowflake salt but also in creating strange items like soap and colored glaze. With these, he opened up trade routes, spreading across counties and prefectures, and collaborated with wealthy families and big merchants. He could be said to make a fortune every day. Despite making a fortune daily, he is not at all stingy, offering high bounties to acquire famous martial arts from all over and purchasing iron armor, blade soldiers, provisions, and meat. Now, not only are his martial prowess and true chi profound and immeasurable, his subordinates are also fierce and fearless, competing to devote their lives. Humph! The speech was interrupted before it could be finished. The middle-aged scholar was startled, then quickly came to his senses and looked up to see that Liang Sanjiang's expression was icy cold, and the expressions on the other leaders' faces were none too friendly. Talking too much can backfire. The middle-aged scholar was alarmed inside and quickly lowered his head to rectify. In any case, Li Qingshan is no ordinary villain. Although our 100 broken mountains are 10 times stronger than him, and with a peerless hero like the Heavenly King and such valiant and powerful leaders, we must still not underestimate him. We should proceed cautiously and plan our moves deliberately. With such diplomatically cautious flattery, Liang Sanjiang's expression softened slightly. However, the other leaders were still displeased. Humph, strategist, do not empower others at the expense of our own prestige. That Li Qingshan, a mere greenhorn, dares to be so insolent. If he doesn't drink a toast, let him drink a penalty wine. Tomorrow we will obliterate his Qingfeng stronghold. His Qingfeng stronghold has only been established for a few years, and he dares to challenge my 100 broken mountains. We'll flatten the stronghold and capture him alive to give him a good beating. Then the salt business and those soaps and glazes will all belong to us. Third brother speaks well. The leaders were all volunteering to fight, and Liang Sanjiang nodded in approval, laughing out loud. No matter how crafty he is, he cannot withstand the combined strength of me and my brothers. Relay my orders, gather the troops. Tomorrow we march on Little Yellow Mountain, crush Qingfeng's stronghold, and capture him alive to raise our... Swoosh! Mid-sentence, an arrow suddenly slashed through the air, shooting straight towards them. Liang Sanjiang's pupils shrank, and he instinctively reacted, narrowly evading the deadly arrow. As one of the chief leaders of the 7 provinces in the south and 63 provinces in the north, and the reigning heavenly king of the 100 broken mountains, Liang Sanjiang was obviously no slouch. More than a decade earlier, he had achieved true chi, and his ghost head gold blade was renowned in both the southern and northern 13 provinces. He was considered a grandmaster level expert similar to the heads of various sects and renowned figures in the martial world. Even with such abilities, faced with this completely unexpected arrow, he was still shocked and appalled. His true chi instinctively surged as he instinctively moved, barely managing to dodge the frightening arrow. However, after one arrow came another, aimed in advance and calculated to lock onto the very spot where Liang Sanjiang was dodging for his life, leaving him no chance to evade or retreat, and not even enough time to react. Puh! The forceful arrow pierced through him, and with a dull thud, even though it only struck his shoulder blade and was not a fatal hit, it still forced Liang Sanjiang into painful retreat, tumbling back onto the golden chair. At that very moment, swoosh! 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 3 arrows like lightning, one after another, caught everyone off guard as blood spurted violently, dazzlingly bright. Ah! Immediately, a pitiful scream pierced the air, and Liang Sanjiang fell back into his gilt chair, limbs skewered by powerful bolts, pinned firmly in place, the excruciating pain causing his eyes to bulge, nearly splitting at the seams, unable to hold back his cries. "Big brother!" This. Caught off guard by the sudden change, the thunder swift and violent, a group of leaders staring at the horrifying screams of Liang Sanjiang didn't know what to do, when suddenly they saw. Swoosh! Thud! The sound of something piercing the air, then flesh, followed swiftly one after the other. Everyone's pupils shrank, terrified by the gruesome splattering of blood. Atop the gilt chair, Liang Sanjiang slumped like mud, limbs penetrated by powerful bolts and yet another arrow entering his mouth, through the brain, severing the thread of life completely. "Big brother!" Seeing this, the crowd finally snapped to attention, their bodies instinctively jolting up as they turned to look outside. As their gazes shifted, they saw a figure stride in from the hall, majestic like a towering mountain, brimming with evil chi. "You!" The crowd was terrified, speech stuck in their throats. Yet the newcomer did not care, smoothly drawing the 9-ring blade from his back, the ominous blade reflecting a fearsome sharpness that made everyone wince, adding to their terror. "All of you, come at me together." With those words, the slaughter began anew, transforming the Hall of Righteous Gathering into a storm of blades and a tempest of blood. Shortly thereafter, the clamor of fighting inside the hall subdued, while the chaos spread like wildfire outside, engulfing the entire stronghold. Thud! In the Hall of Righteous Gathering, with the final blow, a cold gleam flashed, and instantly blood sprayed crimson, a body severed from its head. Su Yang stood alone in the hall, holding the heavy blade, his gaze sweeping around the room, now filled with lifeless bodies and severed limbs. As the only survivor in the hall, looking at Su Yang, whose blade was unstained by blood and whose edge was intimidating, the middle-aged scholar's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, bowing his head, his voice trembling as he said, "My lord, I greet you, leader of the household. Congratulations, sir, on taking over the estate of the 100 Broken Mountains." "Ha!" Su Yang laughed, sheathing his blade, and looked at the man kneeling before him. "You do know which way the wind blows. Thank you for the praise, great leader." Feeling that there was no intent to kill from the other party, the middle-aged scholar felt slightly relieved and spoke with forced composure, that Liang Sanjiang was a frog in a well, stubborn and self-righteous, actually daring to be the enemy of the household leader, truly seeking his own death. Enough with the nonsense. However, Su Yang had no time to listen to the other side's flattery and cut to the chase, asking, "Where is the storeroom?" Hearing this, the middle-aged scholar didn't dare to waste words any longer. Struggling to stand, he said with trepidation, "The storeroom of the stronghold mainly contains ordinary goods." Liang Sanjiang, being selfish and greedy, kept all of the extraordinary treasures and valuable loot in his private stockpile, along with numerous divine weapons and martial arts manuals. "Please follow me, leader." He didn't question why Su Yang was so devoid of martial virtue, going against his word of moving out after 3 days and showing up today instead, shamelessly using strong bows and sharp arrows to ambush and kill the unsuspecting Liang Sanjiang. Because this is how the martial world operates, where the victor is king. To say anything else would be meaningless. 100 Broken Mountains, Heavenly King Peak, henceforth had a new master. Su Yang's plan had taken a crucial step forward. Ever since he took over Qingfeng's stronghold and had established a certain level of power and a solid foundation, he began to reveal the advantages of being a transmigrator. Relying on technologies such as fine salt, soap, and colored glaze, he obtained a large amount of wealth. This wealth was not hoarded in his hands but constantly transformed into power. On one hand, he spent a fortune to obtain martial arts manuals from famous masters and various sects, enriching his own martial foundations. On the other hand, he purchased grain, meat, weapons, and armor, training his followers and strengthening the stronghold. In a world with no extraordinary powers and low martial arts, the power of money was extremely strong. Su Yang's no-cost-spared and generous investments were naturally effective. Not only did his own martial arts improve rapidly, but the stronghold's strength also grew swiftly. Unfortunately, wealth is not omnipotent. Soon, Su Yang encountered a bottleneck both in his martial arts progression and the development of the stronghold. There is no need to elaborate on martial arts. With money invested and skill traits, in just a few years, Su Yang had cultivated inner strength and mastered many martial arts. However, the cultivation of true qi that followed inner strength was a jealously guarded secret of the major sects. Although he had an attribute panel and skill traits like a golden finger, these skill traits could only turn decay into magic, not create something out of nothing. At least for now, the skills and traits he had developed couldn't achieve that. Therefore, he could only offer a high reward for the purchase of martial arts from famous masters and true qi cultivation methods. However, while he didn't secure any mana point, trouble knocked at his door first. Liang Sanjiang was one of those envious onlookers. Just as with martial arts cultivation, the development of the stronghold encountered similar issues. Little Yellow Mountain was too small, and Qingfeng's stronghold was even smaller. Even though he had taken in many fugitives from the mountains and attracted many poor people to join, he could not change the fundamental issue of size. Soon, he reached a bottleneck and became the target of contention by officials, bandits, and various other forces. To break out of this situation, he decisively took action against 100 Broken Mountains. 100 Broken Mountains, stretching from the southern dynasty to the north and located in the central plains, is one of the main thoroughfares for north-south traffic. The mountain ranges are continuous, vast, and deep, rife with bandits, thus merchants passing through often suffer robbery, which led to the mountain's name, 100 Broken. Liang Sanjiang, a true qi expert and a bandit leader, 30 years ago had forcefully united the bandits of 100 Broken Mountains and became one of the chieftains over 63 provinces in the south and north, known as the Heavenly King of 100 Broken Mountains. After taking the Heavenly King Peak, Liang Sanjiang secured the support and loyalty of all bandits in 100 Broken Mountains. His power was extremely formidable. The imperial court sent troops to eradicate him multiple times, but they always returned without success, boosting his reputation even further, shining brightly as if he were the sun at its zenith. He had set his sights on the recently risen Qingfeng stronghold, not realizing that Su Yang also had his eyes on his 100 Broken Mountains. For Su Yang, as long as he killed this man and seized the foundation of 100 Broken Mountains, he could then occupy a naturally defensible territory, no longer fearing any encirclement campaigns by the court or officials. Besides, controlling such a critical traffic route would enable him to collect profits from north-south trade. Coupled with commodities like fine salt, soap, and colored glaze, becoming the wealthiest in the land would be effortless. With money, one can make the gods come through. Soon, the issues with martial arts cultivation would be resolved, and his progression to a true qi grandmaster would face no more obstacles. Therefore, after Liang Sanjiang sent men to his door, Su Yang decisively took action. First, he set a 3-day meeting to distract attention and then stealthily entered Heavenly King Peak. Outside the Hall of Righteous Gathering, he shot and killed Liang Sanjiang. Over the years, he had diligently practiced martial arts, not only cultivating the basics of inner strength, but with the aid of martial arts, his archery skills had also improved significantly. Combined with the butcher's technique and the iron bamboo bow that he meticulously crafted and was difficult for others to draw, even Liang Sanjiang, the true qi grandmaster, could not withstand his ambush and died on the spot. With Liang Sanjiang dead, the outcome of this battle was without suspense. The remaining dozen or so stronghold leaders, the strongest only possessing inner strength, were like clay chickens and pottery dogs against him, not worth one blow. In a moment, they were all cut down by his 9-ring blade, which could easily slice through iron like mud and cleave through steel armor. 100 Broken Mountains thus changed hands. With the foundation of 100 Broken Mountains in his grasp, he was like a bird soaring into the sky or a fish leaping into the ocean. Casting his gaze upon the world, he faced no more constraints. In such a way. Chapter 16, Birthday Banquet. In the mountains, there are no years, and a cycle passes in leisure. 74 years later, on the 100 Broken Mountains, the Heavenly King Peak. From the North Province, the eastbound escort agency, Head Escort Master Miao arrives. Head Escort Master Miao presents a congratulatory gift, a portion of red blood ginseng. Disciple Miao Feng, accompanied by my son, pays respects and wishes the Grandmaster longevity like the East Sea and a life as enduring as the South Mountain. From the South Province, Jinwei Escort Agency, Head Escort Master Wang arrives. Head Escort Master Wang presents a congratulatory gift, a pair of Sky Mountain Snow Lotus. Grand Disciple Wang Tang pays respects, wishing the ancestral master brightness surpassing the sun and moon, everlasting youth through the seasons. Golden Jade Hall, Mr. Zhao arrives. Mr. Zhao presents a congratulatory gift, a millennium warm jade pillow. Student Zhao Hao pays respects, wishing my teacher everlasting celestial fortune, a life as long as the heavens. From the North Sea, the Flying Fish gang leader Meng arrives. From Zishuan Huey Mountain, Boss Zhang arrives. From the East Mountain Commerce Association, Manager Qian arrives. At 100 Broken Mountains, on Heavenly King Peak, in front of the Hall of Righteous Gathering, it was exceptionally lively. Troops and officials from all directions came, their voices of greeting unceasing, jubilation resounding. Zhou Hai, the main steward of the mountain stronghold, personally tended to the guests amidst the feast, welcoming friends from every direction. Brother Zhou, long time no see. Manager Zhou, your charm hasn't diminished since back in the day. Brother Zhou, how has the Grandmaster been faring lately? Brother Zhou. All faces greeted him with smiles, and Zhou Hai met them with a smile in return. Brother Miao, it has been a long time. Oh, now I should address you as head escort master Miao, shouldn't I? Younger brother Wang, your elegance surpasses that of the past. Brother Zhao, all has been well with you, I trust. The Grandmaster has been exceedingly well. Brother Qian. Big brother Meng. Ah, we're all family here, there's no need for such formalities. The guests who had arrived on the scene were mainly from escort agencies, business associations, gangs, and the Greenwoods. The gifts they brought were valuable, but the bonds were even stronger. During the feast, as they met with Zhou Hai, all faces engaged in friendly chatter, a harmonious atmosphere where both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. At that moment, Manager. A servant approached Zhou Hai, presenting a red invitation. Zhou Hai looked at the invitation, then turned to the servant and said, a distinguished guest has arrived, quickly, please invite them in. A distinguished guest. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially seeing Zhou Hai standing in place, reluctant to move. His expression grew more curious. To call them a distinguished guest, yet not receive them in person? Such behavior was indeed puzzling. Could it be? As speculations rose in the minds of the crowd. The leader of Kunlun, He Tianchong, along with his disciples, conveys wishes to Heavenly King Li for a longevity like the South Mountain. With the announcement of their arrival, a group of people entered the Hall of Righteous Gathering. Only then did Manager Zhou Hai step forward to welcome them, hands clasped and a smile on his face. Mr. Iron Sword graces us with his esteemed presence, we have failed to greet you from afar, please forgive us. The stance of Kunlun's leader He Tianchong was upright and staunch, like a pine, exemplifying the aura of a grandmaster. Hearing Zhou Hai's words, he too clasped his hands in return and responded with a hearty laugh. Manager Zhou exaggerates. I come uninvited, it is I who should ask for forgiveness. Ha ha! Zhou Hai laughed, not minding in the least, and gestured with a sweep of his hand, please take a seat. Please. He Tianchong, without ceremony, led his disciples to sit down a perfect number for one table. The leader of Kunlun. Mr. Iron Sword. This. The seated guests were visibly taken aback at this development. Kunlun is far away in the western regions, why come to offer congratulations without any reason? Looking at this, it seems Heavenly King didn't invite them. Perhaps it's not without reason, but rather there is a cause behind it. If they're not here for good, they're here for ill. Humph, they dare stir trouble here. Today is the Grandmaster's centennial birthday, they wouldn't dare such insolence. They say Golden Jade Hall's trade spreads far and wide, and in recent years they've revived trade between the Central Plains and the Western regions, causing quite a few disturbances. As Kunlun is a prominent power in the Western regions, could it be they're here for this matter? Humph, indeed they are not welcome guests. Everyone knows that Golden Jade Hall belongs to Heavenly King, and Kunlun's faction picked this time to visit, clearly with ill intentions, wishing to disrupt Heavenly King's centennial celebration. They truly court death. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their words quite harsh and without any attempt to disguise their thoughts. However, the Kunlun representatives remained undisturbed, sitting quietly at their table, waiting. At that moment, the leader of Kongtong, Chen Longfei, accompanied by his junior siblings Meng Hun, Zhou Ming, Zhang Ziwei, Shen Ke, Song Hua, Bai Qi, and Kong Xian, along with numerous disciples, present their respects to Heavenly King Li for prosperity like the East Sea. Another group stepped into the Hall of Righteous Gathering. Zhou Hai's demeanor unchanged, advanced to meet them, the arrival of the Kongtong 8 heroes is an honor. We failed to greet you from afar, our apologies. Manager Zhou is too courteous. Please, have a seat. The number of people from Kongtong exceeded that of Kunlun, filling up 2 tables. The Kongtong 8 heroes. They've come as well. What's this about? Kongtong is in the northwest, in a land of remote and bitter cold, why come to join the festivity? I've heard they're allied with Kunlun, also involved in the escort business, and had conflicts with Brother Miao's eastbound escort agency some years ago. The commentary continued, the tone was still derisive, but just like the Kunlun members, the Kongtong party also ignored the remarks and quietly took their seats, waiting. At that moment, the disciple of Yimei, Jing Ian, accompanied by fellow junior siblings, come to wish heavenly kingly peace and health. The abbot of Shaolin, Kong Jian, along with his junior brothers Kong Xing, Kong Zi, Kong Xiang, and other disciples, come to wish heavenly kingly 1,000 autumns of happiness. The representatives of Wudang, Ling Su, and Ling Chong, leading their disciples, come to wish heavenly kingly everlasting vitality like the evergreens. Yi Feng from Divine Sword Manor wishes heavenly kingly boundless longevity and fortune. Yuan Ao from White Camel Mountain wishes heavenly kingly prosperity as vast as the East Sea. Chen Jixuan from the Beggars Guild wishes heavenly kingly Giant Whale Gang, Peace Gang, Iron Palm Gang, Green City Sect. Guests from all corners arrived in an endless stream, and Zhou Hai, who refused no one, soon saw the expanded hall of righteous gathering filled to capacity. The 5 great sects, the 7 great gangs, the 2 elders of Wudang, the 4 monks of Shaolin, the prestigious clans, the might of the Big Dipper. All have come. It seems today's affairs will not end peacefully. The Heavenly King celebrates his 100th birthday, how dare they act like this? Such a display clearly indicates their banding together. They pretend to come for the birthday celebration, but their true intention is to stir up trouble. Humph, they're certainly bold, daring to seek trouble on the 100 broken mountains. Haven't they learned their lesson from the past years? They think they have strength in numbers and are clearly underestimating us. We cannot let these villains ruin the founder's birthday. As disciples and family members, we must join forces and drive them out of the mountain. Hold on, since Brother Zhou invited them to sit, it means the founder must have a plan. We must not act rashly and spoil his arrangements. Inside the hall of righteous gathering, the murmuring was incessant, and the atmosphere even more indescribable. Seeing that the tables were full, Zhou Hai also stood up on the main stage and said to everyone, for all of you to come here to celebrate Heavenly King's birthday, 100 Broken Mountains is deeply honored. With this meager wine, we express our humble gratitude. Please, everyone, drink freely, and not return sober today. Servants, serve the wine, commence the feast. Hold on. His words were not yet finished when someone interrupted him. Zhou Hai looked down, gazing at the one who spoke up. It was Kunlun sect leader He Tianchong, but he did not care and still replied with a faint smile, "What advice does Mr. Iron Sword have?" He Tianchong stood up, drawing the eyes of everyone, and spoke out clearly, "Let's not beat around the bush. Today, we are here not only to celebrate Heavenly King Li's 100th birthday, but there's another matter for which we ask the Heavenly King to explain to the world. So I dare to ask, where is Heavenly King Li?" Zhou Hai smiled, still unconcerned. Heavenly King Li has some pressing matters and cannot spare the time now. Mr. Iron Sword, all sect leaders, and esteemed figures of the martial world, if there are matters you wish to discuss, you may speak of them now. Although I am not talented, I am still capable of speaking on behalf of Heavenly King Li. I'm afraid you are not the right person to handle this, Manager Zhou. Zhou Hai had hardly finished speaking when another man stood up. It was Kongtong sect leader Chen Longfei. "It is better to invite Heavenly King Li to come out and confront the heroes himself." Sect leader Chen. Zhou Hai lowered his gaze, looking at him coldly. "How Heavenly King Li conducts his affairs is not for the likes of you to determine. I advise sect leader Chen and the rest of you not to bring disgrace upon yourselves." "You?" "Exactly." Chen Longfei's expression stiffened, but before he could speak, someone slammed the table and stood up. It was the head escort master of the eastbound escort agency, Miao Feng. Miao Feng stood up, his tiger eyes glaring coldly at Chen Longfei and the others from Kongtong. "How the founder acts is none of your business. If you have something to say, then say it. If you want to fight, then follow me outside the mountain and settle it." Do not disturb the founder's birthday celebration. You. Brother Miao speaks the truth. Chen Longfei was left speechless by Miao Feng's words, a mix of shock and anger on his face. When yet another man stood up, it was none other than the head escort master of Jinwei Escort Agency, Wang Tang. Wang Tang rose to his feet, his hand pressing down on the table, his cold eyes sweeping over the sect leaders. Today is the 100th birthday of our founder. If any of you have grievances with us, settle them outside the mountains. But if you act wildly and disrupt our founder's birthday celebration, don't blame us for being ruthless. Amitabha Buddha. No sooner had the threatening words fallen than they were suppressed by a clear and sonorous Buddhist chant. This chant was so clear and resounding that it drummed in everyone's eardrums like a great bell, fully displaying the profound cultivation of true qi. Everyone turned their heads, following the sound, and saw an old monk with white eyebrows, dressed in a kazaya, rise from his seat and say while leaning on a Vajra scepter, "Head Escort Master Wang, you are still so overbearing. With a single disagreement, you resort to threats of violence. No wonder, 7 years ago, you annihilated our Shaolin lay disciples and all 78 people from the Dragon Gate Escort Agency." Hi! At those words, everyone's gaze suddenly sharpened. Only Wang Tang remained composed, his cold eyes turning to the white-browed old monk. "I wondered who it was, and it turns out to be Master Kongjian from Shaolin. True, my Jinwei Escort Agency has competed with your Dragon Gate Escort Agency, even fought several battles, but the massacre that wiped out Dragon Gate Escort Agency was not our doing. Master, you should first investigate the facts of the case before you make baseless accusations." Humph! Kongjian tapped his scepter and said coldly, "Both physical evidence and witnesses point to you. You say it's not you, is that so? Physical evidence can be manipulated, and witnesses can lie. The truth is in the heart of hearts." Wang Tang flung his sleeves, raising his hands to the sky. "We, the disciples of 100 Broken Mountains, have been taught by our founder's verbal instruction and personal example, his earnest teachings. We always act openly and uprightly, with a clear conscience. If it were the doing of my Jinwei Escort Agency, I, Wang Tang, would readily admit it. If there is half a falsehood, I should suffer from the 5 thunder boom, with both body and spirit destroyed. 100 Broken Mountains. Hat." Upon hearing this, Kongjian let out a cold laugh. Who in the martial world doesn't know that Heavenly Kingly of the 100 Broken Mountains is the leader of the bandits in the Green Forest, a peerless great bandit who roams the mountains and forests? The merchants and even ordinary travelers all suffer extortion. Even before Heavenly Kingly joined the martial world, he ruthlessly exterminated both his family and the Li and Lu families. Such a sect tradition, and he dares to claim being open and upright, with a clear conscience. It is truly laughable. You bald donkey! The moment he said this, an uproar ensued. Wang Tang's eyes bulged with fury, pointing at Kongjian, "You dare to insult my ancestors' reputation. The truth is simply stated. What Master Kongjian said is true. What heroes of the Green Forest? Aren't they just a bunch of bandits? You thief monk, you're inverting right and wrong, spouting slander. My 100 Broken Mountains paves the way for commerce, strategizing across the martial world, westward to the deserts, eastward to the vast seas, south across the mountain ridges, north to the snowy lands. Look at the martial world, there is nowhere without the stations, horse gangs, merchant associations, and fleets of the 100 Broken Mountains, truly rich in the 4 seas and prosperous in all directions. Would we need to extort the common people? Ridiculous! Bald donkey, when it comes to extortion, who in the martial world can compete with you? Everyone knows that Shaolin, having been established for hundreds of years, is known as a temple but is actually a landlord tyrant. Inside and outside the temple, the good fields it holds are not just 10,000 acres, plus the temple Buddha statues. How much of the common people's offerings have you swallowed? How much blood and flesh of the civilians have you consumed? And those from Dragon Gate Escort Agency, what lay disciples? They are clearly just your looting methods. Dragon Gate Escort Agency, relying on the status of the largest sect in the martial world, purported to be an escort agency, but is actually no different from bandits. The acts of cunning and thievery are countless. It's only fitting that their destruction is heavenly retribution. Everyone knows that though my founder came from humble origins, he has always acted with fairness and justice, never harming the innocent. Back then, the Li and Lu families were wealthy but unkind, overbearing and tyrannical, seeking to take my founder's life. The founder only executed the ringleaders and cut off their followers, without harming anyone else. Where is this talk of exterminating entire families coming from? Besides these malicious villains, all of you seated here are heroes of the martial world. Ask yourselves, has my ancestor ever done anything unjust? Look across the martial world, be it the women and men of the martial world or the common people, who doesn't praise the name of Heavenly Kingly as a righteous and benevolent ruler? Humph, what a righteous and benevolent ruler, it's just to win over people's hearts and grow your own power. True, you of the 100 Broken Mountains widely shelter fleeing commoners, not knowing how many criminals and bandits have joined your camp, becoming a den of filth, too foul to speak of. It's exactly because you bandits and villains back them up, that many ignorant commoners grow bold, committing murder and robbery. Then, following your founder's example, the righteous and benevolent Heavenly Kingly, they flee into the mountains, joining the bandits, thus becoming the scourge of the common people, a malignant tumor of society. You old ghost, you're framing others with lies, clearly it's you, the so-called prestigious clans in cahoots with the government and powerful families, who oppress and extort layer by layer, driving people to such despair they must flee to the mountains to become escapees. You shameless old thief, turning black into white like this, do you really think no one can cut off your dog head? You youngsters, what right do you have to discuss such matters with us? Where is Li Qingshan? Let him come out. What does he dare to do but not to acknowledge? Hehe, at tonight's banquet, why is there not one from the Li family to be seen? Could it be that the old ghost knows his misdeeds have been exposed and he will be attacked by the heroes of the martial world? Hence he ran off early, leaving you outsiders to be the scapegoats. Inside the hall of righteous gathering, both sides insisted on their own arguments, their faces flushed with anger, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, on the verge of losing control. Just then, what a lively scene! A light chuckle came from outside. Chapter 17, Powder. Voices came from outside, and the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone frowned and turned to look, only to see a line of people calmly walking into the hall. The one at the forefront was a fair-skinned, handsome young master. This person, with a folding fan lightly flicking, walked ahead, followed by a group of oddly shaped attendants that included monks, Taoists, literati, and warriors, yet seemed to be none of these, even including a pair of enigmatic children of indeterminate gender. Who is he? A Shaolin renegade, the poison monk Yuan Xing. And the ghost-headed monk Zhang Tao. Aren't those two the yin and yang children? That old fellow is the emaciated Taoist Wang Yuan spirit. Where did this band of demons and monsters come from? Boy, who are you? No, this is a Western goods seller. What's the background of this sissy, to have so many evil path experts following him? Seeing the motley crew of followers behind the young master, everyone in the hall, especially the leaders of the various sects, were taken aback and did not dare to act rashly. Those from the 100 Broken Mountains faction were also frowning, looking at the uninvited young master. Who might you be, and what brings you here? Nicely put, nicely put. The young master smiled and revealed his background. I am Li Shaobai of the Sacred Fire Sect. Today, I lead the left and right envoys of the Sacred Sect, the 4 Spell Kings, and the 8 Altar Masters to personally ascend the 100 Broken Mountains, to congratulate Heavenly Kingly on his long life of 100 years. You! Audacious! As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the 100 Broken Mountains immediately boiled with rage, and Miao Feng, the chief escort of the eastbound escort agency, was even more furious, kicking a wine jar toward the other party. Audacious! Unexpectedly, someone behind the intruder also shouted angrily, and with a palm strike from a distance, shattered the flying wine jar with a thunderous crash, not harming the young master in the slightest. Seeing this, the young master cared even less, shaking his fan and laughing, we come to present our congratulations, yet this is how the 100 Broken Mountains treats its guests. Heavenly King Li's name resounds around the world, yet he doesn't know how to teach his people some manners. You're seeking death. This remark enraged the people of the 100 Broken Mountains even more, and they were about to attack him, but they were stopped by the head steward, Zhou Hai, with a wave of his hand. Zhou Hai stepped forward with a light laugh still on his lips. So it's the young leader of the Sacred Fire Sect in person. With such an entourage ascending the 100 Broken Mountains, may I inquire as to your purpose? Ha ha ha, it's said that Zhou Hai of the 100 Broken Mountains is astute and resourceful, the capable right hand of Heavenly Kingly. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well deserved. Li Xiaobai gave a salute but did not continue to provoke. Instead, he turned to the people of the martial world. Everyone in the world knows that Heavenly King Li is just and benevolent, not only a hero of the ages but also a grand master. These so-called reputable clans dare to come here on Heavenly King Li's 100th birthday to stir up trouble, truly seeking death. Having said this, before the representatives of the various sects could recover, he changed the subject back to Zhou Hai. Steward Zhou, would you trouble yourself to report to Heavenly King Li, saying that our sacred sect intends to form an alliance with the 100 Broken Mountains, henceforth joining our two houses together in strength and loss, sharing the world equally, and governing the martial world together. Which? How dare you? Demon sect fiend, how dare you be so bold? At this point, the representatives of the various sects finally snapped back to reality and burst out in shock and anger, interrupting him. Li Xiaobai, undisturbed, with flirtatious eyes fixed on Zhou Hai, said, as long as the Heavenly King agrees, today our two families can join forces to kill these hypocritical reputable clans here on the spot, elevate our two families' prestige, and from then on in the martial world, only our two families will be revered. Wouldn't that be delightful? You demon sect fiend, delusional fool! On hearing these words, the sects were even more shocked and enraged, with some even causing an uproar. Well, I was wondering what gave the 100 Broken Mountains the confidence to challenge the martial world. Turns out you're in cahoots with the demon sect fiends. Fellow deists, this is a trap. Let's fight our way out together. Let's go all out against these demon sect fiends. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control. Base figures skulking in the shadows, imposters deceiving the world, how dare you use the name of our sacred sect to trick the heroes of the world? A long, powerful shout suddenly came from outside, accompanied by a strong blast of true chi that quelled the scene. A figure somersaulted into the room. The crowd furrowed their brows and focused their eyes, only to see the newcomer was a young man of noble presence and striking elegance, exuding an authoritative aura that commanded respect. As soon as this person landed and stood firm, a crowd of people rushed in and stood behind him, supporting the scene. This. I am Li Xiaobai of the Sacred Fire Sect, greeting the heroes of the world. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment and uncertainty, the young man announced his name, also claiming to be Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai. Sacred Fire Sect. How is there another Li Xiaobai? The crowd was baffled by his words, with only that cross-dressing young master showing a cold expression. The youth who claimed to be Li Xiaobai paid no heed and, facing the crowd with a clasped fist, said, I am the true Li Xiaobai. As for this person, they belong to those who deceive the world and steal names. Gentlemen, do not be fooled by her deceit. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the young master and coldly exposed their identity. This person is not a member of our sacred sect but rather the daughter of the Imperial Yang King, Princess Kingpin, who today has impersonated the name of our sect to incite discord between 100 Broken Mountains and various major sects. This is a conspiracy by the Imperial Court, orchestrated to have us in the martial world slaughter each other. Everyone, you must not fall for their trick. This. The Imperial Court. Yang King. Princess. At these words, the crowd was even more astonished, looking towards both factions with uncertainty. Indeed, I am the daughter of the Yang King, the Imperial appointee, Princess Kingpin. Seeing that her identity had been exposed, the young master no longer pretended and, immediately clasping her fist towards Zhou Hai, said, but the actions I have taken today were not meant to incite discord between 100 Broken Mountains and the warrior sects. It is indeed the diabolic ambition of this sacred fire sect, which has turned to rebellion. While pointing at Li Xiaobai, she continued, this demon sect has vast ambitions, desiring to rebel tonight and swallow the foundation of 100 Broken Mountains. Having learned this information, I intended to warn the Heavenly King, but feared the word without proof would not be believed, forcing me into this desperate course of action. I hope the Heavenly King will forgive me. Besides. Princess Kingpin then shifted her gaze towards the heads of the major sects. Although everyone in the martial world claims to fight against the Sacred Fire Sect, in truth, it is not so. Behind it stand many powerful supporters, and various major sects have backdoor dealings with them to oppose the Imperial Court for personal gain. Today's incident is the culmination of their conspiracies. You. Gentlemen, do not listen to her nonsense. The crowd was startled and angered, ready to speak up, but Li Xiaobai stood out again, our sacred sect harbors no such intentions. The current imperial court is unjust, the foolish sovereign and treacherous officials are colluding, and the common people suffer bitterly. Our sacred sect stands as a banner for the people of the world." He then pointed at Princess Kingpin again. "What she says is all slander. She is the one with malicious intent. The imperial troops have already been secretly mobilized and encircled below the mountain, intending to capture Heavenly Kingly along with all the heroes of the world in one fell swoop. I implore everyone to discern the truth." "Nonsense!" Princess Kingpin, not to be outdone, pointed directly at Li Xiaobai, saying to Zhou Hai, "Steward, do not believe his words. The imperial court has no intention of troubling 100 Broken Mountains and Heavenly Kingly. On the contrary, it is this demon sect that has defied the authority, aspiring to snatch the foundation of 100 Broken Mountains to establish its base. Not only did it collude with various major sects, but it also mobilized a large army to besiege us. My father, upon learning of this information, dispatched troops." The two engaged in a heated verbal duel, unyielding in their debate, while the crowd from 100 Broken Mountains and the sect leaders stood by, utterly dumbfounded. "What's going on? The imperial court and the demon sect have both arrived, each with an army, now surrounding 100 Broken Mountains? This was supposed to be a martial world affair. How did the imperial court get involved, turning the situation into such a mess? This. Where is the Grand Master? Such a situation can only be resolved by the Heavenly King. The troops are at the foot of the mountain, what should we do?" The scene was one of complete chaos, with hidden agendas all around. Meanwhile, on Heavenly King Peak, in a room at the back of the mountain, the candlelight was bright but couldn't dispel the encroaching shadows of twilight. An old woman with white hair, lying weakly on the bed, looked with blurry eyes at the young man sitting beside her and said with difficulty, "Brother, it seems, I can no longer be with you." The young man, with black hair like ink and a stern face, exuded a majestic aura from inside out, sitting beside the bed gripping the old woman's hand without a word. Li Hongyu also gripped his hand tightly. "Brother, over the years, you have taken on too many burdens. I'm useless, unable to master martial arts or handle accounts, not only failing to help you but also dragging you down. I'm sorry, so sorry." Su Yang shook his head. "That's not true." Li Hongyu managed a difficult smile, looking relieved and relaxed at him. "I know, you are no ordinary person. That my second brother and I could follow you is the greatest fortune of our lives. Now, we have enjoyed that fortune. If there is an afterlife, I'd still wish to be your little sister, is that okay?" It took a while for Su Yang to respond. "Agreed. Then it's a promise, don't deceive me." Seeing Su Yang agree, Li Hongyu relaxed further. Her eyes, gazing upward, began to grow hazy as she murmured, "Brother, look, second brother has come to meet me, and there's Dad, Mom, even De Wang." Her voice trailed off softly as her blurry eyes gradually lost their sparkle, and her tightly gripping hand slackened. "Miss Ancestor." Seeing this, the Li family members behind her immediately knelt down and cried in unison. Su Yang remained silent, sitting quietly beside the bed. After a long time, he reached out his hand and gently closed those lifeless eyes. He then rose and walked away without paying any heed to the openly weeping crowd, whether their grief was genuine or feigned. Time is merciless, and on the road to immortality, there are bound to be regrets. Su Yang did not want those regrets to last forever, nor did he want to remain powerless. Thus, he sought to become stronger, grasp power step by step, and take control of his destiny. Chapter 18, Entrance. In the Hall of Righteous Gathering, the noise gradually subsided, and the pattern became clearer. Eastbound Escort Agency, Golden Jade Hall, and other escort bureau merchants stood together, siding with 100 Broken Mountains. Shaolin, Wudang, Yimei, Kunlun, as well as Kongtong and other sects formed a group, representing the martial world faction. Then there was Princess Kingpin leading the imperial troops, and Li Xiaobai with his sacred fire sect followers, each forming their own faction. The four factions stood divided, their expressions bizarre, and the atmosphere even more subtle. After a moment of silence, someone could no longer hold back and turned their eyes to Zhou Hai. "To this point, if Heavenly Kingly does not make an appearance, I'm afraid tonight this 100 Broken Mountains will be awash in blood." As soon as these words were uttered, all eyes gathered on Zhou Hai. Indeed, as stated, such a situation could only be resolved by the appearance of a key figure who could decide the overall situation. And on 100 Broken Mountains, there had always been only one person who could decide the overall situation, and that was tap. A soft footstep, barely noticeable, but with all the present company being who they were, instantly startled and turned around, looking towards the door. Just then a person entered, striding in with ease, a tall and majestic young man with an awe-inspiring presence. This. Upon seeing this person enter the hall, everyone from all factions was stunned, their eyes filled with confusion. Who is this man? From which faction does he come? Moreover, was this porridge not chaotic enough already? The crowd furrowed their brows, filled with shock and doubt, until the newcomer crossed the center hall and ascended a high tier, turning to sit down on the dragon head chair. This. The pupils of the people constricted, filled with astonishment, and the leaders of the various sects, along with many elders, were even more horrified. Even Miao Feng, Wang Tang, and other 100 Broken Mountains sect members were agape with disbelief upon this sight. Only Wang Hai, the chief steward, looked as usual, bowing to the seated youth, Heavenly King. These words caused an uproar in the entire hall. How is that possible? He is Heavenly Kingly. What a joke! Could they be fooling us? Surely this is deception and bluster. Everyone was in disbelief regarding the newcomer's identity, except the leaders of the major sects and a few renowned figures of the martial world who were deeply furrowing their brows, filled with doubt. The public's reaction was no surprise, for who in the world did not know Heavenly Kingly of 100 Broken Mountains? He had been renowned for over 70 years, his reputation shaking the south and the north, echoing from the east to the west, living as a martial arts legend, a peerless master. How could this legendary figure, nearly 100 years old, possibly be the young man before them? Could there really be a technique in this world for reversing age, to achieve immortality and eternal youth? Or was it just the trickster prince, a deceptive ruse? Naturally, people were more inclined to believe the latter, for if not, the matter would be far too terrifying. Yet. No, this man certainly is not Heavenly Kingly. 15 years ago, when Heavenly Kingly was at Shaolin to challenge the three-crossing divine monk, I had the fortune to catch a glimpse of him. Then, Heavenly Kingly was clearly an old man with white hair and beard, with an immortal-like demeanor. Why would this person pretend to be Heavenly Kingly? What exactly is 100 Broken Mountains trying to achieve by doing so? What else could it be? At 100 years old, his vital energy depleted, how could he withstand such a force? They had to find a substitute to deceive and impress. Who would have thought, that the illustrious 100 Broken Mountains would come to such a pass? Master Kongjian, I heard that 15 years ago, Heavenly Kingly went to Shaolin to challenge the three-crossing divine monk, and you four were there to witness. You should know best, is this man really? Ba. The voices of the crowd's astonished discussions were overwhelmed by a resounding Buddhist chant. Shaolin's abbot Kongjian stepped forward with his staff and performed a Buddhist salute. Heavenly Kingly has achieved a level of skill that alters creation, reversing the cycle of life and death, rejuvenating himself. He can now stand shoulder to shoulder with our sect's Bodhidharma. This humble monk admires, truly admires. This. As these words came out, the hall was in an uproar once again. Truly Heavenly Kingly. What kind of joke is this? Reversing age, immortality, and eternal youth. Is there such martial skill in the world? Why have I never heard of it? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. The crowd was in shock, unable to believe it. Only the outer disciples of 100 Broken Mountains accepted the fact and immediately prostrated themselves. Congratulations to our Grand Master for the great achievement of his divine skill. Su Yang shook his head, remained silent, and merely waved his hand for them to stand aside, then turned his gaze towards the leaders of the various sects and the numerous renowned figures of the martial world, Shaolin, Wudang, Yimei, Kunlun, as well as Kongtong, Beggar's Guild, Witch Mountain Sect, Divine Sword Manor. You have all arrived quite promptly. As soon as these words were spoken, a sense of foreboding surged in everyone's heart. Was he about to settle accounts? Of course, it was time to settle accounts. If it had been before, they would not fear being held accountable, because they had long been prepared to fall out with Heavenly Kingly and even to engage in a fight, otherwise, they would not have dared to come to 100 Broken Mountains to cause trouble during his birthday celebration. The crowd had such confidence because this martial arts legend was nearly 100 years old. Even though he had once been invincible in the martial world, no one can withstand the merciless ravages of time. At the age of 100, no matter how high his martial skills were, when faced with the major sects united and wearied by rotation in battle, they could still exhaust him to death. But now, gazing at Su Yang, whose hair was as black as ink and who bore a striking and majestic appearance, everyone fell into silence. Could this still end in death? Even if it did, how much would they have to pay? Damn it, why did the traitor arranged within the 100 Broken Mountains know nothing of such an important matter, leaving them completely unprepared? The crowd felt annoyed in their hearts, and the pressure on their shoulders grew heavier. But silence wouldn't solve the problem, and Kong Jian, the abbot of Shaolin, could only pluck up his courage and step forward to say, Heavenly King's mastery over creation is beyond mortal, and none of us wish to disturb the Heavenly King, to again mix in these worldly matters, yet the actions of the Heavenly King's disciples are too overbearing and tyrannical, causing grievances among the various martial world sects. As soon as these words were uttered, the disciples from outside the 100 Broken Mountains turned pale and immediately cursed in anger. Bald donkey, in the presence of the Grand Master, you still dare to twist truth and spout slander. The Grand Master's earnest teachings are etched in our hearts, we have never done anything to tarnish our sect's reputation. The crowd exclaimed in shocked anger, but were silenced by a wave of Su Yang's hand. Su Yang glanced at Kong Jian and then turned his gaze to Princess Kingpin and Li Xiaobai. Martial World. Imperial Court. Rebels. Ha! Made to laugh, Su Yang said in a muted tone, in truth, you are all of the same ilk, unable to tolerate my man, Li Qingshan. Once these words were said, the hall became deathly quiet. The crowd was shocked and dared not speak. In the end, it was Kong Jian who came back to his senses first. Amit Ba, Heavenly King, your words are too severe, we truly have no such intentions. Both Qingping and Li Xiaobai were jolted awake too. Yes, 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 we absolutely have no intention to cause the Heavenly King any trouble. However, Su Yang paid them no mind and said with a cold glance, you can't tolerate me, yet how could I ever tolerate you? This. The crowd's pupils shrank, showing a look of shock and fright. Kong Jian furrowed his white brows, feeling greatly unsettled, but as the Shaolin abbot, he still had to ask, though with difficulty, what do you mean by this, Heavenly King? Su Yang gave no answer, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on the leader of the Kunlun sect, Mr. Iron Sword, He Tianchong. 50 years ago, I ascended Kunlun and fought your grandfather, Mr. 3 Exceptional. In 52 moves, I was victorious. The statement caused He Tiankong's face to twitch with fury and shock, yet he dared not speak. Su Yang ignored him, looking next at the leader of the Kongtong sect, Chen Longfei. 45 years ago, I went to Kongtong. The 5 elders of Kongtong met me in battle. In 42 moves, they were defeated by my hand. Chen Longfei. 40 years ago, at the Beggars Guild headquarters, your former leader, along with 6 of the 9 Bag elders and 18 disciples, formed the dog-beating staff formation. In 58 moves, it was broken by me. 35 years ago, at Divine Sword Manor, your grandfather with the Yishan 8 swords combined, took 88 moves to admit defeat. 30 years ago, on the Golden Summit of Yimei, the 36 Heaven Gang sword formation, 62 moves. 25 years ago, on Wudang Mountain, the True Martial 7 sections, 81 moves. 15 years ago, on Shayashi Mountain, 108 Arhats formed the Vajra Demon subduing array, 75 moves. As he recounted each incident, the sect leaders' faces twitched, and their eyes flickered uncontrollably. Over these decades, the ability of the 100 Broken Mountains to operate freely across the world, establishing escort agencies, horse gangs, merchant associations, and fleets in all directions, depended first on monopolies of several goods like salt, soap, and glaze, and second on the martial power of Heavenly King Li. 70 years ago, after the takeover of the 100 Broken Mountains, this newly ascended Heavenly King offered a hefty reward for the purchase of martial arts techniques from well-known families across the world. 20 years thereafter, having perfected his skills, he came down from the mountain to challenge the masters of the world. Mr. 3 Exceptional of Kunlun, the 5 elder gods of Kongtong, and the 7 disciples of Wudang, the 3 monks of Shaolin, and even the leading figure of the contemporary martial world, the master of Divine Sword Manor, all suffered defeats. Thus, the world came to know a figure who made history in the martial world, Heavenly King Li of the 100 Broken Mountains. Now, 70 years had passed, and he had not made a move in 15 years, causing people all over the world to forget these remarkable feats of the defense Heavenly King. Amitabha. With the chant of Buddha's name, Kongjian lowered his head. Heavenly King's divine skill is unparalleled, and we cannot match it, yet the sun and moon shine bright, justice lies within the human heart. If the Heavenly King intends to suppress the voices of the people with martial force, we will neither be convinced by speech nor heart. With these words, he tried to bolster morale, and immediately, someone responded. Indeed. Li Qingshan, with your divine skill unmatched, do you intend to shield your own disciple? Since ancient times, it is said that wealth cannot corrupt, power cannot bend, how can the people of the world be intimidated by your tyranny? Don't be afraid, everyone. However formidable he is, he's still just one person, I don't believe he can kill us all. Indeed, Heavenly Kingly, even if your power is unmatched and peerless, you are still flesh and blood, not steel and iron. Jade fluid and golden core, once your true chi is exhausted, you too cannot escape your fate. The crowd shouted, forcefully stabilizing their position. Listening to this, Su Yang smiled and said, is that so? Then let's give it a try. After speaking, his gaze dropped coldly. He looked first at Kongjian and others, then at Princess Kingpin and the young master of the Sacred Fire sect. You, and you. Come at me together. With those words, the battle began. Chapter 19, The Pinnacle. All under heaven is in chaos, all for the pursuit of profit. The current situation seems like a tangled mess, but when dissected, it boils down to a two-character motive interests. Having successfully seized the crucial position of 100 Broken Mountains, and no longer fearing encirclement by imperial officials and various powers, Su Yang began the journey of trading between South and North, managing the affairs of the world. With the unique geographical advantage of 100 Broken Mountains and a monopoly on simple, cost-effective commodities like refined salt and colored glaze, he successfully opened up the markets of the South and the North, accomplishing the magnificent feat of becoming a world merchant. As such, it goes without saying that the wealth he accumulated was substantial. Followers of 100 Broken Mountains subsequently established 2 major trading companies in the South and North, along with 4 grand escort agencies in the East and West. In addition, they formed 8 horse gangs and several fleets to conduct land and sea trade, dealing in salt, iron, food, horses, and even military equipment. They can be said to be rich across the 4 seas, with achievements in all directions. However, in all things, there exists a balance. When one side rises, another must fall, when one side prospers, another must decline. The rise of 100 Broken Mountains inevitably encroached on the interests of various parties. The imperial court, the officialdom, the clans, the powerful elites, the martial world, the factions. There's only so much wealth in the world, already divided and held by various powers. With 100 Broken Mountains cutting in and taking over the market, it inevitably had to compete, snatch, and even fight with these forces. In the beginning, it wasn't too bad because Su Yang's true chi was not yet fully formed and his martial arts skills were still shallow. Thus, he employed a strategy of profit-sharing cooperation, ceding significant benefits to collaborate with noble families, reputable sects, and even imperial officials, allowing them to also have a share of the profits, which permitted 100 Broken Mountains to be accepted. But as time went on, Su Yang's skills were refined, and after he emerged from the mountains and defeated renowned experts of the martial world one after another, 100 Broken Mountains' actions became increasingly overbearing. The offered profits diminished more and more until eventually, he terminated the cooperation, forcefully dominating all major markets and squeezing the living space of the other forces. Salt, iron, grain, silk, horses, medicine, and closely related businesses such as restaurants, inns, escort agencies, horse gangs, and fleets, whether it was the noble clans, the imperial government, or the leading sects of the martial world, the market interests they occupied were massively infringed upon and even monopolized by 100 Broken Mountains. Now who could tolerate this? No one could. But they had to, because there was a towering mountain they couldn't cross, pressing down on their heads. In awe of Su Yang's might that subdued the martial world, the major powers could only grind their teeth and endure. And endure they did, for decades, until today, when they could no longer tolerate it and were ready to confront 100 Broken Mountains head-on. After so many years of endurance, why couldn't they bear it any longer all of a sudden? There's no other reason. Times have changed. Decades ago, it was the prime of Su Yang, and his pressure over the martial world was unquestionable. Even the imperial court and the royal family acquiesced to Hundred Broken Mountains' presence after a few instances of Su Yang's intimidating visits to the Forbidden Palace. But decades later, this heavenly kingly, who once shook the world, had reached the ripe old age of 100. How much strength and capability does the once myth of the martial world, the peerless master, still retain after the merciless passage of time? Furthermore, with the imperial dynasty in decline, the end of the era approaching, heroes rising up throughout the land, and regional powers becoming established warlords amid the smoke of battle, all forces began investing and betting, joining the strife for supremacy. Naturally, they could no longer tolerate the existence of a mountain like 100 Broken Mountains above them. Therefore, this situation inevitably came to pass. The imperial influence represented by Princess Kingpin seeks to swallow 100 Broken Mountains, using the immense wealth accumulated by 100 Broken Mountains to support the faltering state of the nation and, in the process, provoke conflicts within the martial world to weaken all parties. The same goes for Li Shaobai of the Sacred Fire sect, who covets the immense wealth of 100 Broken Mountains, aiming to seize its foundation to strengthen itself, overthrow the imperial government, and ascend to the position of emperor. Even the reputable sects and renowned elders of the martial world, though they lack the scale and ambition, equally covet the wealth of 100 Broken Mountains, as well as the fame, prestige, and martial prowess that those in the martial world chase. This is the martial world. This is the world. All things, everything, at their root, are about those two words, fame and gain. Therefore, Su Yang says they are all of the same path, people who can't tolerate his presence, can't tolerate the presence of 100 Broken Mountains. But if they can't tolerate Su Yang, does that mean Su Yang will tolerate them? In this world of martial arts, he has reached the ultimate peak, subdued the martial world for decades, unmatched and unstoppable. But this isn't Su Yang's ultimate pursuit, and the value of this world to him has not yet been fully exploited. Today is not the curtain call of his era, nor the end of his life. On the contrary, today he will unveil a new chapter in the life of Li Qingshan, starting not creating a whole new era. So, come. Let's see how much you've grown over the years. Su Yang boldly challenged, but below him there was silence. The crowd fell silent, not daring to speak, their eyes filled with doubt and astonishment. If things had developed as expected, they would have unquestionably joined hands and attacked together on the spot. But now, the development of events was completely unpredictable. Who would dare to make the first move against this defense heavenly king, who had suppressed the martial world for decades and had now seemingly regained his youth and mastered some unfathomable divine skill? No one dared. You dare not. No matter. Su Yang, seeing this, was unconcerned. I'll give you some courage. With that, he waved his hand. All those from 100 Broken Mountains, exit immediately. This Grandmaster Miao Fang and the others, upon hearing this, all had a shocked expression. They opened their mouths to speak, but the moment they caught Su Yang's eye, the words got stuck in their throats, and they were ultimately forced to swallow them down, bowing their heads and saying, yes. After speaking, they clasped their hands and withdrew outside the door. With the people of 100 Broken Mountains gone from the scene, only the various factions of the martial world, the Sacred Fire sect, and the imperial forces remained in the Hall of Righteous Gathering. However, no one dared to make a move, and the atmosphere became even more tense. It was clear that no one wished to stick their neck out. Su Yang was unfazed. He turned and struck with the palm of his hand, not against the crowd but onto the chair behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Instantaneously, there was a loud crash as mechanisms were triggered and giant rocks fell from 4 directions, sealing the hall in the blink of an eye. This. The crowd finally reacted, looking at Su Yang and the broken dragon stones that had sealed off the Hall of Righteous Gathering with a mix of shock and anger, unsure of what to do. Su Yang, however, remained at ease, with no retreat. The only choice is battle for life or death. What are you waiting for? Come on. You. Fine. Seeing Su Yang resolve matters in such a decisive manner, leaving no room for retreat, the crowd also faced the reality. Only to see the abbot of Shaolin, Fang Zheng, cast a glance, and someone in the crowd, understanding his intent, rose to his feet, then allow the junior to experience Heavenly King Li's brilliant moves. Having said that, he leapt forward, like a dragon soaring through the skies, his palm bearing an unrivaled force, slamming directly towards Su Yang. Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, lifting his hand to meet the palm. Boom! The palms collided, causing a thunderous boom. Tremendous true chi poured out, creating a visible tidal wave surging in all directions, shaking everyone so forcefully that their chi blood boiled and their spirits were petrified. This is Descending Dragon Palm. The crowd was horrified, but before they could even utter a word, they saw a figure being sent flying back, landing on the ground, and retreating several steps, crushing the stone tiles along the way before barely steadying himself. It was Guild Leader Chen Jixuan. Seeing the person who had taken the initiative, the crowd was even more astounded. He was a middle-aged man, tall and burly, dressed in somewhat tattered clothes which did not conceal his imposing aura. It was none other than Chen Jixuan, the Beggars Guild's leader, who had recently shaken the martial world with the rise of the Great Seeing Beggars Guild. This man had been the first to strike, testing the waters, but while Su Yang stood unmoved upon the high platform, Chen was sent tumbling back, crushing the stone tiles and even spilling a trace of fresh blood from his mouth. The difference in their strength was immediately clear. Beggars Guild. Descending Dragon Palm. With a smile, Su Yang shifted his gaze towards Kongjian amid the crowd. The Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill truly lives up to its name. This comment, abrupt as it was, seemed disconnected at first, but everyone present, sharp as they were, quickly understood the implications, and their eyes widened in surprise as they looked at Kongjian and the others. The Descending Dragon Palm of the Beggars Guild, renowned as the ultimate expression of Yang power, had been lost for nearly 100 years, only re-emerging in the martial world 10 years ago with Chen Jixuan. It was assumed that the Beggars Guild had found a great leader for its resurgence, but who would have guessed that there was a connection with Shaolin? It was no surprise, for such a mighty palm technique was easy to learn but hard to master. Without robust true chi, it would be all form but no substance, nowhere near the power displayed by Chen Jixuan. However, how old was Chen Jixuan, really? Even with extraordinary aptitude and talent, it would be impossible for him to cultivate such a profound reserve of true chi. Therefore, he must have received a powerful external boost, such as the treasured Great Rejuvenation Pill from a certain temple. To take down 100 broken mountains, those bald monks must have invested heavily. The crowd mumbled in their hearts. Chen Jixuan, paying no attention to them, wiped the blood from his lips, steadied his internal injuries, and with a composed stance, said to Su Yang, Heavenly King Li's skills are of divine creation, I am far from your equal. Nonetheless, for the sake of the martial world's common cause, even if I am to fall in battle, I, Chen, am prepared to fight to the end. Heavenly King, your turn. As he spoke, the air around him vibrated, and waves seemed to surge around him. This is congealing void into reality. Qi transforming into Gang. He has reached such a realm. The crowd was startled upon seeing this. It was said that when true Qi was refined to the extreme, it could transform Qi into Gang, making the formless form tangible. Even without using techniques like the cutting air palm, one could injure an opponent from a distance, and when defending, it was as though wearing 3 layers of iron armor, impenetrable by 1,000 arrows. Such masters were exceptionally rare. In the past 100 years, the only 2 people who were definitely known to have reached this realm were the late Supreme Master of the Martial World, the Master of Divine Sword Manner, Yi Shan, and Descending Dragon Palm. Now witness mine. With a smile, Su Yang extended his hand and launched a palm strike that shook the void, his true chi manifesting visibly. Suddenly, roar! A dragon's cry echoed, startling everyone. Before they realized what was happening, they saw a bright dragon silhouette emerge, carrying the momentum of collapsing mountains and surging seas, pouncing straight towards Chen Jixuan. As the person involved, Chen Jixuan was even more astonished, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief at the charging dragon silhouette. What is this? What is this? A descending dragon palm conjuring a real dragon? Are you joking? This palm technique has been around for hundreds of years, but never had it been known to produce such a phenomenon. Most masters could only embody the dragon with their robust qi, unleashing a powerful blow. Even if they managed to realize Gang qi, at best they could barely produce a tangible palm force. A lifelike dragon that even roars? Do you think you're some kind of deity? What was happening now? Roar! Before his thoughts could settle and his shock subside, the resplendent dragon silhouette had already reached him, overbearing like a landslide, crashing down right in front of Chen Jixuan. Overwhelmed by shock, Chen Jixuan had his true qi surge out reflexively, pouring all his power out in an attempt to counter the monstrous palm force. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed in all directions, as the true dragon fiercely roared and crushed the opponent's palm strike, carrying the opponent's body and slamming it heavily against the broken dragon stone of the main gate at the back, causing the entire hall of righteous gathering to tremble with a rumbling shake. After a moment of dead silence, the crowd turned back in disbelief, only to see dust filling the air and a body embedded within the broken dragon stone. It was Guild Leader. Gazing at Chen Jixuan, who was embedded into the stone wall with his life hanging by a thread, the members of the Beggars Guild cried out in a shocked manner, and the rest were equally thrown into disarray. How could this be? What martial art is this? Descending Dragon Palm, impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone, do not lose your composure. My 3 junior brothers, Vajra demon subduing. Seeing the souls of the crowd nearly escaping them and their courage completely lost, chaos would surely turn them into sitting ducks. Kong Jian had no choice but to step forward. Before their eyes, the abbot of Shaolin, holding the Vajra scepter, strode forward to the center with 3 other Shaolin monks of the Kong generation leaping out behind him in a triangular formation to his left, his right, and behind Su Yang. With a flick of their Kazeu robes, out flew chains of iron, thick and numerous. The 3 monks moved in unison, thrusting their chains towards Su Yang from 3 directions. With their substantial true qi propelling them, blasts of sound erupted in the void, showcasing their power. This was Shaolin's temple guarding supreme technique, the Vajra demon subduing array. Vajra demon subduing, a 3-sided onslaught with iron chains whistling like whips on both sides and the back, and Kong Jian attacking in unison from the front, leaping high with the Vajra scepter for a crushing strike, a technique powerful in its simplicity. However, boom! A resonating sound, deep as a large bell, set off ripples in the space around it, surging continuously. Kong Jian, in mid-air with the scepter in both hands, aimed a mighty blow downwards in a mountain-splitting force, yet the Vajra scepter, made of mysterious iron, was shockingly halted in the void above the opponent's head, as if blocked by an invisible protective aura. Not just Kong Jian's scepter, all the iron chains lashed out by the other monks were stopped outside, unable to touch Su Yang. 12 Heavenly Guardians Golden Bell Shield. Kong Jian, clutching the scepter with both hands, his old face turning beet red and his 2 white eyebrows twitching with the movement of his eyes, squeezed out 7 words gradually. No sooner had the words left his lips than the scepter in his hand vibrated with a buzzing sound, an overwhelming force burst forth, tearing at his grip and striking his body, causing him to lose his hold and be sent flying with the scepter. Sect Leader. Senior Brother. Compared to Kong Jian's direct forceful attack, the 3 monks who were mainly aiming to restrain suffered much less from the rebound, retaining enough strength to act. Seeing Kong Jian thrown away, they immediately switched from lashing to entangling, each iron chain wrapping around Su Yang's neck, waist, and legs. Despite such entanglement, they were still blocked by the invisible protective aura and couldn't touch him, but they managed to lock him down for the moment. Seizing this opportunity. Clang! A sword strike came whistling through the air and landed on the invisible protective aura, causing a huge clang as if metal had struck metal. Unified 8 swords. Su Yang lowered his gaze, looking at the sword that penetrated the protective aura and reached his body, then at the middle-aged man wielding the sword, he said with a light chuckle, "You do live up to the reputation of Divine Sword Manner." The master of Divine Sword Manner, the legendary swordsman Yi Feng, clenched his teeth without a word, channeling the last of his gang qi through his body, causing the sword that had pierced the aura to tremble and suddenly release a fierce sword qi. Sword Gang. In this world of the martial path, it was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, as well as of cultivation. Only when one's true qi reached the gang qi stage and the divine sword's 8 forms were mastered to perfection could one execute the unified 8 swords technique. With this sword gang, Yi Feng had the confidence to penetrate pure steel, let alone a body of flesh and bones. But the sword gang was released, piercing into the clothing, yet the sensation that followed was not that of flesh and blood, but rather the unyieldable feedback of metal. Yi Feng's pupils constricted, but before he could speak, a flash of golden light signaled the shattering of his precious sword, and a powerful force came crashing, sending him and the broken sword in his hands flying instantaneously. Manor Lord. Impressive. Sect Master Yi's strike hit the mark. That old devil's time is up. Everyone, attack together, take down this fiend. If he doesn't die, we're the ones who will, go all out. Kill. Although Yi Feng was repelled with his sword broken, the sword gang that pierced through the aura and touched his body greatly boosted morale. The people, with nowhere to retreat, no longer hesitated, drew their swords and rushed forward together. Heaven Gang returns to the origin chi. Kong Tong 7 injuries fist. True martial 7 cut sword. Heaven Gang breaking a cup ointment finger. Mysterious ice divine palm. Flame blade skill. The scene resembled 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their divine skills, sect leaders, martial world elders, and the many experts recruited by the court, as well as the demons and monsters from the sacred fire sect. Everyone brought their most powerful techniques to topple the person before them. However, there was Su Yang, with both hands channeling, summoning 6 dragon shadows around him amidst a chorus of dragon cries, shining as bright as the sun. This is... Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Su Yang pushed with both palms, and the swirling dragon shadows instantly roared out, charging into the crowd with the momentum of 6 dragons sweeping through all directions, causing a tumultuous explosion. Boom! As 6 dragons burst forth, the 10 directions quaked, and where they passed, explosions and brilliant light engulfed the people. Amidst the destructive force, flesh flew, and numerous were injured or killed. The entire hall of righteous gathering, and even Heavenly King Peak as a whole, were shaken to their core, trembling violently. Chapter 20, Communing with the Divine. After the terrifying bombardment had ravaged the area, dust filled the air, obstructing all vision. The once resplendent hall of righteous gathering lay in ruins, on the brink of collapse, as if it could crumble into a heap of broken walls and remnants at any moment. Hi! Suddenly, a strong gust swept through, dispersing the rolling dust clouds to reveal the scene of the battlefield. Amid the devastation, Su Yang stood alone, surrounded by severed limbs and minced flesh and blood. You! A sound emerged, and from the ruins Yi Feng, leaning on his broken sword, struggled to rise, blood streaming from all 7 facial orifices, but he didn't care as he stared intently at Su Yang, indestructible. Vajra! Divine skill! Before he could finish speaking, he contradicted himself, looking at Su Yang in disbelief. Even if it was the indestructible Vajra divine skill, it still couldn't block my sword gang, and moreover, the descending dragon palm you used just now was definitely not the Beggars Guild's traditional descending dragon palm. Such power, it has already exceeded the realm of Gang Chi. What on earth are you? Su Yang looked at him without a word, clearly not intending to answer. This made him even more unwilling to accept it. Leaning on his broken sword, he tried to stand again, only to cough up another mouthful of blood. Could it be that, above Gang Chi, there exists a realm, with the power of reversing aging and eternal life? No? Su Yang took over the conversation, answering him, above Gang Chi, there is no realm. At least, not now. Then you. Su Yang murmured to himself, looking at his attribute panel. Su Yang, Li Qing Shan. Cultivation, Gang Chi realm. Lifespan, 100/280. Skills. Eating, sleeping, breathing, slaughtering, hunting, craftsmanship, archery, walking, hiding, theft, reading, knife sharpening, teaching. Martial training, all kinds of weapons, rise with the crow, diligence makes up sabotage, cleansing marrow, rebirth, merging yin and yang, eternal. Youth, prolonging life, boundless life, integrating knowledge, martial path. Communicates with God. Martial arts, 9 yang skill, 9 yin scripture, Tai Chi fist, chaos yun strength, descending dragon palm, bone cleansing scripture. Tendon altering scripture, dragon claw hand, innate Gang Chi, divine sword 8 forms, mysterious ice true Chi, absorbing skill great law, north star. Divine skill, all directing spear technique, true martial 7 cut sword. Tiger leopard thunder sound scripture, cloud flipping rain covering sword. Sky shaking sun shooting archery, indestructible Vajra divine skill, 12 heavenly golden bell shields, 24 golden chaining jade locking forms, absolute power over the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. In the past decades, aside from managing 100 broken mountains and challenging the world's top experts, Su Yang primarily did only 2 things. Practice martial arts and teach martial arts. Through various ways and channels, he gathered martial knowledge from all over the world. After decades of refining, he reached the pinnacle of martial arts, at which point there were no longer opponents in the whole world. And those decades of accumulation had also caused the martial training skill to develop many peculiar and even transcendent traits, allowing his martial arts to reach unprecedented heights, achieving a realm that martial artists of this world could never reach, where the martial path communicates with God and transcends the ordinary. But that was just the transcendence and sanctity of martial arts. The skill traits that had currently emerged still couldn't create something out of nothing to lead him to a realm above Gang Chi, so his cultivation was still within the Gang Chi realm. As for whether there is a higher realm above Gang Chi, Su Yang currently couldn't give a definite answer either. But this was an answer for Yi Feng nonetheless. There's none. Yi Feng's eyes trembled, his last bit of determination dissipated, and his forcefully supported body toppled over, devoid of life. A generation's sword deity had fallen. Su Yang glanced at his corpse and said nothing more, turning to look around. Cough, cough, cough. Another sound came from the ruins as several figures struggled to their feet, miraculously survivors, among them Princess Qingping and Li Xiaobai stood out clearly. Their survival was not due to their high martial skills, nor was it because Su Yang had shown mercy, but because of their distinguished status. Loyal guards stood in defense, and they were smart enough not to participate in the previous killing. Instead, they had run early to the perimeter near the broken dragon stone, barely escaping disaster by the narrowest of margins. Even though they had narrowly escaped death, the residual impact of the palm strike left them not without serious injuries, spitting out crimson blood and appearing ready to collapse any moment. Even so, they still forced themselves to stand. Why not feign death? Because they knew, in front of such a person, pretending to be dead was meaningless. The only way to save their lives was, "Heavenly King, please spare our lives." The pale-faced Princess Qingping, clearly badly injured, nevertheless managed to call out. Previously, Qingping was delusional, not realizing the unbeatable divine power of the Heavenly King and entertaining such disrespectful thoughts, truly deserving death. I hope the Heavenly King will be magnanimous and spare this foolish girl this once. Upon returning to the court, I will definitely report to the Emperor and make a decree. No, I will respectfully invite the Heavenly King to become the Grand State Preceptor, with 100 broken mountains as the protected holy gate, enjoying glory for eternity, never to be changed. Shut your mouth, witch. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the equally bedraggled Li Xiaobai of the Sacred Fire sect. Li Xiaobai, supporting himself, rushed forward, saying, "Heavenly King, do not believe the deceitful words of this witch. The current court is corrupt, and the halls are full of bad emperors and dishonest officials. With the Heavenly King's supremely honorable status, if you become a state preceptor for that unworthy emperor, wouldn't that be demeaning to yourself?" Having said that, his legs buckled, and he knelt directly on the ground. The Sacred Fire sect's principle has always been to honor the strong. Therefore, I brazenly ask the Heavenly King to take charge of our sect, leading the millions of our followers to overthrow the unworthy emperor, and when that time comes, the whole world will surely respond, offering food and drink to welcome the king's forces. Heavenly King. Before his words were finished, another was seen weeping and kneeling on the ground. To their astonishment, it was that strapping fellow. He knelt down and cried out, "It was our muddled brains, slicked with lard, that believed the lies of that bald Kongjian. We colluded with the 100 broken mountains to disrupt the Heavenly King's centenary feast, a crime deserving death 1,000 times over. To atone, the entire giant whale gang wishes to serve under the Heavenly King, from now on, at your beck and call, ready to go through fire and water, without hesitation. Heavenly King, both the government and the demon sect harbor ill intentions. With your highness nobility, why demean yourself by associating with them? We are willing to serve your highness as our lord, to rush to the fore in war, to conquer the martial world and the great affairs of the land. Heavenly King, there are still 2 forces beneath the 100 broken mountains. We are willing to be the vanguard, to smash these chaotic bandits for the Heavenly King." At this moment, the survivors were mostly quick-witted, so without a second thought, they knelt and surrendered en masse, causing Princess Qingping and Li Xiaobai to twitch at the corners of their mouths, compelled to shout even more loudly. Su Yang, however, paid them no mind. With a raise of his hand, he sent out a palm strike, shattering the broken dragon stone at the main hall's entrance, and strode outward without looking back. He was not a bloodthirsty person, to him killing was merely a method, not a goal. Therefore, if one could avoid killing, it was best to do so, for dead people cannot create value like the living can. There were still many tasks to be completed in this world, many potentials to be unlocked. How could he afford to squander such an important resource as manpower? It must be utilized properly. At the same time, beneath the 100 broken mountains, the cold moonlight fell into the forest, faintly revealing a troop of armored soldiers lying in wait like dormant snakes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Smack. Damn it! In the middle of the military array, a young man with a pale face violently smacked a mosquito biting at his neck, and then said with an irritated face to the unperturbed man beside him, "This damned place, with so many mosquitoes, is truly torturous." The man, clad in battle armor and exuding valor, glanced at him indifferently and immediately said, "I told you not to come. If you can't stand this bit of suffering, how will you command an army in the future? No wonder father always says you're disappointing." Humph! The young man with the pale face snorted, "Yes, I am disappointing, but you, accomplishing so much, have also not gained any favors. Father is biased, giving all the good tasks to the second brother and letting us assist him. I don't care, since I'm good for nothing, but you, big brother." "Enough, third brother." The man interrupted him, "Don't say what you shouldn't say. You should address him as second brother, not old too." Having said that, he lifted his gaze towards the forest. "Second brother is shrewd and capable, that's why he's entrusted with this responsibility. Father's foresight is beyond our reach, just do our duties well, that's all." "What great responsibility! They're just a bunch of bandits and one old bastard. What's so impressive about that?" The young man scoffed, "I don't understand what father is thinking, placing so much importance on a gang of bandits, even sending a large force to encircle them. Wouldn't it be better to capture a few more cities with this effort? What do you know?" The man glared at him and said, "These 100 broken mountains stretch extensively, with the empire in its final years, chaos reigns, and the common people suffer. Countless have fled to these mountains, becoming bandit refugees. If we can subdue them, after several years of management, we could raise an army of 100,000 strong men, a foundation for royal power." This. Startled by these words, the young man also realized, "Is it that formidable? Otherwise why would father send us with a large army?" The man snorted coldly, muttering, "This place is indeed strategically important. Look at how much money and provisions they've accumulated over the years through trade between the north and the south. Plus, Li Qingshan is eager to do good and readily accepts refugees into the stockade. Now within these 100 broken mountains." He stopped mid-sentence and suddenly showed an expression of shock. The young man with a pale face was puzzled. "What's wrong with the mountains?" The man fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Nothing, just lamenting." Fortunately, Li Qingshan was obsessed with martial arts, and under his leadership, the 100 Broken Mountains was merely a martial world sect. If he had ambition for the world, our Li family would probably have one more extremely fearsome competitor. "Really?" The pale-faced youth was startled, seemingly understanding and yet not, but he quickly brushed it off. "To be honest, I don't think there's anything worth fighting over in this world. Which dynasty from ancient times to the present hasn't vanished in smoke and clouds after 200 or 300 years? There is no dynasty that lasts 1,000 years, only families that last 1,000 years. Isn't it better for us to be 1,000-year-old family? Why bother fighting over the world, a struggle that leaves us here feeding the mosquitoes? What do you know?" The man glared at him, speaking with frustration. "What 1,000-year-old family? Stop listening to those ignorant and misguided notions. Do you think becoming a 1,000-year-old family is so easy, that you can just say it and it comes to be, as if you're an immortal with the power to reach heaven and pierce the earth?" This, the pale-faced young man was surprised. "Is there a problem?" "Humph!" The man snorted coldly. "The great trends of the world revolve around competition. In an era of great strife, everyone is fighting. If you don't fight, you'll die, you'll be stepped on by others. What 1,000-year-old family bullshit? If you were emperor, would you allow any family to tread on your head? This. In this world, everyone is struggling. You only see dynasties dispersing in 2 or 3 centuries, but have you ever thought about how many families have been obliterated, their entire lineage executed during those centuries? Without enough strength, you simply can't stand for 1,000 years, and once you have that strength, do you still want to hide behind the scenes, manipulating everything? After others seize the world, would they tolerate your existence?" The man sighed deeply and spoke sorrowfully, under the force of destiny, one has no control over their life. Even if you don't want to compete, others will push you, force you, and you must fight. If you do not, you will die. Everyone understands that when the nest overturns, no eggs are left unbroken. Our Lee family is an example. Our family is too large, with so many mouths waiting to be fed, many waiting to be cared for. With external threats lurking and internal dangers hidden, if we don't compete and try to advance, we'll be waiting for the slaughter of others. That's why our father led us to where we are today. Do you understand this? The pale-faced young man was greatly shaken and it took him a while to regain his composure, repeatedly saying, "I understand, big brother. I was ignorant, not realizing these deeper implications. You must not only understand, but also remember. Keep it firmly in your heart." The man nodded, his gaze distant, looking towards the brightly lit heavenly king peak amidst the darkness. "Look at the 100 broken mountains, it's a bloody lesson. With such stature, such wealth, yet lacking the ambition to progress, merely being a martial world sect. In peaceful times it may be fine, but once turmoil erupts, it becomes fat meat coveted by all, and will surely be devoured." As he spoke, the man also lamented, "I thought Heavenly Kingly was a mighty sovereign of this era, who amassed such an enterprise from being a mere bandit. But now it seems, he is only a hero of the moment, possessing such a foundation fit for kings, yet failing to plan for advancement, truly living 100 years in vain." After speaking, he raised his hand and grasped forward as if he wanted to catch something, and only relaxed his grip after a long time, speaking solemnly to the young man beside him, "How long can flowers in their splendor, oil bubbling over the fire, last?" "Ha ha!" The youth laughed at this. "I've heard that Li Qingshan came from the lowly origins of mountain folk, so it's only natural he lacks great ambition. Such a foundation fit for kings should rightfully belong to us brothers, to establish an everlasting dominion." Pfft! His words were suddenly cut short by a muffled thud. "Third brother!" The man looked up in shock, only to see the youth beside him collapsing backward, crashing to the ground with a dark arrow feather lodged in his mouth. "Third brother!" Swish 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 swish. As the cry of alarm went up, it was drowned out by the whizzing sounds of arrows, which fell like rain, inundating the woods completely. At the same time, on various mountain peaks, fierce red flames rose, revealing countless armored soldiers spreading across the mountains. Chapter 21, Great Zhou. Time flies, and years pass in the blink of an eye. 200 years later. In the border city of the desert, within a slightly dilapidated brothel. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were virtuous, their names enduring through the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The 5 hegemons and 7 warring states stood in their own spring and autumn chess game, their rise and fall but a flick of the wrist. How many lines in the annals of history bear their surnames, as countless mounds lay desolate in northern Meng. The seeds sown by our forebears are reaped by those who follow, what's the use of fussing over dragons and tigers clashing? Bravo! With the finishing verse set, applause filled the room. Atop the storytelling platform, a middle-aged man in a long robe, holding a folding fan, gave a rap on a wooden block, opening the tale. Today, I, the veteran, will share once again, the annals of Grand Ancestor of Great Zhou. Our Grand Ancestor of Great Zhou, the most sacred and divine Rinwen Yu High Emperor who established the heavens and the doctrines, named Qinshan, of the Li clan, originally from the lands of Qinshan, later moved to Yellow Mountain, born eldest of 3 sons to his parents. In the 4th year of the preceding dynasty's Kanged era, at the age of 19, Grand Ancestor's parents passed away. He and his siblings were left in poverty without support and were furthermore bullied by their clan, forcing them to sell themselves to the powerful Lu family as servants. In the 7th year of Kanged, Li clan rose to prominence, the Lu family sought their alliance, and wished to kill Grand Ancestor to secure a tie between the 2 families. Enraged in defense of his siblings, Grand Ancestor rebelled with sword and bow in hand, exterminating the heads of both Li and Lu families overnight. He then fled to the mountains to start an uprising. The local governments were shaken and all were fearful. "Oh, come on! Mr. Su, you're making too long of a head start. Really, you might as well start from the creation of the world. Get to the main point already." "Exactly, we've all memorized this beginning part." Before he could finish, the crowd below erupted in commotion. The storyteller was not annoyed but instead chuckled, don't rush, in storytelling, we must proceed in an orderly progression to bring out the excitement. After speaking, he rapped with his folding fan and continued, at that time, the court was unjust, and the powerful were arrogant, ordinary people could hardly survive. Hearing of Grand Ancestor's uprising, countless from the surrounding areas flocked to his cause, rapidly achieving a force to be reckoned with, unmatched in notoriety. Thus, it incited the jealousy of the bandit overlord, Liang Sanjiang. Wishing to lead an army to attack, but before he could, Grand Ancestor took preemptive action, beheading this great villain and seizing the former 100 Broken Mountains, the current foundation of Heavenly King Mountain. After obtaining Heavenly King Mountain, Grand Ancestor collected various martial arts from renowned homes, dedicated himself to cultivating martial arts for 20 years, and eventually emerged victorious against all the experts of the world, all the great heroes, thereby becoming invincible under the heavens. People of the martial world trembled at his might, and all proclaimed Grand Ancestor as the defense Heavenly King. His power subdued all, with none daring to disobey. Time flew, and by the 7th year of the prior dynasty's successor era, Grand Ancestor reached his centennial celebration on Heavenly King Mountain. Heroes from all over came to offer their congratulations, yet congratulations were a pretense, the real intent was to cause trouble. The major sects of the martial world conspired at the birthday feast to take advantage of Grand Ancestor's old age and waning strength to avenge past grievances and annihilate Heavenly King Mountain. What they failed to anticipate, however, was that Grand Ancestor's martial arts had reached the pinnacle of perfection, surpassing the extraordinary and entering sainthood. Not only was he in the prime of spring and autumn, brimming with vitality, but he had also cultivated martial arts that could communicate with the divine. In the Hall of Righteous Gathering, he single-handedly battled against the world's finest, Shaolin, Wudang, Yimei, Kunlun, the 4 monks, and 5 veterans, the divine swords crisscrossing in combat, all falling before Grand Ancestor's divine martial power, miserably defeated. With martial path communicates with God, Grand Ancestor's cultivation was awe-inspiring, unmatched in the martial world. However, the world was vast, extending far beyond the martial world. To the north, the fake dynasty, to the south, the demon sect, both coveted the foundation of Heavenly King Mountain. 3 days after the centennial feast, both sides launched an army of 100,000 soldiers, attacking Heavenly King Mountain from the north and the south. But who was Grand Ancestor? The whole world's situation was within his understanding, how could he be unaware of the fake dynasties and demon sects' ambitions and plots? Long before, within Heavenly King Mountain, he had forged an army through martial arts. 3,000 mysterious armor warriors emerged like dragons, easily defeating the formidable armies, taking countless enemy heads. After the victorious battle of Heavenly King Mountain, Grand Ancestor led his forces north and south, overthrew the fake dynasty, eradicated the demon sect, pacified the traitors, and established a new era, that is Great Zhou. Bravo! Though these were oft-told tales and history repeated, the storyteller's skill was solid. Under his vivid narration, the audience listened with relish and applauded unanimously. Snap! The storyteller rapped his folding fan and continued, Grand Ancestor attained the martial path through strength, and likewise, Great Zhou was established by martial might. Hence, after the founding, the martial path became Great Zhou's national foundation, pioneering a system that explored the mysteries of the human body. The martial path 3 realms. The martial path 3 realms, first realm to condense and cultivate qi blood, generating internal hidden strength, second realm to solidify this energy into true qi, third realm to turn the intangible into tangible, achieving true gang, each realm symbolizing an ascent to a new dimension. Grand Ancestor's skills were profound and he reached a peak of perfection, entering a realm beyond mortals and into sanctity, but he still felt that the martial path was infinite and there was journey ahead. Therefore, after founding the nation, he compiled his lifelong martial arts knowledge into an unparalleled scripture, the Great Zhou Martial Scriptures. The Great Zhou Martial Scriptures encompassed all of Grand Ancestor's knowledge, capturing the essence of martial arts from all over the world. Grand Ancestor used this to set up martial arts across the realm, desiring to enlighten the people and create a world of martial arts. By harnessing the wisdom of the world for collective progress, and constant innovation, he sought to carve a path forward for martial arts and glimpse the realms beyond true gang. However, the storyteller's voice paused mysteriously, sweeping his gaze across the audience, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He continued, though the people endure hardship and their wisdom is yet to be enlightened, spreading martial arts across the world is a formidable challenge. Thus, Grand Ancestor established 3 major national policies: centralized land ownership, agricultural reform to enhance production, and the liberation of the people's energies. Humph! Before he could finish, a cold snort sounded from below. This blatant confiscation and exploitation are made to sound so appealing, truly the epitome of shamelessness. With that, the mood chilled instantaneously. The audience turned with puzzled frowns toward the source of the voice, a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's gown. Only the storyteller remained composed, smiling calmly at the man as he queried, "What do you mean by blatant confiscation and exploitation?" This person was also fearless, speaking coldly, "The ancestral fields of others are the result of generations of toil and sweat, accumulated through hard work. You commandeer them with just an order. If this isn't robbery, what is? And you still have the face to claim it's to relieve the people's burdens. I see it's clearly for the Li family's empire, seizing the benefits of the people to stabilize their own foundation." At these words, the crowd was even more shocked, looking at that person in doubt and fear, not daring to speak. Ha ha! Only the storyteller on stage didn't care at all and instead asked the audience, "Do you know why, throughout history, most dynasties couldn't last more than 200 to 300 years before they inevitably fell apart, disappearing like smoke and clouds?" This. The crowd hesitated, afraid to answer. The storyteller smiled, "It is because noble families became powerful, arrogant landowners amassed lands under heaven, monopolizing the good fields of thousands of families, yet did not pay the taxes of those thousands, while the landless people bore heavy taxes. Life was hard for them, and with no other choice, they rose up to recreate heaven and earth." Having said this, the storyteller turned his gaze back to the man, speaking with icy words, "You parasites of the state, consuming the fat of the people, fattening yourselves, yet speaking of sweat and toil, deceiving yourselves and others, utterly laughable. You!" Slap! Enraged, the man wanted to retort, but the storyteller cut him off with a clap of the block of wood used to keep time. Grand Ancestor nationalized all land, distributing it equally among the people, ensuring that farmers had their fields, weavers their looms, residents their homes, and young and old had support. The commoners were no fools, they were well fed and clothed without worries, and then had the excess energy to study and practice martial arts, enlighten their minds, and strengthen their bodies. The storyteller glanced coldly at the confounded middle-aged Confucian scholar. "This is the fundamental strategy for nation building, an act in accordance with natural and human principles. Those who tried to stop the inevitable were long since turned to dust and ashes. You remnant evildoers, however, still harbor malevolent intentions. Do you not know that the net of heaven is vast and unfailing, sparse yet letting nothing slip through? You!" Humph! Furious, the man's face turned the color of iron, but the storyteller paid him no mind and continued, "Agriculture is the foundation of all under heaven, and land is the root of farming and sericulture. When Grand Ancestor implemented this policy, it greatly relieved the burdens on the people. Furthermore, he selected great farmers and craftsmen from across the country, bringing together the diverse seeds from the 4 seas to develop farming and sericulture, and with the power of these sectors, pushed forward industry and commerce. Thus, all under heaven were prosperous, the people were wealthy, and no longer suffered from the worries of survival or the difficulties of food and clothing. Grand Ancestor's great plan to establish martial arts throughout the nation was finally put into action. The great Zhou martial scriptures spread far and wide, from the elderly to the youngest children. Everyone understood the wonders of the martial arts scripture and benefited from it. The strength of the people surged, and the power of the nation soared. It is precisely because of this strategy that brought immediate benefits and will continue to benefit generations to come. Our great Zhou has been established for 200 years but still enjoys the prosperity of its spring and autumn period, thriving and advancing day by day. Abroad, it has expanded its territory and subdued all directions. At home, all under heaven are prosperous and the nation is peaceful. In this age of martial arts, everyone is like a dragon. Such a scene, how could you lowly opportunists ever achieve?" The storyteller smiled, then addressed the crowd, "The great Zhou martial scriptures are the essence of our great Zhou country, initially compiled by Grand Ancestor, combining all that he learned in his life. After the spread of martial arts throughout the nation, countless brilliant successors emerged, who drew inferences from one another and continuously innovated. Up until now, the great Zhou martial scriptures aren't just the work of Grand Ancestor, but also the collective effort of hundreds of millions of our great Zhou's citizens, numerous martial artists, scholars, grandmasters, and prodigies. It's a testament to pooled wisdom and painstaking effort, arguably the greatest book under heaven from ancient times to the present day. There are currently 12 scrolls in the martial scriptures, with the power scroll as the main outline. As the name implies, it's the foundation of cultivation techniques. When Grand Ancestor integrated natural cycles into his practice, he fused the martial arts of hundreds of schools and created the 9 yin and 9 yang, Tai Chi Chaos Yuan, heavenly punishments and earthly evils, 5 elements and 4 laws. The foundational principles of all martial arts under heaven are contained in this scroll, combining yin and yang, perfectly complete, not only avoiding the danger of conflict but also complementing each other, with a profundity beyond compare. Today, the 18,365 Grandmaster Realm martial artists recorded in our great 7.11011 are all rooted in this scroll's martial path. Having said this, the storyteller looked back at the middle-aged man, smiling and asking, "Do you know how many martial artists reached the Grandmaster realm before Grand Ancestor implemented his martial arts policy 200 years ago?" The man remained silent. The storyteller didn't care and simply continued, "Officially, there were only 2 people, Grand Ancestor himself and the Master of the Divine Sword Manner. Even if you count the hidden potential of major sects like Shaolin and Wudang, they were just a handful. After martial arts were established throughout the land and everyone was like a dragon, Grandmasters emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain in the 200 years hence. The number of inner strength martial artists and true Qi experts is countless. How could you parasitic rats understand Grand Ancestor's grand strategy and ambition in this prosperous age of martial arts?" The storyteller shook his head and went on, "Apart from the fundamental power scroll that outlines the essence of cultivation techniques from the martial scriptures, there is also the soldier scroll that involves cultivating armor, harmonizing military and martial practices, and the life scroll that integrates medical theory and martial arts, capable of prolonging life, detoxifying, and saving lives from injury. Furthermore, the fighting scroll that discusses striking techniques and combat, the Yi scroll concerned with divination and the art of war, the formation scroll on the mysteries of the universe and natural law, and even the Taoist scroll that touches upon profound meditation, the unity of the classics from Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. In short, it encompasses everything, leaving nothing untouched. It is not merely a sacred tome of martial arts, but also a remarkable book in the fields of military, weapons, medicine, pharmacology, fighting, technique, Tao, principle, engineering, formation, divination, and arithmetic. The great Zhou's people all benefit from the martial scriptures, and foreign barbarians desperately seek but can't obtain even a single scroll." With that, the storyteller stood up, his cold gaze turning to the middle-aged Confucian scholar, "You remnants, still wish to be the centipedes that won't die even when crushed, resisting such a grand trend of the martial path and the vast might of heaven." Trends. Heaven's might. Before the middle-aged Confucian scholar could speak, a light laughter was heard from outside the door. The storyteller looked towards the source of the sound and saw a Taoist man in green robe, an old monk with white eyebrows, and a ragged old beggar carrying 9 hemp sacks. The 3 men walked side by side into the brothel, approaching the storytelling stage. The green-robed Taoist held a banner inscribed with iron mouth divine judgment and said with a light chuckle, "It's too early to say who holds the great momentum." The white-eyebrowed old monk nodded and said, "Heaven has eyes, the cycle of karma is inevitable, and retribution will come." The ragged beggar, with patches all over his clothes, shook his head and said grimly, "They say the martial ancestor of Great Zhou had breadth of spirit as vast as the sea, and he established martial arts across the world, a peerless master of extraordinary martial virtues. But why did he exterminate all the sects back then, not even sparing our beggars' guild? Could it be?" The old beggar glared at the storyteller. "The prosperous age of martial path in Great Zhou cannot tolerate us ragged mendicants, feeling that we are an eyesore to His Majesty the martial ancestor." With sarcasm and insinuation, one could tell the newcomers bore ill intent. Beggars' Guild? Ha! But the storyteller was fearless, standing with his hands behind his back. He sneered and said, "Whatever you are, others may not know, but don't you know yourselves? Cheating, misleading, even harming and exploiting to the extreme, shocking to the eyes. If we were to tolerate you, where would the majesty of national laws stand?" Hee hee. The old beggar just sneered, his expression unchanged and still appearing nonchalant. "The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit, if you say it's so, then it must be. The king prevails by following the way of the king, the bandit fails by following the way of the bandit. The storyteller stood with his hands behind him, facing them with stern brows, therefore, the likes of you shall forever be defeated bandits. Smooth talker. This time, the old beggar did not retort. Instead, it was the middle-aged Confucian scholar who stood up, anger in his voice as he said, back when that tyrant raised his army, seeking to take over the world, our Confucian gate did its utmost to assist him, with many great scholars fortifying his realm. Yet, he turned and eradicated our Confucian teachings, a tyrant unmatched in all of history. What a joke! The storyteller laughed, you so-called rotten scholars know nothing but to form cliques for selfish purposes, to struggle for power and profit. When the country was in decline, you quickly switched allegiance to the new dynasty to continue enjoying wealth and luxury, touting carrying a basket of food and a jar of drink to welcome the king's troops. You are nothing but spineless. Great Joe was established on martial might, why would we need you to fortify our realm? You! Shut up, shameless old scoundrel! With a cold interjection, cutting off his words and paying no more attention to the middle-aged Confucian scholar whose face had turned ashen, the storyteller turned his gaze to the green-robed Taoist and white-eyebrowed old monk. What act are you putting on? What spectre are you trying to cast? The way of heaven is unfeeling, humanity has its biases. The Taoist man in green spoke indifferently, that tyrant trod the path of iniquity, trampling on ethical norms, destroyed our sect teachings, and with malicious law and butchering sword suppressed human nature. He will be reviled by the people, and rebellion will arise in a flash. Malicious law. What a joke! The storyteller laughed coldly. Great Joe was founded on martial might and law as its core. Even if the emperor breaks the law, he faces the same punishment as commoners. Over the past 200 years, 3 emperors and 7 kings of the royal family have put themselves under the law, willingly submitting to execution. How is this considered a malicious law? The green-robed Taoist also sneered, defying human nature, doing the opposite of what is right. If not malicious law, then what? Li Qingshan may suppress it momentarily, but can he suppress it for eternity? Human hearts harbor self-interest by nature, him going against this nature, not to mention the people of the world, perhaps even his only family are filled with resentment, hoping for his death. The storyteller's brows knitted together in anger as he exclaimed, human nature, if only there weren't so many of you promoting such reprehensible human nature. To call this sect teaching and let the likes of you enlighten the common folk, I fear the world would never again see a bright and clear Qinkan, nor a radiant sun and moon. You! Enough already! The Taoist wanted to continue arguing but was interrupted impatiently by the old beggar. Why say so much? Just uproot this nest of the emperor's hounds to avoid prolonged trouble. The trend has been set, there's no need to hurry. The middle-aged Confucian scholar shook his head, his eyes fixated on the storyteller on the stage, noting his reactions. It's been 200 years, that tyrant's demon skills should have run their course, he should be dead by now. Whether he is dead or not doesn't matter. The old beggar also smirked, he suppressed the world for so many years, so many people wish him dead. Let me tell you, for us to have achieved this extent of influence today, there are many within the court lending us a hand, even members of his Li family have contributed considerably. The Taoist man in green stepped forward, those who follow the way will be aided, those who lose it will lack support. That tyrant, through his malicious actions, has already triggered a worldwide rebellion. With your level of cultivation, why sacrifice yourself for him? Better join us in this grand undertaking. Once we succeed, we can share the techniques for the tyrant's everlasting life, wouldn't that be wonderful? Humph, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, on the verge of death and still clueless. The storyteller snorted coldly, come at me together, let's see how much you've improved over the years. In the midst of his words, the aura of True Gang emerged powerfully, pressing the atmosphere to an extreme edge. The green-robed Taoist's eyes sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings. The audience that had been sitting below the stage had vanished without a trace, causing his heart to sink. Immediately, he said to the other 3, attack, let's make it quick and decisive. Good. Kill. Pawns of the Emperor, meet your doom. Upon hearing this, the 3 moved decisively, launching their attacks towards the storytelling stage, joining forces to besiege the storyteller. Chapter 22, The End. Kill. 4 men surrounded the platform, the man in the green robe and the middle-aged scholar each drew a long sword, while the white-browed old monk and the old beggar were barehanded. Within the encirclement, the storyteller stood with his hands behind his back, still composed. Although there were 4 of them, they dared not be careless. A tremendous surge of Gang Chi burst forth, and they launched their killing moves without hesitation. Heaven Gang returns to the origin. Hoki long breath. Buddhist law is boundless. The arrogant dragon shall have regrets. Killing techniques from all directions concentrated Gang Chi into forms, attacking their opponent fiercely. The storyteller just laughed out loud, still standing in place, immovable, with only the Gang Chi condensing into a body protective Chi shield to fend off the attacks from all sides. 12 heavenly golden bell shields? Yes and no. Boom. The force of sword gang and palm techniques came crashing down, landing on the slightly unstable Chi shield, and a thunderous noise shook the heavens. The stone-based platform suffered impact, blasting out web-like cracks, with dust and smoke swirling. From the rolling dust, 4 figures were thrown out, landing in the 4 corners of the arena, staggering and smashing stone bricks under their feet, barely managing to stabilize themselves. 4 against 1, and still, the first to attack were the ones repulsed? Why? After so many years, you still haven't made much progress. A soft murmur, and as the dust settled, it revealed the cracked platform and the storyteller standing on it with his hands behind his back. As peers in the true gang realm, how could the 4 men's simultaneous killing moves not harm him even slightly? Fighting scroll. Though they had somewhat anticipated it, such an outcome still turned their faces ashen, a sight most unsightly. The Great Zhou martial scriptures, a peerless marvel with the fighting scroll within it. The Great Zhou martial ancestor collected various martial arts techniques from around the world, extracted their essence, discarded their flaws, integrated and mastered them, unsurpassed in combat and brawling techniques. As the leader of the Great Zhou secret guards and the master of 2 of the 12 martial arts scriptures, this storyteller focused on 2 scrolls, one being the power scroll, the fundament of the martial arts scripture, and the other being this fighting scroll specialized in combat. His combat potency was extremely formidable. Now, as he deployed this combat technique derived from Tai Chi Chaos Yuan, the 12 heavenly, indestructible Vajra, and other martial arts, integrated and refined to form this body protective Chi shield, it was not only supremely defensive but also drained the enemy's Gang Chi and had a rebounding force. Their powerful killing moves failed to scratch him, and instead, they themselves were injured. This was the fighting scroll, perfect in both offense and defense, unparalleled in battle. Amongst peers, there was simply no match. Only through martial arts scripture can one withstand martial arts scripture. Only with the fighting scroll can one be fearless of the fighting scroll. This was the saying that had been most widely circulated throughout the land in the 200 years since Great Zhou's governance. These 4 were well aware of this, and if they could, they too would want to counter the martial arts scripture with another martial arts scripture, and match the fighting scroll with another fighting scroll. Alas, they were unable to do so. Although Great Zhou had laid out a strategy for martial arts to flourish across the world, creating an era of martial prowess where everyone could become as powerful as dragons, elder or youth alike, it did not mean that the methods of the martial arts scripture were widely known to all. The martial arts scripture that spread across the world only included the cultivation techniques for inner strength and true Qi. To access Gang Qi cultivation skills and the true martial meaning, one would need to enter martial arts academies officially established by Great Zhou, such as Heavenly King Mountain, the most sacred place of martial arts in the world. Only then could one learn the Gang Qi cultivation techniques and the core mysteries of each scroll. How could such remnants of rebels dare to enter a martial arts academy? Wouldn't that be courting death? Of course, they had tried it. They had attempted disguising their identities to infiltrate, or else they had cultivated martial arts seeds of pristine background to send into the academies for training. Once they mastered the arts, they planned to transmit their knowledge to them. Yet for some unknown reason, once these seeds and traitors entered the martial arts academies, they either disappeared without a trace or turned coat, defecting directly to the service of the Great Zhou dynasty, leaving them not only empty-handed in terms of martial arts techniques but also defeated by the sweeps of the Great Zhou secret guards, a significant blow, losing both the lady and the soldiers. After several such disappointments, they had no choice but to accept reality and abandon the attempt to infiltrate various martial arts academies to learn covertly, turning instead to other methods to steal the martial arts scripture. Yet, with all their efforts, they only obtained some fragmented pieces, which were far from forming a complete system. Up to now, they still used the more than 200-year-old martial arts from various sects at the inner strength and true qi levels. They had neither seen nor much less cultivated the core gang qi cultivation technique or the divine true martial arts of the martial scripture. El narratore, tact witn, a storyteller grounded in tne power scroll and skilled in the fighting scroll, deeply practicing the methods of the martial arts scripture. Even if they were 4 against 1, they held no advantage. Knowing this, why would they still come forth? Did they perhaps rely on something to counter the storyteller's fighting scroll? The martial arts scripture's fighting scroll is indeed formidable. But what of it? You are, after all, just one man. That tyrant sought immortality, united the world's forces, advanced the martial path, but even after more than 200 years, he has not seen success. The realm of gang qi cultivation still marks the peak. We all possess gang qi cultivation, and even if the great Zhou martial scriptures are incredibly profound and magical, it's impossible for one to take on 4. When gang qi is exhausted, that will mark your doom. The martial scriptures may be splendid, but they are born from our own martial arts. How much can you win by? Kill. The 4 uttered coldly, openly revealing their intentions, and then they launched another attack. The great Zhou martial scriptures are unmatched, and in single combat, none of the 4 stood a chance. But this was not single combat, they were all grandmasters in the true gang realm. All 4 joined forces, possessing an absolute numerical advantage, fully capable of outlasting the opponent in a contest of gang qi, exhausting him before striking the killing blow. This was their trump card. As long as the storyteller couldn't break the encirclement instantly, they were confident of victory. Gang qi exhausted. What's the need for such trouble? At this, the storyteller couldn't help but smile. If I can't take you down in 3 moves, I will commit suicide right here and now. Upon hearing these words, all 4 individuals' eyes changed, filled with unease. The storyteller paid them no heed and raised his hand, saying, "Pay attention, the first move fighting scroll dragon." No sooner had he spoken than the gang qi took shape, transforming into a palm strike that conjured 4 dragon shadows, which thunderously shook all directions. This. How is it possible? Their pupils constricted as they hurriedly activated their gang qi to counter the ferocious dragon shadows. However. Boom! A great explosion resounded, shocking all 10 directions. Amidst billowing smoke and dust, the figures of the 4 individuals were blasted away, striking against a tall wall before tumbling to the ground, coughing up crimson blood and convulsing repeatedly. Hi! As the wind blew and dispersed the smoke, the storyteller stepped forward gracefully, looking down at the 4, now severely injured and unable to get up. He shook his head. "It seems I overestimated you. Such power! You are not Su Changqing." The 4, reeling from their grave injuries in a mix of anger and shock, gazed up at the storyteller on stage. "Who in the world are you?" Within their shock and anger, there was fear, confusion, and the unwillingness of imminent defeat. They had conducted investigations well in advance, not only aware that this brothel was a stronghold of the Great Zhou's secret guards but even having a clear understanding of Su Changqing, the local leader of the secret guards' power. That is why they confidently came here to encircle and kill him. But now, this power, this level of cultivation, it definitely wasn't the original Su Changqing. If not Su Changqing, then who? It's bad enough that your martial skills are unimpressive, but to even gather such poor intelligence. If I were you, I would have long ago died of shame, unable to show my face in this world, said the storyteller as he shook his head and, with a sweep of his hand across his face, revealed his true appearance. "Chen Sijun. It's actually you." Seeing the man's real face, all 4 were startled, but then they seemed to understand. The Taoist man coughed out blood, looking at the person on the dais with a bitter smile. Who would have thought, the illustrious Zujia of Great Zhou, the general of the brave guards, would honor us with his presence in this remote place? Ha ha ha, we do not feel wronged in our defeat, not at all. But what if we have lost? As he spoke, he forced himself to stand up and, looking straight at Chen Sijun, said, "The tyrant acts against principle, a widespread uprising is imminent. Today we have been defeated, but you will not always win. One day, you too will suffer a complete defeat, never to recover, ha ha ha." Indeed. The middle-aged scholar by his side also propped himself up and said to Chen Sijun with a cold laugh, "The actions of that tyrant have already completely eroded the support of the people. Right now, many in the court harbor resentment and rage. I'm not afraid to tell you that amongst us there are those stubborn as cockroaches, dead but not stiff. The courtiers have put forth much effort, and even the Li family's royal lineage, the current emperor of Great Zhou, has provided much assistance in secret, ha ha ha. Naturally. The old beggar also laughed sinisterly. Which emperor would want an undying ancestor looming over his head? One would naturally find ways to dispatch him to the heavens. To think that his own relatives would act this way, I wonder how the old ghost feels about it. Ha ha ha. All four erupted in bleak, cold laughter, having accepted the harsh reality of their defeat, using their last breaths to sow discord. Chen Sijun shook his head, unperturbed, and simply asked with a light chuckle, even if I weren't here today, how confident would you have been of your success? 10%? 20%? Or 30%? You didn't even have a 50-50 chance, did you? Chen Sijun smiled, his hands behind his back, his expression playful. You had no confidence at all, why bother coming here to seek death? Upon hearing this, the four fell silent. Because you had no choice but to come. Chen Sijun answered for them, because the Western barbarians have received news that Great Zhou will soon dispatch troops against them, to expand the territory. They are scared and restless, so they forced you, their lackey defectors, to plan this attack, to strike first and avoid being passive, isn't that? Hearing this, the four remained silent. Chen Sijun shook his head and sighed, one could have avoided this path, but some insist on being dogs. To end up in such a state, how pitiful, how laughable. You. Pfft. His words struck at their hearts, exacerbating their injuries and causing them to cough up fresh blood, unable to sustain themselves any longer. Chen Sijun ignored them, and walked away with his hands behind his back. A team of secret guards followed closely, entering in a single file and taking away all four, who were now teetering between life and death. Pillar of the state. Two leaders of the secret guards followed closely behind him, reporting in a serious tone, news has arrived. The Western barbarians are on the hook. The main force is headed towards the border, and the general of the Piaokai has already led his army to meet them. Very good. Chen Sijun nodded slightly and said calmly, the secret guards will move with the army. There must be no mistakes. Yes. 3 days later, on the shores of the East Sea. Coo, coo. Whoosh. The cry of birds and the surging of waves were a natural spectacle that shook one's soul, causing an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Atop a sea cliff, on the edge of a hanging rock, a young man sat alone. No one knew how long he had been sitting there, his black hair had scattered on the ground, and his clothes were worn and tattered by the wind. However, the skin that was exposed didn't show signs of weathering, instead, it shimmered with a lustrous, jade-like radiance. Suddenly. Whoosh! A massive wave crashed against the shore, the white foam breaking against the cliff, and a sudden gust of wind enveloped the young man who was meditating. His body rose from the ground, hung in mid-air, tangible gang qi appeared around him like the brilliant radiance of the midday sun. Then, it condensed to the utmost degree, gathering layer upon layer, casting him in the light of a celestial being. Gang qi condensed into form, retracted into the body, and under layers of compression, quantitative change led to qualitative change. It gathered at the young man's dantian, resembling the nascent sun lacking dazzling brilliance but containing boundless potential. But just as the limits of concentration were reached, on the brink of success. Pfft! The young man's body trembled, blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and the solid-formed gang qi in his dantian, pushed to the extreme, suddenly dispersed, coursing through his limbs and body, seeping through flesh and skin to burst into a mist of blood. Bang! The young man's body fell heavily to the ground, causing the cliff to shake, fracturing it with innumerable cracks. The young man sat in silence for a long time without speaking, only after a while did he open his eyes, the bloodstains and tattered clothes all vaporized from his body, vanishing like smoke. Afterward, the young man did not stand up, instead, he raised his hand and beckoned. Ancestor Emperor! Master! Patriarch! Immediately, figures flew through the air one after another, landing behind the young man to perform deep bows in reverence. The young man, without turning around, simply said, "Rise." Yes. The crowd dared not disobey and stood up in unison, their expressions tense as they looked at the young man, the cracked cliff, and the fresh blood on the ground. In the end, it was an old man in a bright yellow robe who took the lead and asked, "Ancestor Emperor, what happened?" "I failed. Su Yang shook his head and muttered, in the critical moment of condensing Gang Qi and forming the elixir, it's about the spirit controls the body channels the Qi, converting Qi into Gang, holding the elixir in the field. My train of thought was correct, but the power of the divine soul is not like the force of Qi blood, its growth is very difficult. My spiritual power was insufficient to control the Gang Qi, and in the end, I fell short of success. After speaking, Su Yang finally turned around to face the people and said, therefore, above true Gang, the fourth realm should be divine Gang. We must find a way to strengthen the power of the divine soul, transform it from intangible to tangible, to effectively control the Gang Qi and step into the fifth realm forming the elixir. Divine Gang. Forming the elixir. The crowd paused, filled with a keen interest, and several older members eagerly stepped forward. Patriarch, is this the path for the martial path henceforth? No, this is just my current conjecture. Whether it can be achieved still requires us to walk the path step by step. Su Yang shook his head, looking at the people with a smile out of the blue, the rest is up to you. This. As supernaturally gifted individuals, they immediately sensed something and looked at Su Yang with disbelief and uncertainty. Patriarch. Without further ado, their hearts skipped a beat, and they all knelt down, their eyes filled with sadness and fear. Su Yang smiled calmly and said, I am going to die. This, Ancestor Emperor. Master. With those words, the crowd was even more terrified, uncertain of what to do. Su Yang shook his head and said calmly, all human effort is limited, and life has an end. This is the natural order of things, there's no need for sorrow. Patriarch. Although he said this, the crowd could not hide their grief, with some weeping openly on the ground. Su Yang paid them no heed and continued, the water that bears the boat is the same that swallows it up. The burden is now passed to you, live up to it. With that, regardless of how the people reacted, he closed his eyes, and a luminous glow rose from within his body, dispersing, with all signs of life swiftly waning. Sigh. The crowd was momentarily stunned, not yet recovered when a gust of wind blew by, scattering everything, carrying it off with the wind. Ancestor Emperor. Master. Martial Chronicle, in the year 1723 of the era, the 217th year of Great Zhou. Heavenly Marshal, on June 28, the martial ancestor Li Qingshan, on the East Sea shore, atop the Heavenly Martial Cliff, shattered the void, and ascended in broad daylight, thus becoming the progenitor of the world, the martial path true immortal. Chapter 23, Summary. On Dongting Lake, within the canopy boat, a pair of eyes slowly opened, time in chaos, years full of vicissitudes. Zhuanzhou dreams of butterflies, past memories, one scene after another surged to his mind, floating in his brain. Little yellow village, 100 broken mountains, a mountain dweller, a solitary butcher, selling himself into servitude and then defiantly drawing his sword, rallying cries in the forests and afterward walking the world alone, defense heavenly king, peerless master, founder of a nation, monarch of a golden age, spreading martial ways, carrying forth the past and forging the future. A lifetime. An era. 300 years. Su Yang sighed deeply as he stood up and turned to look outside the cabin, washing away the floating dust and powder. The boundless years had passed, and he had become that unremarkable old man once again. In haste, a dream of 300 years, who knows, I am the martial immortal. A lifetime, has ended. Although a little hurried, a bit incomplete, on the whole, it was still considered fulfilling. Su Yang. Lifespan, 46/195. Cultivation, inner strength realm. Original skills. Eating, daily devour 1 ox, strengthen the body, prolong life. Sleeping, calm the spirit, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, prolong life. Breathing, qi blood like tide, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, prolong life. Cooking, masterful cooking, food therapy. Fishing, abundant harvest, fortune goes to the clever. Boating, unruffled by waves, break through the winds and waves. Animal husbandry, alien beast taming, strong and healthy, disguise, change appearance and voice, shrinking bone, concealing presence. Knife sharpening, unrivaled sharpness, cut steel like mud. Throwing weapons, flying stone unfeathered, rushing rain of pear. Blossoms. Swimming, muddy water jiao dragon. Dreaming, Zhuanzhou dreams of butterflies. New skills. Butchering, butcher's technique. Walking, swift as flying. Archery, never miss every shot, 9-star chain. Artisan, skilled craftsman, divine weapons. Reading, never forget after reading, inductive reasoning. Teaching, patient instruction, learning while teaching, lead by example. Spread martial ways, each person like a dragon. Martial practice, diligence makes up for lack of skill, cleansing marrow. Eternal youth, martial path communicates with God, founder of martial scripture. Martial arts scripture, Great Joe martial scriptures. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, information is wealth. In the world of Great Joe, the reason why Su Yang could develop 100 broken mountains so swiftly was firstly due to the golden finger of the attribute panel and skill traits, and secondly because of the transmigrator's insight, experience, and information reserves. The transmigrator's insight, experience, and information reserves helped him create a large number of low-cost, exclusive products, with which to open up the market, circulate goods throughout the lands, and accumulate massive wealth. Only then could 100 broken mountains be managed, allowing him to collect martial knowledge from around the world, create the iron armor blade soldiers, and lay the foundation for a regal enterprise. Hence, the importance of knowledge and information. Su Yang had long set his strategy, wherever Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies would take him, to accumulate as much information as possible, to absorb the knowledge of each world, and to enrich his own potential and foundation. Therefore, after the Battle of 100 Broken Mountains, though he had already ascertained the pinnacle of the martial path, suppressing the experts of the world single-handedly, he did not end the life of Li Qingshan. Instead, he boldly raised an army, vied for dominance of the world, founded the base of Great Zhou, and created a world of the martial way. The power of a collective will always surpass that of an individual, and the operational efficiency of state organs is not something the martial world or sex can compare with. As the grand ancestor of Great Zhou, he could mobilize the power of a nation's citizens and talents from all over for his own use. With countless geniuses and grandmasters at his service, he could pool wisdom and learn from a variety of sources, and the efficiency and capability were beyond imagination. That is how the Great Zhou martial scriptures emerged, a compilation of the essence of a world, the life's work of countless prodigies and geniuses. The Great Zhou martial scriptures are not merely a martial scripture, it is an extraordinary compendium that contains the essence of all domains in the Great Zhou world: cultivation techniques, martial skills, medicine, pharmacology, astronomy, astrology, Kimandunjia, Maihua Yishu, divination arts, formation methods, and the classics of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, along with various scholarly theories. In summary, encompassing everything under the heavens, leaving nothing out. Before coming to this world, Su Yang was not an extraordinary person, nor did he possess proficiency in any specialized field. He was just an ordinary, unremarkable office worker. If not for the golden fingers like the attribute panel and skill traits, survival itself would have been an issue, let alone any rise to prominence. But now, after the accumulation of one world and gaining the potentiality of an entire world, his insight and information reserves have seen tremendous growth. Even without the attribute panel and skill traits that could turn the rotten into the miraculous, he could rely on his knowledge to secure a place for himself and even aim for the world. The current him is no longer a mere transmigrator, but a master of the martial path, reaching the peak, achieving mastery, learned in ancient and modern times, integrating Eastern and Western knowledge, a grand master who concurrently practices the teachings of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, achieving accomplishments in many fields, even to the utmost pinnacle of exceptional talent. This is what the world of Great Zhou, over 300 years, has contributed to his growth and change, truly enriching him from his previous impoverishment. Thus, the strength of Zhuangzhou Mendi is evident, representing not just a path of a different life, but also the knowledge, information, frameworks, structures, and resources and opportunities of various worlds and systems. The above is what Su Yang has gained from this transmigration through Zhuangzhou Mendi into another world. Everything is so wonderful, with the only slight imperfection being the inability to break through beyond the realm of true Gang and to advance the subsequent martial way and cultivation path. In this Great Zhou world, it truly is a low martial world. The realm of true Gang is the end of the martial path, with no higher power existing, and all those myriad celestial and divine myths are but empty and illusory, the figments of human fantasy. This is also why Su Yang suppressed and even destroyed the teachings of the three teaching sects. These people are nothing but pure charlatans, useless, and they even hindered his spread of martial ways and promotion of martial system development. It was necessary to strike them hard, eradicate and sweep them away. Apart from striking at the three teaching sect, he also constantly suppressed the noble families, enacted strict and extremely fair laws to maximize centralization of power. He shattered the 1,000-year-old iron rule that the emperor and the scholars govern the world together, and that imperial power did not reach into the villages, successfully implemented various major policies, liberated the workforce, increased production and enhanced industry, agriculture, and commerce. Because of this, the spread of martial arts across the world could be successfully executed. Unfortunately, even though the spread of martial arts across the world was successful, and an era of martial arts prosperity was established, the creation and exploration of the martial path were still arduous. After all, there were no references, and one could only grope painfully in the dark without any clue. The difficulty needs no further elaboration. Thus, after more than 200 years of arduous exploration, as Su Yang's lifespan was nearing its end, the realm above the true Gang realm had not been truly developed. He only proposed some hypotheses, such as the true Gang spirit condensation and the method of embracing core and forming Dao that he last attempted in the East Sea. Among the many hypotheses, Su Yang believed this path had the most hope and potential for advancing. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. The reason for the failure was that his divine soul's power was insufficient to effectively control the Gang Qi and compress it into a core. Great Zhou was a world with low martial arts potential, where martial arts cultivation was based on Qi blood. The Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism sects were all charlatans practicing martial arts based on Qi blood, with no real cultivation techniques for becoming immortals. Therefore, the Great Zhou world had almost no methods to empower the divine soul, relying only on the most basic practice of nourishing the soul with the body. The stronger the body, the stronger the divine soul, but this method was quite limited in effect. Even though Su Yang had integrated all the martial arts of the world and created an extraordinary work like the Great Zhou martial scriptures, and complemented it with various skill traits to forge a physique unmatched in history, the growth of his divine soul's power was minimal, far from the hypothetical level required for the true Gang spirit condensation, where the formless becomes tangible. Therefore, he failed. Actually, there was a possibility for him to succeed because, apart from martial arts, he also had the attribute panel and skill traits, and the calming and soul-nourishing trait of the sleep skill could have strengthened his divine soul's power. But, in the few years before his last attempt to break through, he had just exhausted a great amount of his divine soul's power. Why did he deplete it? It was used to transmit skill traits, of course. Zhuangzhou Mendi allowed Su Yang's true self and the dream butterfly avatar to share strengths and weaknesses, and to transmit skill traits, even physical items, at the cost of consuming divine soul's power. The importance of skill traits need not be said, as they were Su Yang's greatest reliance and were naturally to be utilized. Throughout the 200 years in Great Zhou, the divine soul's power, enhanced through restorative sleep, was mostly used to transmit skill traits. As a result, by the end, his divine soul was weakened, making true Gang spirit condensation impossible, and his attempt to embrace core and form Dao failed. With regrets, he could only resign himself to dissolution, returning to his true self. This was his first time, no, his second time experiencing death. Only the first death was due to an unexpected calamity, while the second was a natural end due to the exhaustion of lifespan. In the Great Zhou world, he had also conducted experiments and data analysis, which led to the following conclusion. A normal person, under the premise of no illness or disaster, has a maximum lifespan of around 120 years. If one cultivated the Great Zhou martial scriptures and reached the true Gang realm, by relying on the various life-preserving methods integrated into the scriptures such as Sun and Moon, Yin and Yang, Chaos Yuan Qi, Eternal Youth, Jade Lock Golden Gate, etc., the lifespan could be increased to at most 180 years. That was the limit. Su Yang was able to live over 300 years mainly for two reasons. First, his martial path communicates with God, enhancing the lifespan extending effect of the Great Zhou martial scriptures, and second, skills related to diet, sleep, breathing, martial arts, etc., all had life-prolonging traits. Coupled with eternal youth, the perpetual cycle, this extended his lifespan to over 300 years. But that was the limit. After that, no matter what skills he tried to use or what traits he acquired, there was no way to increase his lifespan. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have wanted to end his life in the Great Zhou world like this. With this, he also discovered something else, that the generation of skill traits seemed to have a certain relationship with the world's power level. In Great Zhou, a low-level martial world, the best skill traits generated were: martial path communicates with God and eternal youth. Traits like Zwanzomendi, which are considered miraculous and inconceivable, had never appeared. Otherwise, if a trait like immortality were to be generated, then wouldn't Su Yang live much more than just 300 years? This also revealed how deep the waters of the real world were, how strong the extraordinary powers that existed within it were. I digress, back to the point: if his life had been long enough, and he waited for the divine soul to recover, then Su Yang might truly have been able to step into the fourth realm of the martial path, true Gang spirit condensation, or even the fifth realm, embracing core and forming Dao. To end it hastily now feels inevitably regrettable. Of course, it's just a slight regret. In fact, Su Yang had already mastered the powers of the fourth realm of martial path, true Gang spirit condensation. Why? Because martial path communicates with God. This was one of the traits of his martial skills, and as the name suggests, it meant that the martial path could communicate with God. This God is not the God of immortal gods, but the God of divine intent and divine skills. As long as one cultivates a martial art to a certain level, it can endow the martial art with divine intent and essence, thereby turning decay into a miracle, creating many profound and even miraculous effects. For example, the descending dragon palm. A regular descending dragon palm could at most unleash a single blast of Gang Qi, but the martial path communicates with God's descending dragon palm could project a lifelike dragon shadow, with its power, range, and area of effect increased several folds, and it also carried the daunting divine dragon's might, capable of intimidating opponents. It could almost be described as a martial divine skill. According to Su Yang's conjecture, after reaching the fourth realm, true Gang spirit condensation, all martial artists would have this ability to bestow their martial arts with divine intent and essence, turning decay into a miracle, known as the art of martial divine skills. Thanks to this trait, Su Yang was in essence already a martial artist of the fourth realm, true Gang spirit condensation. If not for the damage to his divine soul, he might have been able to complete the final step of embracing core and forming Dao, entering the fifth realm. At that time, his lifespan would surely have increased again. Although the effort fell short in the end, it did not affect the value of this trait. Martial path communicates with God, bestowing divine intent, not only allowed him to master the power of true Gang spirit condensation ahead of time, but also provided the potential for continuous enhancement in the future. After all, divine skills too have their high and low points, strengths and weaknesses. The martial divine power of true Gang spirit condensation is at most a lesser divine skill, not even counting as a minor divine power. It might be effective for scaring martial artists of the mundane world of Great Zhou, but against cultivators from the cultivation world or the heavens-spanning immortal gods of the divine demon world, it would be nothing. Martial path communicates with God not only allows one to attain minor mana and minor divine skills but also holds the potential and hope of achieving great mana and great divine powers. It was one of Su Yang's most valuable gains in the Great Zhou world. He consumed nearly 100 years of divine soul's power to transfer it, indicating its high level. Apart from martial path communicates with God, Su Yang also transferred 4 other traits: diligence makes up sabotage, cleansing marrow, eternal youth, and founder of martial scripture. Diligence makes up sabotage and cleansing marrow need no further explanation. One increases cultivation efficiency, and the other improves martial aptitude, both beneficial traits for pursuing the martial path. Eternal youth is equally important, preserving youthfulness and peak condition. As for the founder of martial scripture, that's even more incredible. Besides increasing both the speed and effectiveness of the Great Zhou martial scripture's cultivation, it also encompasses the trait of remove husk and keep grain to absorb various martial arts, enhancing and deepening the power and potential of the Great Zhou martial scriptures continuously. The current Great Zhou martial scriptures, even though they are just an ordinary cultivation manual, as long as Su Yang keeps experiencing Zwanzomendi, traversing countless worlds, and integrating the martial arts from these worlds into it, it will continuously evolve and transform, ultimately transcending the mundane to become divine demon martial arts, on par with those of immortal gods and demons. At this thought, Su Yang felt an urge to fall back asleep and embark on a second dreamlike life, to explore a second wondrous world. But after some consideration, he didn't immediately do so. The accumulation from 300 years in the Great Zhou world needed some time to digest after being brought into reality. There were also some minor matters to attend to in the real world. Moreover, the psychological and spiritual changes from living 2 lives. He decided to take a few days to sort out the trivial matters in the real world, gather some essential supplies for life, adjust his mental and psychological state, and then embark on the second dreamlike life anew. Chapter 24, An Exploration. The next day, at the fish market, inside a small tavern. Yo, old Sue, still not dead yet. Your body is still so robust. Here to drink again today. Did you catch a soft-shelled turtle? Why can't we ever catch one? All we get are stinking fish and rotten shrimp, bad luck. You don't understand, you can't catch turtles with nets, you must fish for them. Old Sue has lived so many years, he may not have many skills, but fishing for turtles is his unmatched specialty. Master Sue, it would be great if you could pass this skill to me. I'd recognize you as my godfather and take care of you in your old age. In your dreams. Su Yang, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, was tucked away in a corner, minding his own business, eating and drinking, ignoring the other patrons' jokes and laughter, quietly enjoying this rare leisure time. Zhuanzhou Mendi, the flow of time was different. He had spent more than 300 years in Great Zhou, and nearly a year had passed in reality. That year had been very challenging for him because of the significant difference in the flow of time. He had to maintain a dream state for extended periods, or his alter ego in Great Zhou would be left uncontrolled, leading to thirst and starvation. Especially at the beginning, he had not yet established any base like 100 Broken Mountains. In Little Yellow Village, where he lay low, silently accumulating power, in the real world, he could only eat rough rice and drink lake water directly. Later, when the rice ran out, he had to enter the water himself or let the fish eagle catch various fish and shrimp for him. He didn't have time to cook and would swallow them raw, living truly like a wild man, consuming raw meat and blood. After his alter ego took over 100 Broken Mountains, practiced martial arts, improved skills, and gained the ability to fast, things got slightly better. But even then, life in the real world was still hurried and stressful. Aside from food and water, he had to deal with some trivial matters to prove he was still alive. If he had lain in his boat for more than 300 days, ignoring everything, someone would have indeed come to check on his unusual behavior. Do not doubt, the surveillance of the lower-class citizens in this world is precisely that strict because this is not an ordinary world. It is a world where extraordinary and transcendent powers exist, and there are tales of serendipitous adventures. Common folk encountering such opportunities to suddenly ascend to great heights is not uncommon. As a result, various powers are very strict and sensitive in their surveillance of anomalies. Should unusual and extraordinary events occur within their domain, they will undoubtedly attract attention and investigation. Having fished on Dongting Lake for decades, Su Yang had heard many such stories, most of which were false alarms. However, the various powers still pursued them persistently, even intensifying their efforts. In response to this, Su Yang could understand. Living in a world where the extraordinary could manifest, and possessing some strength himself, it was only natural to seek and pursue these opportunities at all costs, otherwise, how could he live up to himself? Therefore, strict surveillance was an expected course of action. It would be problematic if they were indifferent. For the same reason, Su Yang always acted with low profile, never revealing any anomalies, and being an honest fisherman on Dongting Lake while secretly amassing strength, waiting for a twist of fate to come. The opportunity had now arrived, but Su Yang still had no intention of revealing himself because he had accumulated less than a year's power in the real world, not like in Great Zhou where he was unmatched and revered in the martial path for a century. His shallow cultivation of inner strength offered him no sense of security. So, he would remain an honest fisherman, maybe trying to find a way to change his identity and let old Su retire with grace. As for leaving Dongting and living in hiding, that still wasn't within his considerations. Aside from the need for various supplies, just the risk alone was something Su Yang didn't want to shoulder. This was a world where superhuman powers existed, and the deep forests were not safe, but rather more dangerous. How could Su Yang leave the waters of Dongting Lake, which he knew so well, to seek refuge in such places? Dongting Lake was his stronghold, the place he knew best and the safest. For this reason, he had specifically worked hard in the East Sea of the Great Zhou world, developing his swimming skills and acquiring a powerful trait called Muddy Water Jiao Dragon which he transferred back. If all went as expected, he would stay here until his strength could no longer improve and then consider leaving to seek a new place for cultivation. So. Dang dang dang! The Goldfish Gang has a command, everyone, immediately gather at the entrance of the fish market, do not be late." A series of piercing gong sounds rang out, startling everyone inside the tavern. Su Yang furrowed his brow. What happened? Who knows? Such a commotion. It's an order from the Goldfish Gang, let's hurry, don't delay. Exactly, angering those elites is something we cannot afford. Seeing this, the people did not dare to delay and got up one after another to gather at the entrance of the fish market. Su Yang also silently stood up, shouldered his fish basket, and walked outside. The fish market, just a small market, was not very large and had no fences, allowing free entry and exit. But not now, as outside the market there was a large troop of people, encircling the small fish market tightly. Seeing this, everyone was a bit panicky and hurried to the entrance of the fish market, with Su Yang blending in with them. Although such a display was rare, it had occurred a few times over the decades, usually related to some strange rumor, and typically would not involve an ordinary fisherman like him. Therefore, Su Yang was not in a hurry to make a break for it but chose to follow the crowd to the entrance of the fish market. At the entrance of the fish market, a rudimentary high platform had been erected. A line of people stood on the platform, led by a pair of young men and women dressed in luxurious brocade clothes. The steward of the Goldfish Gang, the domineering fishing master Chen Qi, was also there. He was at the forefront, addressing the people below. "This lady is our Goldfish Gang's third miss, and this gentleman is young Master Tai from the Iron Lion Gang. Greetings, third miss. Greetings, young Master Tai." The crowd also cooperated, bowing and saluting one after another. "Very good." Chen Qi nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a portrait. "Today, third miss and young Master Tai have come to find someone. This person had been in our area 1 or 2 years ago. Take a look, everyone, if you can provide information, my Goldfish Gang will handsomely reward you." Having said that, he had several gang members take the portrait and show it amongst the people for everyone to see. Su Yang glanced at it, had no impression, and did not recognize the person, so he simply minded his own business, acting as an irrelevant bystander. After looking for a while, no one spoke. Evidently, none wished to invite trouble upon themselves. Seeing this, Chen Qi did not mind. He directly kicked over a small chest at his feet, knocking out glittering silver ingots. "Staqd if you have ANV clues. With third miss and young Master Tai here, the reward promised will be substantial, and you might even get the chance to join our Goldfish Gang and enjoy wealth and honor." This. Looking at the sparkling silver, then at the earnestly promising Chen Qi, and the arrogant young man and woman behind him, someone finally couldn't resist the temptation and raised their hand to speak. "Seventh Master, we've seen this person." "Oh!" Chen Qi's eyes brightened, and he picked up a silver ingot, tossing it to that person. "Speak." Catching the silver ingot, the person was overjoyed and hastily said to Chen Qi, "This person was a rich young master. 2 years ago, he came to the lake with his wife and daughter, wanting to hire a boat to tour the lake, generously handing out a silver ingot, which had everyone scrambling for the business." "Really?" Chen Qi was delighted, repeatedly asking, "What happened after that?" "After that?" The person looked around and then said, "Afterwards, old Zhang stole the business because his boat was larger." Then, there was no more news. Old Zhang said they toured the lake and at Greenstone, the family disembarked and left. I don't know if it was true or not. Old Zhang. Chen Qi frowned, the same old Zhang who disappeared about half a year. Exactly, him. Listening to the two men talking, Su Yang slightly furrowed his brows beneath his conical hat. "You're not trying to deceive me and leave me without proof of death, are you?" "How dare I, Seventh Master, many people saw it, you can ask around if you don't believe me." This. Hearing this, Chen Qi felt helpless and could only turn to look at the young man and woman behind him. The young Master Tai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Ask about when he disappeared, where he disappeared, what he did before he disappeared, and who he met." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Qi hurriedly turned back, continuing to inquire amongst the crowd. This. It was at Whitewater Bay. His boat was always moored there. I remember, that day he seemed to have visited Old Su once. Exactly, I even ran into him. He said he was going to send his second son to be adopted by Old Su. With the hefty reward offered, the crowd could no longer hold back, directly dragging Su Yang into the conversation. Old Su. Chen Qi had an impression of Su Yang and immediately started scanning the crowd. "Where's Old Su?" "Here, here." Old Su, seventh master is looking for you, did you hear? Familiar people nearby directly pointed out Su Yang's location. With no choice, Su Yang stepped forward, seventh master. Chen Qi looked at him without sensing anything amiss and directly asked, Old Su, old Zhang went looking for you before he disappeared. Su Yang nodded, feigning a myopic old man's demeanor, ah, yes, he did come looking for me. What for? To adopt his second son to me, said he wanted to provide for my old age. What happened then? After we had talked, they went back. That's it. That's it. This. Chen Qi's brows furrowed as he quickly glanced at the young man and woman behind him. The two observed Su Yang before the young man stepped forward and coldly looked down upon him, is that all? Su Yang, with a bewildered expression, stammered, yes, yes, yes. After a moment of contemplation, the young man no longer asked anything else. He then kicked the silver ingot at his feet towards Su Yang, very well, this is for you. If there's more information, do tell, and there will be a generous reward. Thank you, young Master Tai. Seeing this, Su Yang made an overjoyed expression, bending over to pick up the silver ingot. At that moment, the young man's eyes turned icy as he moved his feet again, kicking another silver ingot like a flying stone straight at Su Yang, who was bending over. However, Su Yang seemed to have anticipated this and stepped forward. Twisting his body, he grabbed the corner of his straw raincoat like a cloak and violently flung it, scattering glinting points of cold stars from within. Like a pear blossom rainstorm, they shot towards the high platform. Hidden weapons. Pew 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 pew. The people on the platform, taken by surprise, including Chen Qi and the rest, didn't even know what had happened before they were covered and hit by the flying hidden weapons. Instantly, blood splattered and they fell amidst the sounds of impact. The young man was also caught off guard. His actions had been a whim, a tentative probe based on a slight suspicion. After all, the other party was just a lowly fisherman, even if he was wrongly suspected, it wouldn't be a big deal. But unexpectedly, this fisherman, who was almost decrepit and unremarkable in appearance, was so quick and decisive in his counterattack that even he was caught off guard. Though his thought processes were slow to catch up, his body instinctively reacted, autonomously circulating true qi within to protect his body. In the end, dang! 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 The cleverly flung hidden weapons hit the young man's body, tearing his brocade robes, but revealed an inner armor vest that sparked upon impact. Unfortunately, a vest is just a vest, it doesn't cover the entire body, let alone the face. Several of the iron nail weapons hit his face, and his true qi couldn't completely protect him, leaving numerous blood marks and even wounds. The young man was injured and let out an extreme cry of anger. However, whoosh! Su Yang, who was below the platform, leapt into the air. Using an unknown lightness skill, he soared like a rock onto the platform, bringing with him a gust of wind that bore down on the young man. The young man, injured and enraged, had not yet reacted when he felt the fierce wind and saw a dark shadow approaching him. Bang 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 bang! Great Zhou martial scriptures, supreme fighting techniques. Though lacking the support of true gang, his inner strength barely managed to be activated. In an instant, he launched several moves: punch, palm strike, finger thrust, knee strike, hitting the young man's throat, neck, ribs, and groin, all vital spots. Even with his true qi formed, he couldn't protect himself, and a tide of severe pain overwhelmed him. But he couldn't even scream, because the person in front of him moved fluidly, faster than one could imagine. After a series of rapid strikes, another fatal blow was launched. A powerful palm-carrying force violently struck down onto the crown of his head. Bang! A heavy sound echoed as the blood burst from his 7 orifices, and the young man knelt to the ground on impact. Third brother! Only then did the woman to the left react. Ignoring the pain from the hidden weapons that had struck her, she reached to draw her sword. However, Su Yang skillfully turned and twirled out like a spinning top, his 10 fingers hooked like dragons and tigers in motion. The Fighting Scroll, Fingernail Chapter merging Shaolin Dragon Claw, Wuodame Tiger Claw, 9 Yin White Bone Claw, and powerful Eagle Claw techniques. Molded by the skills of numerous great grandmasters and prodigies who innovated from tradition, eliminating the dross and consolidating the essence, it could be called a peerless marvel in the world. Before the woman's precious sword could leave its scabbard, she felt a fierce wind sweep towards her, so sharp and threatening it seemed to extinguish life itself. Pulla! With a chilling, Sharp sound, a bloody light flashed sharply as the woman stood frozen, her eyes bulging. The flesh of her throat was a bloody mess, exposing white bone. She had been ripped open, nearly half her neck bone and throat flesh torn away. Su Yang said nothing, merely flinging the blood and flesh from his hand. Then, like a giant rock, he leapt down from the platform and headed straight for the outskirts of the town. The lightness technique from the fighting scroll combined with the speed of swift as flying allowed him, in just a few breaths, to become a distant black shadow. Murder! Young master! Miss! Quick, chase him! Only now did everyone awaken as if from a dream. Looking at the scene of carnage, with bodies strewn everywhere and blood flowing freely across the platform, the place immediately erupted into chaos. The goldfish gang members surrounding the fish market, witnessing this, didn't know what to do. Seeing the tragic scene on the platform, each of them turned pale with horror. Chapter 25, Re-entry. The fish market was created to facilitate the buying and selling for fishermen, and naturally, it was not too far from the lake shore. Su Yang, regardless of the depletion of his inner strength, unfolded the lightweight technique of the fighting scroll in combination with the swift movement akin to flying, and in a few breaths' time, he rushed to the docks of the lake shore. Afterward, he did not bother to look for the black canopied boat he had previously been on, but instead leaped straight into the water with a splashing dive. Glug glug! Once Su Yang entered the water, he felt an unusual force arise from all his limbs, even the surrounding water flowing in harmony with his body's movements, endowing him with an alarming strength. With a mere slight motion, he darted dozens of feet away. Swimming, muddy water Jiao Dragon. This particular ability was honed by Su Yang in the East Sea during his time in Great Zhou. The effect was similar to that of like a fish in water, except the fish had turned into a dragon, allowing him to wield strength in the water as formidable as that of a Jiao Dragon. Although this Jiao Dragon was only of the same size as himself and was not a true sea-reversing, heaven-reaching mighty Jiao Python or true dragon, it was still impressively powerful. Su Yang had tested it, and even without using any martial arts, he could, by the strength of this Jiao Dragon alone, fight against and defeat several grandmasters of the true gang level in the water. Hence, upon entering the water, Su Yang could almost be certain of his safety. Yet, he did not wish to linger. His body twisted like a dragon, his astounding speed unfurled as he headed straight into the depths of Dongting Lake. His earlier disguise, if not completely flawless, held no breaks. Young Master Tai had not discerned anything amiss, and his attack was purely on a whim, thinking Su Yang was nothing more than a lowly fisherman, whose life was trivial, inconsequential if taken on the spot. This is the sorrow of the lower class in this world, lives as cheap as weeds, easily trampled upon, even wrongful convictions counting for little. Su Yang understood this all too well and did not dwell on it, but simply pondered what had brought the other party here. Why? Zhang Cheng. Could there be some issue with the fortune amassed by Zhang Cheng and his son that related to some strange fortune or opportunity, stirring up the Goldfish Gang and Iron Lion Gang into such a fuss to find him? That had to be the reason. But it was none of his concern. Whatever opportunities for fortune there were, he had no interest in them, for he already possessed the greatest opportunity of this world. Zhuanzhou Mendi, the myriad realms of all heavens, he just needed to keep accumulating, and he would eventually stand at the pinnacle. Therefore, regardless of whatever secrets or fortunes that came from the wealth he got from Zhang Cheng's family, Su Yang didn't care and had no intention of utilizing them. In fact, he had already hidden that wealth away, without the slightest intention of using it. With such an incident occurring now, there was even less reason to dig up trouble. Su Yang swam directly back to his hideout, preparing the belongings he had anticipated needing for such a day, along with fish eagle Laoliu who had been waiting at home, and they began to move. Dongting was vast, extending over 800 miles, with many tributaries connecting to each other and to all the great bodies of water, even to the vast ocean. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack for one goldfish gang, let alone 100, to find a single person within it. Even so, Su Yang did not want to take any risks. Accompanied by his prepared emergency belongings and the loyal and crucial Laoliu, he moved to the remotest hideout, far away from the realm of the Goldfish Gang's influence. Meanwhile, at the lakeshore dock, two middle-aged men, each leading a group of men, stood by the shore, watching their subordinates forcefully dismantle an old black canopied boat, both with faces grim as iron, murder surging in their eyes. A moment later, one of the men returned, presenting a shiny long sword. "Gang leader, we've already searched every nook and cranny of the cabin, and only this was found. Search again." "Yes." A middle-aged man barked the order furiously, and his followers, not daring to say more, turned to continue their futile search. This man was none other than Li Hungtong, the leader of the Goldfish Gang, who had just suffered the pain of losing his beloved daughter. On the other side, a middle-aged man with angrily bristling whiskers, exhibiting great ferocity, was the leader of another major gang in the city, the Iron Lion King. At this moment, his fury and grief were no less than Li Hungtong's, for he, too, had lost a son. He had 7 sons, and counting himself, they were known throughout the city as the 8 Roaring Lions, an awe-inspiring force. Yet, to his dismay, he had lost one of them that very day, especially the 3rd son whom he valued most and who was poised to forge a marital alliance with the Goldfish Gang. How could he not be heartbroken? "Search, search for me," he bellowed. "Even if we have to turn Dongting Lake upside down, we must find the person who killed my son and flay them, cut them to pieces, and scatter their ashes." "Yes." As he gave the angry command, his followers, although they responded solemnly, were full of sneering contempt internally. "Turn it upside down, what a joke! Who do you think you are, the Heavenly King himself?" Dongting Lake stretched over 800 li and was shrouded in mist and clouds, with treacherous terrain. "Not to mention your small Iron Lion Gang, even if all the factions of Mansion City and the best of the martial world were mobilized, it's unlikely they could search the entire Dongting Lake. The old fool has lost his son and gone mad with grief, just make a show of searching to appease him." The people silently sneered, with no intention of making an effort. Thus, 3 days later, near a deserted island in Dongting Lake, the wispy smoke of a cooking fire rose from a black awning boat. Su Yang sat at the bow of the boat, with a pot full of meat and a jug of fine daughter red at his feet. "Wine, meat and a boat, where did they come from?" "Naturalv, they were bought." 3 days earlier, carrying his belongings and accompanied by his little brother Fish Eagle, Su Yang had raced across hundreds of li in one day to another area of Dongting Lake. Revealing his true appearance and demonstrating his martial prowess and cultivation, he assumed the identity of a wandering hero of the martial world. With the wealth he had accumulated in secret over the decades, he purchased a large amount of supplies and a big black awning boat, and settled on this secluded, uninhabited island. Although he knew it was nearly impossible for the Goldfish Gang to find him, the recent upheaval still instilled in him a sense of urgency and danger. "My strength is too weak, and my heart is uneasy. I must enhance my power as soon as possible." And how to do that? By using a two-pronged approach. As the founder of martial scripture, and with many special traits to aid him, the cultivation of the great Zhou martial scriptures was as simple for Su Yang as eating, drinking, breathing, and sleeping. Furthermore, the great Zhou martial scriptures also incorporated the characteristics of the 9 yin and 9 yang, Tai Chi and Wuji, Chaos Yuan Qi, and other cultivation techniques, allowing him to cultivate autonomously and strengthen automatically. Even without active cultivation, his power would steadily grow. Thus, Su Yang could both dream as Zhuangzhou Mendi and cultivate martial arts at the same time. For him, sleeping was akin to performing cultivation exercises and meditating. It would enhance his power, advance his cultivation, and neither interfere with his dreaming nor hinder his martial arts practice. With this dual approach, his strength was bound to surge. So what was he waiting for? After polishing off the meat in the pot and emptying the jug of wine, Su Yang, now well fed and content, returned to the much more spacious cabin. He instructed Fish Eagle Laolio to stay on guard outside while he himself lay comfortably in bed, covered himself with a blanket, and drifted off to sleep. Zhuangzhou dreams he is a butterfly, the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. As time and space swirled and his spirit wandered the vastness of the heavens, after a dizzying whirl, Su Yang awoke. He awoke with a start. Lifting his head, he looked out to see the sky filled with frost and snow, a world clad in purest white, signaling the deadly chill of the deep winter. Su Yang sat up and saw himself in tattered clothes, thin as a rail, huddled in the corner of an alley, slowly being buried by the swirling snow, practically on the brink of, no, already having frozen to death once before as a little beggar. Chapter 26, Beggar. In the midst of the bitter cold, thoughts rushed at Su Yang like a tide, and he quickly received all the information from this body. He was indeed a beggar, his age not very clear, he didn't even have a formal name, people who knew him called him Dog. Dog, since his earliest memories, had survived on begging alongside an old beggar, living in destitution, freezing and starving. The few moments of joy in his memory were no more than scraps of food fought for with difficulty. 2 years prior, the old beggar died, leaving him to survive alone, more oppressed than ever. Today, he died from cold and hunger, becoming just another insignificant frozen corpse in the 20th year of Emperor Yang Jian's Kaihuang era of the Great Sui. These were all the memories of the young beggar. Great Sui. Kaihuang. 20 years. A world that seems both real and unreal. Or have I traveled to the history of China? Su Yang muttered to himself and propped himself up from the corner of the wall. Before traveling through time, although he was just an ordinary person, he still possessed basic historical knowledge. Great Sui's Kaihuang was the era name of Emperor Yang Jian, the founder of the Sui dynasty. The 20th year of Kaihuang was also the 4th year of the Renshao era. This meant that he had 4 years before that wretch, Emperor Yang of Sui, would take power, and the stormy chaos of the late Sui dynasty would approach. Su Yang was uncertain whether the Sui and Tang world was just an alternate version of the parallel world, or the one in Chinese history, but it wasn't important. To him, power was the key. As long as this world contained the power he sought, he wasn't concerned about historical perspectives. So, did this world hold the power he was seeking? It wasn't clear at the moment. After all, the original dog was just a young beggar with limited insights. Beyond common knowledge of the era name Kaihuang of Great Sui and that this place was just outside of Peng City in Suzhou, he was ignorant of anything else. His understanding of this world was limited. It seems I have to explore on my own. Su Yang dusted off the frost on his body, prepared to leave this place to find shelter, lest he perish from cold and hunger before accomplishing anything. This body was extremely frail, the young frame skinnier than even a child's, and even with the power of Zhuangzhou Mendi's divine soul filling the deficit, it barely restored his ability to move. If he couldn't find food, clothing, and shelter, he surely wouldn't survive 3 days, perhaps not even the night. Thus, he had to find a way to get something to eat, wear, and a place to sleep. How are you? Just as Su Yang was contemplating his next move, he suddenly saw someone running up to him. It was a little girl, a delicate and pretty little girl. She wore a snowy white coat, clearly made from fine mink, still young and undeveloped but already stunning, her spirituality luminous between her eyebrows, moving like the rain in a secluded mountain. Seeing this, Su Yang furrowed his brows. He didn't recognize this person, or rather, Dog didn't recognize her. There was no impression of her in his memory, and it seemed unlikely that there could be any connection between them. So what was this all about? While Su Yang was bewildered, the little girl handed him a paper bag. It's still warm, eat up quick. Su Yang looked at her, feeling a bit odd, but reached out and took the paper bag nonetheless. Upon opening it, steam rose and inside were several fragrant, greasy, steaming pork buns. Thank you. Su Yang was silent for a moment before bowing his head in gratitude. Taking a bun with his dirty hands, he wolfed it down ravenously. He understood what was happening. The little girl didn't recognize him. She had come over purely out of kindness, treating him as a beggar to whom she gave alms. Well, he was a beggar now. Far from feeling any aversion, Su Yang was very grateful. He urgently needed such charity at the moment. Eat slowly, don't choke. The little girl, seeing him eat so frantically, quickly cautioned him, then looking around as if she remembered something, added, I was in a rush earlier and forgot to buy water. Wait here, I'll go get you some. Before she could finish, Su Yang casually grabbed a handful of snow from nearby and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. The little girl was shocked by his actions and it took her a while to recover. You can't eat snow, stop, I'll go buy you a pot of water. No need. Su Yang shook his head, continued with the snow mixed with the buns, and soon finished off the whole bag, his weak and cold body feeling somewhat warmer. Thank you. After once again thanking her, Su Yang turned to leave the place. This little girl was obviously not from an ordinary family, and it was best for him now not to get involved with her. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing him about to leave, the little girl stopped him and took out a silver ingot from her belt. Here's some silver for you to buy some clothes and find a place to stay. Don't sleep outside anymore, you'll freeze to death. Without waiting for a response, she stuffed the silver ingot into his hand and then turned and left the alley. Looking at the silver ingot in his hand, Su Yang fell into silence. Then he tucked the ingot into his bosom and walked toward the other end of the alley. But he hadn't gone far when... Dog, stop right there! A gang of people came rushing up aggressively, blocking Su Yang's path. Another group of beggars. Though beggars themselves, they were dressed noticeably better than the ragged Su Yang, fitter and more robust. They blocked Su Yang's way, eyeing him coldly, glancing around, and then demanded sharply, "What did that little girl give you just now? Hand it over. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences." "I saw it, that little girl was wearing a mink coat, very luxurious, she must have rewarded you with plenty of silver. Hand it over." A few people's eyes were frenzied as they shouted threats menacingly. Su Yang looked at them, said nothing, and silently lay down on the ground, hugging his head and curling up his body. "Playing this game with us? You're seeing things. Get him, beat him up. Search him for that silver." Seeing this, the others were also infuriated, cursing, and ready to come forward to beat him. But unexpectedly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the midst of wind and snow, several sounds of cutting through the air resonated, and before the beggars knew what had happened, they were struck to the ground, howling in pain. Su Yang huddled on the ground, hugging his head. He peeked through the gaps in his arms and saw a figure appearing at the entrance of the alley. It was a woman, dressed in white, transcending the snow, her face veiled with a light scarf. Though her appearance was not clear, her ethereal aura alone revealed a beauty out of this world. The downed beggars also caught sight of her and immediately understood the situation. They quickly propped themselves up and knelt, knocking their heads on the ground like garlic pounding. "Mercy, fairy, mercy, we will not dare again, we'll never dare again. Get lost." The woman, seeing this, spoke no further and with a cold shout, ordered. "Everyone away! Yes, yes, yes! Leaving right away, leaving right away!" As if receiving amnesty, the people supported themselves up, crawling and rolling to flee. What is most important for a beggar? The skill to beg, the power to shout, the art of playing pathetic? None of these. It's the ability to read people, to be shrewd in situations. Without the skill to go with the wind, a beggar wouldn't live long. All of them were old beggars, with sharp eyes and shrewd in times of crisis. They knew this woman was no ordinary person, so they promptly begged for mercy and escaped disaster. As the beggars fled, Su Yang, who was cowering with his head hugged, also sat up and looked at the woman with uncertainty and astonishment. "Master!" As expected, behind the woman emerged a small figure, the little girl from before. She trotted over to Su Yang, not minding how dirty his body was, and reached out to help him up. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you." Su Yang nodded, indicating he was all right, and then turned his gaze towards the woman, performing an odd bow. "Thank you, fairy, for your rescue." The woman's face was veiled, her expression unknown, only her indifferent eyes were seen as she stepped forward to Su Yang. "Do you know where Jing'an Temple is?" "Jing'an Temple?" Su Yang thought for a moment, then said, Yes, it's the largest temple in Suzhou City. Does the fairy need me to lead the way?" "No need." The woman shook her head, took out an envelope, and placed it in Su Yang's hand. "Take this letter to Jing'an Temple, they will give you refuge." Then, without waiting for Su Yang's reaction, she turned to the little girl and said, "Xian Er, let's go." With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing this, the little girl could only glance back at Su Yang. "Take care of yourself, be safe." Then, she turned and followed in the footsteps of the woman, fading into the wind and snow. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Su Yang fell silent for a while, and eventually, turned towards Jing'an Temple. In the midst of wind and snow, two figures, one tall and one short, both seemed unearthly, as if celestial beings had descended upon the mortal realm. The little girl holding the woman's hand occasionally turned her head back, hesitating as if she wanted to speak. The woman's gaze was indifferent as she calmly said, "Don't worry, that little beggar is quick-witted. Jing'an Temple isn't far from here. If nothing unexpected happens, he should arrive soon." "Thank you, master." Only then did the little girl's anxiety ease slightly. Still, as she gazed at the blustering wind and desolate surroundings, she couldn't help but furrow her brows, asking with puzzlement, "Master, didn't you say that the current emperor of the Great Sui is a wise ruler you appointed to govern the world? Why then?" The woman's expression remained unchanged, and she prompted, "Why what?" After hesitating for a while, the little girl finally lifted her head and voiced the doubt in her heart, why, under his rule, are there still so many beggars? Why are there so many people who can't eat their fill, can't keep warm, who collapse and die on the streets from cold and hunger? Shouldn't everyone be free from worry about food and clothing? This question rendered the woman silent for a long time before she replied softly, even a wise ruler has his difficulties. To achieve a world where the harvests are abundant and the four seas are prosperous takes gradual effort, it cannot happen overnight. Is that so? The little girl nodded slightly, but then doubt surfaced again. Then why are some people so cold and hungry they barely have clothes on their backs, while others are wealthy and luxuriant, with more than they can ever enjoy? Hearing this, the woman was silent again for a while before she said, that is because in this world, people are selfish by nature, placing themselves above all else. It is impossible to achieve complete harmony and equal distribution across the four seas. This is a timeless truth about human nature that cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, the little girl seemed to understand, muttering, the way of heaven is to take from what has surplus to supply what lacks. The way of man is to take from what lacks to supply what has surplus. Exactly. The woman nodded and spoke solemnly, it is precisely because of this that we must spread the Buddhist law, to enlighten human hearts, to guide human nature. Only then can there be the possibility of a harmonious world with equality for all beings. Do you understand? I understand, the little girl replied, nodding half-knowingly. But soon, she couldn't suppress her doubt, if the Buddhist law can lead to a harmonious world, then why doesn't the emperor of the Great Sui promote it widely? Doesn't he wish for a world where all beings are equal? The woman fell silent again and after a long time said, it's not that he doesn't wish to but rather that he cannot. The Buddhist law is indeed being promoted by the emperor, but there are obstacles in the way, and that is why we must aid him, to quell the chaos across the land. Not that he doesn't wish to, but rather that he cannot. The little girl was somewhat incredulous, puffing up her cheeks as she said, I think it's not just that he cannot, he probably doesn't even want to. The woman stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and a hint of surprise emerged in her indifferent eyes. Why do you say that? Because the emperor is also a human. The little girl said as if it were a matter of course, just as Master said, people are selfish by nature and the emperor above all seeks only his own interests. Naturally, he would not wish for a world of harmony and equality for all, right? The woman was silent, then she laughed softly, Xian speaks the truth. The emperor is human and also subject to selfish desires of the heart. Then, Master, why should we still support such an emperor? The little girl was even more confused, can't we just become the emperor ourselves and, with the Buddhist law, universally enlighten the people, creating a world of harmony and equality for all? The woman shook her head, her words were soft yet firm, we cannot. Why not? Because we, too, are human. This. The little girl lifted her head to look up at her master, who seemed otherworldly, beyond the mundane. As if understanding something, the confusion in her eyes cleared and turned into resolve. With a naive and tender voice, she said to the woman, Master, when Xian grows up, I will surely choose a wise and enlightened emperor to help him govern the world well. The woman smiled, reached out her hand, and affectionately patted the girl's head. Master believes that Xian can certainly do it. The little girl nodded, her expression hopeful. By then, there will no longer be people dying from the cold or hunger. Everyone will be able to eat their fill, keep warm, and live happily ever after. Then Xian must grow up quickly. Amid the wind and snow, the two figures walked on, eventually fading into the distance without a trace. Meanwhile, in front of Jing'an Temple, Su Yang, after making sure no one was following, decisively turned and left. If it had been in the first world, without any foothold, seeking shelter in the temple would indeed have been a good choice. It would have afforded effective protection and ample time to quietly accumulate strength and gradually grow. But that if did not stand. Having already obtained his first pot of silver, Su Yang now had sufficient potentiality to support him. The prestigious but strict Jing'an Temple was no longer the best option for him. So. Chapter 27, Su Xian. That night, within a dilapidated temple. Hey, go easy, go easy. Damn it, it kills me. It's all that little bastard's fault, I must kill him when I get the chance. It's going to be difficult now, who knows what kind of dumb luck that brat stumbled upon to encounter such a noble person. Humph, how could such a noble person take a fancy to him? It was just a whim, being a busybody. Just give it a few days, when that person leaves, we'll take care of him, let him know who's the boss. In the broken temple, a few beggars huddled by the campfire, massaging the bruises on their bodies, grimacing in pain, cursing non-stop. Just then, Gah! The shabby door was suddenly pushed open, and a thin figure appeared, astonishingly. The beggars looked towards the sound and saw a youth in tattered clothes, skinny and frail, walking in. It was Su Yang. "You little bastard! You dare to come back!" Seeing this, the beggars instantly flew into a rage, then, recalling something, they looked outside with panic-stricken faces. "You brat! You dare come back alone? Seeking death!" Seeing no one outside the temple and not spotting the lady from earlier, the beggars swallowed a heart-calming pill. The leader of the beggars, his eyes shining, strode towards Su Yang. But unexpectedly, bang! Flying stone hurtled through the air, striking head-on, hitting the beggar leader squarely in the face. Fresh blood splattered, skull bones cracked, and he was knocked to the ground, convulsing before turning into a limp mess. "Boss!" Bang! Another man, upon witnessing this, cried out in shock, only to meet the second flying stone, hitting him just as hard in the face, toppling him to the ground. This scene left the remaining few silent as cicadas in winter, standing there trembling, hands tightly covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Su Yang, toying with 2 pebbles, approached the corpse of the beggar leader and said to the trembling few, "I have some questions for you." Hearing this, the beggars finally snapped back to reality, plopping down on their knees, pleading incessantly, "Dog, no, brother dog, no, no, Lord dog, this has nothing to do with us, it's all Wang Liu's doing, it has nothing to do with us at all, we beg you, spare our lives, please." Old Beitu. Su Yang frowned, then remembered, it was indeed old Beitu who had taken in the original dog. He hadn't expected such hidden secrets, it turned out to be an unwitting action that settled his fate. Su Yang didn't say much, merely looked at them and asked, "Recently, in this Suzhou city, have any influential families suffered from strange and severe illnesses, or long-lasting diseases that could not be cured, looking for skilled doctors?" This. The beggars exchanged looks, unsure why Su Yang was inquiring about this, but with their lives on the line, they couldn't afford to think too much and racked their brains to recall. "I heard that Officer Wang from the south of the city fell ill with a cold some time ago, almost reaching the point of no recovery. Also, it's said that the governor's youngest son caught a strange disease, consulted many doctors but none could cure him, they even posted a reward recently, offering 100 taels of gold to whoever can cure his son's illness. Rumors say that the leader of the Black Tiger gang suffered a demonic disruption while practicing his martial arts. Unlike the small-time beggar dog, these folks were the seasoned ones among the beggars, even holding the status of local snakes, and they managed to catch wind of many things happening in Suzhou city." "The governor!" Su Yang muttered to himself, then flicked his wrist, launching several pebbles. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds followed, and the men collapsed in response, silent. Su Yang stepped forward to search the bodies, surprisingly finding a few small denominations of silver on the beggar leader. He wasn't surprised by this. Begging was an extremely profitable occupation, particularly for structured beggar gangs. Indeed, the Beggars' Guild was where those bag-carrying elders belonged, killing them wouldn't incriminate too many innocents. Though the beggar leader wasn't an elder nor carrying a sack, by oppressing truly helpless beggars like Dog, he lived comfortably, occasionally venturing into darker pursuits. Therefore, Su Yang dealt with them decisively. After cleaning up, leaving behind nothing but corpses, Su Yang paid no mind and grabbed a mat that was relatively clean to lie down by the campfire. The next day, in front of the governor mansion, Su Yang arrived at a steady pace. He had used the small silver coins he had scavenged the night before to procure a new outfit and had bathed and changed at an inn. Now, except for looking slightly frail, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary young man. As for the silver ingot given by the little girl, he had not used it, avoiding the trouble of a child with gold wandering through the bustling market. Thus, upon arriving in front of the governor mansion, he addressed the two gatekeepers, "My surname is Su, given name Xian, styled Qing Yang. I heard that your master's son suffers from a rare illness and has issued a call for doctors. Therefore, I have come to answer the call, and I humbly request the two gentlemen to pass on the message." The two gatekeepers focused their gaze and saw a young man of slim stature and fragile appearance. They immediately furrowed their brows. You are a doctor, too. Su Yang nodded, indeed. A doctor as young as you? No beard on the face, no strength in work. Go away, stop the nonsense. If you anger the master, not even 10 heads would save you. The gatekeepers clearly did not believe him and were about to send him away. Su Yang was unfazed and directly addressed one of them. Sir, your complexion is pale, and the area under your eyes is dark. Do you feel listless in your daily activities, experience back soreness, lack of energy, and especially during intimate relations, suffer from lack of vigor, always feeling a deficit in your body? That gatekeeper immediately widened his eyes in shock, looking at Su Yang. Su Yang ignored him and turned to the other. And you, sir, your qi blood is doubly deficient, even more so. Do you often linger in the pleasure districts, or perhaps at night all alone? Enough, enough. This way, please, sir. A moment later, inside an ancient and elegant bedroom in the governor mansion. Su. Doctor, do you have a method to cure the illness? A man in official attire, still exuding authority, slightly furrowed his brows, his mind filled with suspicion yet showing nothing as he patiently asked Su Yang. It is indeed a rare illness, but nothing troubling. Su Yang picked up the brush, wrote down a prescription, handed it to the housekeeper beside him, then said to the governor, take this medicine, boil it in water, 1 dose per day. After 3 months, I assure you the illness will be cured with medication. Really? Although he had already let numerous servants come to receive treatment from the young man, proving his exceptional medical skills, the governor still found it hard to believe that his son's long-term stubborn illness could be cured in just 3 months. Su Yang smiled confidently and declared, if the illness is not cured with medication within 3 months, Su Xian is willing to pay with his life to the master. You speak too gravely, sir. The governor, upon hearing this, quickly comforted him. My child's stubborn illness has persisted for years, and many skilled doctors have come, all at their wits' end. It is truly admirable that you, so young, possess such medical skill. As expected of a head of state, a Seal Frontier senior official, he handled this human interaction delicately. Facing the doctor responsible for his child's life and death, he did not present himself with arrogance, but responded with a light laugh, Sir, the magic hand rejuvenates and saves my son's life, for which I am immeasurably grateful. Someone, bring the consultation fee. Yes. Soon, the housekeeper brought a tray of gold ingots. Please accept this with a smile, sir. The master is too courteous. Upon seeing this, Su Yang shook his head and, with a hand gesture, addressed the governor, I have no need for this consultation fee. I have but one impolite request. The governor frowned upon hearing this but did not immediately reject the idea, merely stating, please speak, sir. Su Yang answered with a smile, my late master had but one wish to hang the pot to help the world and to bring glory to our medical skill. I, his successor, dare not defy my master's wishes. Therefore, I earnestly request the master to permit me to open a clinic in Suzhou City, to hang the pot in service to the world. So it is. Hearing that this was the request, the governor instantly eased, immediately smiled, and said, Sir, your wonderful skill and benevolent heart benefit the nation and its people. I have no reason to refuse. Please accept the consultation fee as capital for opening your clinic. Thank you, master. May I ask, sir, what will the clinic be named? How about naming it Security Hall? Security Hall, maintaining health and well-being, very clever indeed. Even with the accumulation of a lifetime during the Great Zhou era, times have changed, and there are many ways to start an enterprise. Still, as the saying goes, where there are people, there is the martial world, along with the strife and bloody conflicts over interests. Even the highly respected doctors, who save lives and help the wounded, cannot avoid these affairs. Do you think that with good medical skill, you can simply open a clinic, a pharmacy, treat the sick, heal the people, and become famous? It's not that simple. Even a fish market has its market tyrants, with gangs in control, exploiting and squeezing, and an even more lucrative, life and death essential industry like medical treatment cannot be free from disputes and live in harmony with the world. Each and every clinic, every pharmacy, has a supporting force behind it, competing against each other, squeezing out rivals, using various means to fight for market share, seize profits, and suppress competitors. The corruption involved is endless. Su Yang had no time for such trivial matters, so he directly chose to find a patron to shelter him from the storm, allowing him to comfortably open a clinic, teach students, establish a foundation in Suzhou, and gradually expand. For him, this was a simple matter. The disorder of the governor's son was strange indeed, but what had he not seen in the 300 years he protected the great Zhou? He had integrated all worldly knowledge into the martial arts scripture, of which the most profound, most impactful and most developed were the power, fighting, weapon, and life scrolls. The power scroll was fundamental to cultivation, the fighting scroll contained supreme combat skills, the weapon scroll covered martial strategies, and the life scroll integrated medical knowledge and pharmacology. It was the wonderful skill of reviving the dead and healing the injured, and thus was named the life scroll. In combination with the cultivation methods of the power scroll, the power of the martial arts scripture, and the skill traits of transforming decay into magic, it wasn't just about the magic hand rejuvenates or curing diseases with medication. Even reviving the dead and regrowing flesh on bones weren't impossible tasks. Of course, this was at the pinnacle of Su Yang's time in the Great Zhou, when the martial path communicates with God, his cultivation mingled with the universe, supported by 3 centuries of accumulated time and skill traits. Only then did he possess the ability to revive corpses and regrow bones. Now, at the start of a new journey, with nothing to his name, relying only on the medical knowledge stored in his memory, he no longer possessed such earth-shattering capabilities. Fortunately, curing this minor chronic issue was still a piece of cake. And so, 3 months later, a clinic grandly opened within Suzhou City, named Security Hall. Chapter 28, Turbulent Times. Time flies, and years pass swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, 16 years have gone. Those 16 years, neither too long nor too short, but for ordinary people, enough time for the world to transform completely. In those 16 years, the era's name changed thrice, from Kaihuang to Renshao, then from Renshao to Day. Yang Jian, the founding monarch of Great Sui, a formidable ruler of his generation, passed away in the 4th year of Renshao at Renshao Palace, aged 64. In the same year, in July, the crown prince, Yang Guang, ascended to the throne, initiating the Day era. Thus, he became Emperor Yang of Sui. After Yang Guang's ascent, he unified the north and south. Domestically he constructed the Grand Canal, established the eastern capital Luoyang, and indulged in the utmost luxury. Internationally, he waged war frequently, conquering the Tuyuhun and launching campaigns against Ryukyu, and even thrice against Goguryeo. This led to harsh levies, and the common people could hardly bear the burden, with untold suffering, igniting the flames of war throughout the land. As a result, by the 12th year of the Day era, uprisings were rampant everywhere. Moreover, 4 major noble families, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, divided territories to declare themselves kings. The empire was in a downward spiral, barely holding on. The world of Great Sui was on the brink of collapse, and the common people suffered immensely, with their lives withering away and hardships mounting. But in these times, the land of Suzhou was buns, fresh out of the oven. Thin-skinned, meaty, big pork buns, bursting with oil and fragrance. Medicinal plaster, a family heirloom. It works wonders for headaches and fevers with a single application. How novel indeed, that someone has come here to hawk medicinal plasters. What, can't I sell medicinal plasters in this area? It's not that you can't sell them, it's just that they won't sell. Didn't you ask around when you came here? Do you know whose territory this is? Whose territory is it? It's Security Hall's territory. What, you don't know about Security Hall? Then surely you must know about our city's #1 divine doctor, Su Qingyang, who revives the dying, heals the wounded, and is known as Yan Luo Returns. Dr. Su is here. Good day, Dr. Su. Greetings, Mr. Qingyang. Dr. Su, come try these pears, just picked this morning, absolutely fresh. Dr. Su, my child celebrated his first full month yesterday. I didn't dare disturb you because you were so busy, but please accept this basket of red eggs. Never mind, you're busy, I'll deliver them to Security Hall for you. A man approached, dressed in plain blue, dignified and composed, radiating an effortless elegance from within. Though young in appearance, he carried the presence of a grandmaster, inspiring respect and a sense of closeness in those around him. As neighbors on the street saw him, they all greeted him warmly, and he responded with friendly banter. He arrived at a bun shop and said, I'll take 50 meat buns. Dr. Su, they've been prepared for you already. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile, handing over a wax paper bag. Here you are. Su Yang nodded, accepted the wax paper bag, and handed over some small denominations of silver. Upon seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly waved his hands. No, no, you can't. It's my fortune that you eat buns from my shop. I cannot accept this money. Su Yang smiled, said nothing more, put down the silver coins, and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, the plaster seller stood dumbfounded for a moment before returning to his senses. Is that the Dr. Su? Who else? Is his medical skill that high? It's not about whether it's high. Let me tell you this, ever since Security Hall opened, those 16 years ago, there hasn't been a patient that Dr. Su couldn't treat or save. Really? He's so young, can he really have such medical skills? What do you know? Aspiration isn't relegated to those with age. Dr. Su is a prime example of this. No matter the illness, be it minor or complex, as soon as they come to Security Hall and see Dr. Su, the ailment is sure to be cured. Even if it's an incurable terminal illness, he can ensure a painless, peaceful parting. He's recognized as not just Suzhu's, but the world's #1 divine doctor. Well, okay, even if his medical skills are really that high, his consultation fee must not be cheap. We're all common folk here, the headaches and fevers can be managed, but going to his Security Hall or buying my medicinal plasters seems more sensible. What do you know? Years ago, Dr. Su started providing free medical service. He doesn't charge us common people, and he even gives away medicines. Moreover, he has taken in over 100 disciples and almost 1,000 students, all from impoverished backgrounds, including many orphans. Everyone praises him as a bodhisattva reincarnated, a Buddha in human form. Don't trick me. Not charging for consultations and giving away medicines? And with over 100 disciples and almost 1,000 students to support, what does he live on, the northwest wind? You just don't understand. Although Dr. Su doesn't charge us commoners, he doesn't lose a penny from the wealthy. You've heard of the Iron Palm Gang, right? The so-called #1 gang in Yuzhou came to seek Dr. Su's help because their gang leader went crazy practicing martial arts. Guess how much they paid? How much? A full 1,000 taels of gold, 10 pearls from the East Sea, and a ginseng from Mount Jinbei for medicinal use. So, you tell me, what does Dr. Su live on? That's... But wait, are those big shots really so easy to deal with? Willingly handing over 1,000 taels of gold, pearls, and ginseng as if they were simpletons? I've heard of that Iron Palm Gang, and they're nothing but a bunch of vicious demons. I don't know about that. But I do know that ever since a few years ago, when Dr. Su started holding free clinics, there haven't been many daring to make trouble at Security Hall. Those few blind to the facts get chased out by club-wielding doctors. Wait, where are you going? To seek apprenticeship. By the way, how do I get to Security Hall? Let's not dwell on their discussion. Elsewhere, Su Yang, holding the buns, had already returned to Security Hall. Master. Sir. Good day, Dr. Su. Greetings, Mr. Qing Yang. Over the past decade and more, Security Hall, now extensively enlarged, is home to many disciples and students, and hosts numerous medical visitors. Upon seeing Su Yang's return, they all showed their respect. Su Yang passed through the outer hall and entered the inner chamber, where he was met by a tall, broad-shouldered man with a square face, who did not look at all like a doctor. Master. Su Yang nodded, sat down in the armchair, opened the wax paper bag, and began to eat the buns. The man also brewed a cup of tea and offered it, then stood by and opened a booklet. The leader of the Sea Sand Gang, Han Gishan, has sent someone here, specifically requesting Master to go and treat him, offering a consultation fee of 1,000 taels and 10 sea bright pearls. While eating his steamed bun, Su Yang did not even look up. Not going. Yes. The man nodded, made a note in the book, and continued. The leader of the Jukan Gang, Yun Yuzhen, has set the date for the 16th of the 6th lunar month to come for a consultation, offering a consultation fee of 100,000 taels of silver, and will present the Qinggong technique, bird cross skill, secret manual. With an unchanged expression, Su Yang said indifferently, have Xiao Shizhu handle it. Yes. The man nodded and continued, from the court's side, the new governor has not arrived yet, but it is heard that it is a person from the Yuan sect. They have already sent someone to deliver a greeting card, and it seems there is an implication for master to go to the eastern capital. Not meeting. The informant from the Dongming sect has arrived to convey that, starting with the next batch of soldiers' armor, the price will increase by 30%. Buy as usual, until refinement edge number can be self-sufficient. The Great River Association has taken action, seizing 3 of our salt ships, demanding a ransom of 100,000 taels of silver. Send Azure Dragon to deal with it. Smoke signals are rising again throughout the lands, and many rebels have raised their banners against Great Sui, with the most prominent being Li Zitong, proclaimed as the King of Chu. News from Luoyang, Emperor Yang of Sui is once again on tour, preparing to travel south to Yangdu, Yangzhou. Rumors in the martial world, the present inheritor of Mercy Sailing Temple is about to step into the martial world, leading the righteous path, and selecting an emperor on behalf of heaven. Word on the street is that the Taoist treasure book Longevity Ju has been acquired by Yangzhou's #1 expert, Push Mountain Hand Stone Dragon. The 4 great experts of the Yuan sect, under the lead of Yuan Huaji, the commander-in-chief of Emperor Sui's guards, have already reached Yangzhou, seeking to snatch the book and present it to Emperor Yang of Sui. Su Yang sat on the master's chair, eating steamed buns and savoring fine tea, while listening to reports and giving out instructions. And so, in a short time, all affairs were settled. The man turned and left, leaving Su Yang alone. Swallowing the last steamed bun, the grease on his hands naturally dissipated. Su Yang lifted his head, gazing outside the hall, and murmured, 16 years, it has finally come. Amid the murmur, the interface quietly opened. Su Yang. Lifespan, 28/300. Cultivation, True Gang Realm Skills. Butchery, Butcher's Technique. Eating, daily devour 1 ox, strengthening body and health, prolonging life. Sleeping, pacifying mind and nourishing soul, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, prolonging life. Breathing, qi blood like tide, stabilize foundation and cultivate essence, prolonging life. Medical skills, the magic hand rejuvenates, medicine cures diseases, golden needle crossing acupoints, transferring qi through the palace, Yanluo returns life. Walking, swift as flying, traveling thousands of miles. Archery, never a missed shot, 9 stars in a row. Reading, never forget after reading, infer many things from one case. Teaching, earnest teaching, mutual learning, leading by example, spreading martial arts throughout the world, everyone like a dragon. Practicing martial arts, diligence makes up sabotage, cleansing marrow. Eternal youth, martial path communicates with God, founder of martial scripture. Like the world of Great Zhou, this world also has a time flow difference from the main world of 1 to 365, 1 day in reality is 1 year in this world, and the difficulty of practicing skills and brushing traits is far lower than in the real world. Thus, with the accumulation of potentiality from the world of Great Zhou, the aid from his original body in reality, and 16 years of hard work and training, and divine soul transmission, Su Yang finally transferred and mastered his main skills from his original body. Now, he had regained his cultivation to the true gang realm of the martial path 3 realms and, with the trait martial path communicates with God, he was half capable of rivaling the masters theoretically within the 4 realm condensing spirit. Just that the time was too short, and the foundation of his power and the strength of his divine soul were not enough, far from the substantial accumulation of the 300-year reign of Great Zhou, therefore, he still couldn't attempt a breakthrough. If it were possible, he really would have liked to accumulate another few decades, or even 100 years. Unfortunately, this if does not stand, as the world will fall into chaos, and a great era is coming. What is a great era? A great era is a great conflict, the struggle of a great era, an era of great strife. Putting it in a way that modern people can understand better, it's about one-word competition. Either you outcompete others, or others outcompete you, there is no third option. After all, with his current magnitude and strength, he has long been under the scrutiny of various forces, continuing to lie low, looking on from the sidelines for opportune gains is impossible. No one is a fool, before the clam and crane battle, they will surely drag the observer who is a fisherman into the water too. So, whether Su Yang likes it or not, willing or not, the flames of war in this troubled world will reach him. If that's the case, then so be it. Su Yang has never been one to fear trouble, lying low to build up silently was only a temporary measure, not the ultimate goal. A true man, born into this world, can lay temporarily in waiting but cannot hide from life forever. There are things worth fighting for, and no matter what, they must be fought for. He is ready. Chapter 29, Seeking Medical Advice. Thus, half a month later. In the quiet room of the security hall, Su Yang sat alone, silently practicing the martial arts scripture. Although the great Zhou martial scriptures synthesized many top martial arts and could always circulate the heavens, whether standing, lying down, eating, or sleeping, thus autonomously enhancing one's power, this did not prevent Su Yang from practicing in meditation. The speed of this active cultivation vastly surpassed the passive execution. In just 16 short years, he had managed to cultivate traits such as eternal youth, martial path communicates with God, and founder of martial scripture, largely thanks to the miraculous effectiveness of the martial scriptures, as well as his own relentless hard work and training. The combination of the two meant that 16 years were equivalent to 100 years of diligent practice in the Great Zhou. Otherwise, with his current level of cultivation and the strength of his divine soul, it would have been utterly impossible to transfer traits like martial path communicates with God and founder of martial scripture to support his doppelganger at the start. Knock. Knock. Master. Just when Su Yang was circulating his cultivation, the door was quietly tapped. The voice of his eldest disciple, Su Baichuan, followed, "They have arrived." Su Yang opened his eyes, with the Gang Qi in his body still circulating, just shifting from active to passive. He then stood up and walked toward the door. This was also one of the marvelous features of the Great Zhou martial scriptures, integrating the martial arts of the world, discarding the dross and keeping the essence, encompassing everything without conflict, combining yin and yang, embodying Tai Chi Chaos Yuan, coexisting with the four methods and five elements. Unless breaking through a major realm, there was absolutely no possibility of failure in cultivation, nor any risk of conflict in the meridians or of going berserk. Su Yang came to the door and did not waste words, directly asking the waiting Su Baichuan, "How is it?" Su Baichuan replied solemnly, "The injuries are very severe, it's quite dire. Third sister is treating them." "Then let's go." "Yes." In a quiet room, two young men stood beside a bed, looking anxious and hesitant to speak. On the bed, two women were sitting upright. The one at the front, dressed in white, had a beautiful face, now deathly pale with a bluish-black tint, and black blood oozed from her purple lips, dropping onto the bed where it steamed up little wisps of smoke. The woman behind her, clad in a green cyan gown, pointed her sword-like fingers onto the back of the woman in white, right in the middle of a meridian point, with a clear and visible qi emanating from her fingertips, warm and mellow yet vigorous and robust. That qi entered the body of the woman in white, attempting to neutralize the cold poison within her, but it seemed to touch something, and with a sudden abnormal sound, a surge of extremely cold air of ice mysterious spilled out. Not only did it freeze a layer of frost on the woman in white, but even the qi that was healing her was affected. Bang! Eventually, there was an explosive sound. The qi froze, shattered into ice, and the woman dressed in green, who was administering treatment, was impacted, her body trembling and her right hand frosted over, rigid as if even the blood within had been frozen. "Mother! Doctor!" The two onlooking youths were shocked and hurried forward, wanting to help but not knowing what to do. At that moment, creak! A soft sound as the door was pushed open. "Who?" The two were startled and turned around to see a person walking in calmly, dressed in plain green, exuding ease. Although they did not sense any malice, their long time on the run still left the two youths very tense. They immediately stood in front of the bed, on guard against the newcomer. But Su Yang did not pay attention to them and walked straight up. The two wanted to stop him, but they were pushed aside by an unseen force, only able to watch helplessly as he approached the bed. Master!" The woman in green on the bed also noticed him and tried to get up. Su Yang shook his head, reached out a hand, pressed it on her shoulder, and lightly channeled his qi. Crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the frozen hand, and the creeping ice that was about to invade the body from the arm, instantly shattered, turning into wisp of mist that dissipated, allowing the hand that turned purplish-black to rapidly regain its color. The woman was freed from the freezing condition, exhaled a breath of cold air, and looked at Su Yang with a slight shock. "Master, this cold poison, it's truly terrifying." Su Yang smiled and spoke no further. "Let me take over." "Yes." The woman got up and made room. Su Yang did not take a sitting position on the bed but casually sat beside it. He then lifted his hand, summoning true Gang Qi, and immediately, a brilliant light appeared. It was dazzling but not blinding, rather gentle like the warm sun in spring, instantly warming up the room that had just been cold. The scroll of pure Yang's power, the art of rejuvenation. The techniques of the martial arts scripture, both scrolls working together, combined with the power of martial path communicates with God. Su Yang pressed a hand downwards onto the woman's back, transferring the pure Yang's power into her body gradually. Suddenly, the woman moaned softly, and plumes of smoke rose. The ice that had frozen her began to melt rapidly, together with the pallor, the underlying bluish-black tint dissipated, hints of color returned, and the vitality within reignited. Thus, after a moment, with a surge of Su Yang's palm, the woman's body shuddered, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood containing lumps of ice, falling onto the bed and steaming, immediately turning into a trickle of blood water. Mother! The two youths were startled, their eyes filled with worry, yet not daring to disturb. They weren't fools. They could naturally tell that this seemingly not much older youth was the master of the beautiful doctor, their destination, the top divine physician in Suzhou and even throughout the world, Su Xian, Su Qingyang. Ice mysterious power. Su Yang withdrew his hand and murmured, indeed extraordinary, but what a pity. It's not quite there yet. Just now, he had harnessed the essence of pure Yang's power, the rejuvenating art from the life-giving scroll, and the force of martial path communicates with God, conjuring a divine gang of pure Yang rebirth. He channeled it into the body of the woman in white, dispersing the persistent cold poison entwined within her. In the Great Zhou world, this technique would be enough to dissolve all unique cold poisons. Whether it be the Suanming's godly palm, the true qi of cold ice, or the Julian's ultimate extreme strength, none could withstand his divine gang of pure Yang rebirth. But, the cold poison in this woman's body put up a stubborn resistance for a good while and was not completely eliminated in the end. Why? Because it was not an ordinary cold poison, but one equivalent to divine gang, possessing divine intent. It originated from a martial arts practitioner of the Four Realm, one with true gang spirit condensation. That is, Ice mysterious power. Yuan sect. Yuan Huaji. Ice mysterious power was the hereditary secret technique of one of the four great noble families, the Yuan sect. Legend has it that within the Yuan sect, only two people truly mastered this technique. One was the sect leader, Yuan Shang, the other was Yuan Shang's subordinate, the second strongest in the Yuan sect, the current imperial guard commander of the Sui dynasty Yuan Huaji. This technique was the first of the divine intent martial arts that Su Yang came into contact with outside of his own strength of martial path communicates with God. He was quite interested in this martial art that could be cultivated to condense divine intent and step into the four realm of the martial path. Although he had also deduced the method of four realm divine intent in the Great Zhou world, deduction was merely deduction and not successful, much less mature. How could it be compared with the divine intent martial arts that had been passed down for hundreds of years? Just now, Su Yang could clearly feel that within the cold poison, there was a distinctive force, a combination of spirit and gang qi, a transformation from death to life, from nothingness to existence, turning decay into a miracle, emanating an extreme cold ambience that other cold poisons could not possess. Only with this could it contend against his divine gang of pure Yang rebirth. Without a doubt, that was divine intent, the divine intent of ice mysterious power. Mother. Su Yang's thoughts were his own and unrelated to the other two who, seeing the woman in white spitting blood, also got up to leave, leaving the two young men with no choice but to rush to the bedside to check on her condition. After spewing out that mouthful of black blood, the pale color on the woman's face decreased significantly, her vitality seemingly restored somewhat. She came around upon hearing the young men's shouts, "Where am I?" "In Suzhou, we've reached Suzhou, mother." "It was Dr. Su, no, Dr. Su who saved you." The two young men, seeing her become conscious, grew even more excited, quickly explaining the situation to her. "Suzhou? Dr. Su?" Fu Junjuan was momentarily stunned before regaining her senses, turning to look at Su Yang and struggling to sit up. "Thank you, Dr. Su, for saving me, Junjuan." "Don't be too quick to thank me." Su Yang interrupted her, "There's still some of the cold poison remaining in your body. If it's not completely removed, your life is still in danger." This. Upon hearing this, Fu Junjuan was taken aback, and the two young men were even more shocked. hastily prostrating themselves, "Dr. Su, you're so powerful, you must have a way, right? Please show mercy and save our mother. It can be saved." Su Yang's expression unchanged, he calmly said, "But first, we need to talk about the consultation fee." Consultation fee? Hearing this, all three were taken aback, their expressions slightly strange, but they quickly recovered, saying again and again, "No problem, just name the price, Dr. Su, even if it's mountains of gold and silver, we'll find a way to get it for you." Su Yang shook his head, getting straight to the point, "I want the longevity Jew on your persons." Longevity Jew? This statement made all three's eyes harden, and involuntarily, Fu Junjuan's grip tightened on the sword next to her. Having been pursued by Yuan Huaji for so long, they were naturally aware of what longevity Jew was and of its tremendous allure. Now, this unfathomably strong Dr. Su actually knew of this book's presence on their persons. Didn't that mean walking into a tiger's den? "A book for a life, to exchange or not is up to you," Su Yang said indifferently, interrupting their thoughts, "I never force anyone." Upon hearing this, all three fell silent. But it didn't take long for the more robust-looking of the two young men to raise his head. "We'll exchange, we'll do it." The other young man also agreed, "Yes, we'll exchange. If it can save mother's life, what's a book worth?" "Dr. Su, this is the longevity Jew. We ask for nothing else but for you to save our mother." Having said this, they took out an unassuming-looking book and presented it to Su Yang with both hands. "Xiao Zhong, Xiao Ling." Seeing this, Fu Junjuan wanted to intervene, but she stopped halfway through her sentence. Chapter 30, Heart-Stopping. She halted her speech, not because she was reluctant to part with the longevity Jew, nor because she feared that the other party would stand by idly, refusing to treat her and letting her lose her life, but rather. All of a sudden, she thought of something extremely disconcerting. She and her two sons were in Yangzhou when by a stroke of fate they obtained the wondrous tome Longevity Jew, only to be immediately pursued by Yuan Huaji, with no way to heaven and no door into the earth, ultimately left with no choice but to fight to the death. But Yuan Huaji, truly deserving his status as the second greatest expert of the Yuan sect, wielded his ice mysterious power with immense ferocity. She exerted all her strength, deploying her sword techniques, yet she was no match for him. Instead, she was struck by a heavy blow, and the mysterious ice-cold poison entered her body. Just as she was about to be killed by him, a group of mysterious individuals suddenly burst upon the scene and collectively held off Yuan Huaji, allowing her and her sons to escape with their lives. Later, while seeking medical advice, someone sent them news that there was a mystical healer in Suzhou with extraordinary medical skills, who could bring the dead back to life and mend white bones, capable of curing the world's most peculiar and difficult diseases. As a result, the two boys, Cao Zhong and Su Xiling, carried her, who was seriously injured, and hurried non-stop towards Suzhou. Along the way, Yuan Huaji and the imperial forces continued their relentless pursuit, but they were always thwarted by that mysterious force using various methods to intercept and block them. In the end, not only was Yuan Huaji left frustrated and exasperated, but she herself was bewildered, unable to grasp the intentions of that mysterious force. It wasn't until now, as she looked at Dr. Su, that she began to vaguely understand what was going on. That mysterious force was probably related to Dr. Su, or perhaps it was his subordinates outright. They had protected them overtly and covertly on their way to Suzhou, all for the sake of the longevity Jew. No, if it was just for the longevity Jew, why would they go to such great lengths and risk intercepting Yuan Huaji and the imperial forces, escorting them all the way to Suzhou? They could have simply taken it by force. With her so badly injured, and neither Cao nor Su skilled in martial arts, could they really put up a fight? Could it be that Dr. Su is a man of integrity, who, although interested in the longevity Jew, wishes to obtain it through proper means, and does not want to take it by force? After much deliberation, Fu Junjuan could only come to this one conclusion. The longevity Jew. Indeed. Su Yang took the book, browsed through it for a while, and then confirmed its authenticity. Cao Zhong and Su Xiling hurriedly said, "Can you save our mother now?" Su Yang, however, shook his head, "No." Upon hearing this, both were taken aback, looking at Su Yang with shock and uncertainty. Su Yang explained, "Her injuries are too severe, her body too weak. Just now, exerting my power was already at the limit. If I continue to remove the cold poison, she will certainly not be able to withstand it. She must first be nourished. After that, Every 3 days I will exert my power once, and after 3 times, she can fully recover. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, the two of them finally relaxed, but soon they hesitated again, looking at Su Yang with something they wanted to say but stopped short. Su Yang, however, didn't care much about that. He hadn't deceived the two of them. With his current capabilities, even the divine intent cold poison was not difficult to remove. If it weren't for Fu Junjuan's severe injuries and weak body, he could have activated the divine gang of pure yang rebirth right now to completely eliminate the mysterious ice-cold poison in her body. Get some rest, I will come to heal you after 3 days. Leaving behind those words, Su Yang was ready to leave. Wait a moment. Fu Junjuan, snapping out of her daze, hurriedly called out to stop him, Dr. Su, you're not aware, this book is of great consequence. One of the 4 great families of the world, the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Sui Emperor, Yuan Huaji, covets this book and has been relentlessly pursuing us 3. It won't be long before he catches up to us here. Although she already had a suspicion that the mysterious force escorting them to Suzhou was under the command of Dr. Su before her, she couldn't point it out directly since he hadn't admitted it, so she could only bring up the fact that Yuan Huaji was pursuing them. Su Yang, hearing this, remained unconcerned, holding the longevity Ju and saying, since I have accepted this book, I will ensure your safety. Rest well and do not worry too much. After saying that, he didn't wait for her reaction and turned to leave the room, with his senior disciple Su Baichuan following him. Watching his retreating figure, Fu Junjuan furrowed her brows tightly, her heart filled with more doubt and uncertainty than ever. Seeing Fu Junjuan distressed from the healing, Li Suwen, the youngest of the 3 disciples, chuckled reassuringly and said, don't worry. Our master is a man of his word, if he promises to keep you safe, he will keep you safe. Not just a mere Yuan Huaji, even if the 3 grandmasters themselves were to come, they couldn't harm a hair on your head. Fu Junjuan. As a disciple of Fu Kailan, one of the world's 3 grandmasters and the master of the sword Dao, she really wanted to refute Li Suwen's words, but couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. She admitted that this Dr. Su was indeed unfathomable, especially during the healing just now, with such a robust and vigorous pure yang force that certainly marked him as one of the top masters of the era. However, when compared to her own master, who has reached the pinnacle of the sword Dao, there was probably still a slight gap. The 3 grandmasters were universally recognized by the martial world and the various kingdoms as the peak figures of the martial path, and except for unrivaled geniuses like the Lingnan Heaven Blade, who else could compare with them? This Dr. Su wasn't well known, and even if he was a hidden expert, he might still be a bit inferior to her master. However, dealing with Yuan Huaji shouldn't be a problem, especially since throughout their journey, Yuan Huaji had been intercepted several times by that mysterious force, fighting to a standstill. Now that they had reached Suzhou and had this unfathomably powerful Dr. Su with them. Wait, something's not right. A thought flashed through Fu Junjuan's mind, and her expression changed drastically, filled with horror. She had thought of something even more terrifying upon further contemplation. That mysterious force that had been escorting and helping them, the mother and her 2 sons, to Suzhou might have had more reasons than just the gentlemanly Dr. Su's love for wealth obtained in the proper way. They had another target, something besides the longevity Jew. That was Yuan Huaji. They wanted to lure Yuan Huaji to Suzhou, to this place, before that person. What do they want to do? What do they want to do? Fu Junjuan didn't know, and it was precisely this ignorance that caused her to be so horrified, so panic-stricken. Vaguely, she felt that she had been swept into a vortex, a whirlpool so profound, fiercely spinning, as if it were about to engulf the world and devour everything, and she was helpless in its pull. This Dr. Su. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, the more she pondered, the more frightened she grew. Unconsciously, cold sweat began to bead on Fu Junjuan's forehead, and her face turned pale once again. Mother! What's wrong? Are you having another attack? I'll go get Dr. Su. Seeing this, Cao Zhong and Su Xiling were both shocked and hastened forward to check on her. The impulsive Cao Zhong even wanted to go find Su Yang. No, don't! Fu Junjuan finally snapped out of her shock and hurriedly stopped Cao Zhong, managing to show a strained smile. Mother is fine, just thinking about some things. Despite her words, her eyes couldn't help but dart to the side to catch Li Suwen's reaction. Li Suen, however, seemed unconcerned, giving off a teasing smile, "You two rest well. Call for me if you need anything." With those words, he also left the room.